So the loss is unexpected for us, for sure. We know that coming into today we are the favorites and we know that we are the better team. My thoughts on us and SRG both losing the first game of our bracket. Of course, it's a surprise to most, but at the same time, this bracket is so stacked, right? Anyone can beat anyone in the current level of competitiveness.
Going into day 3, we have 2 teams securing top 8 spots. Will it be between Team Spirit and Vamos or Vitality and Falcons PH? And then we'll also be sending 2 teams home. Will it be between True Rippers and GUANGZHOU Gaming, or will it be Falcons Mena and Ignite Gaming to be sent home? Into day 3, we have 2 teams.
Well, it is a battle, to say the least. Representatives of India and China going head-to-head. True Rippers versus GUANGZHOU Gaming, guys. This draft is going to be interesting, and the question I want to raise to you is, if you learn, are these losses okay? If you can take something from these losses, is it okay to be here to bounce back, or are you looking at today with a different sense? Is there cynicism? Is there optimism? What's the approach to this draft, and how are you looking at these 2 teams? Nice.
You know, that's always something that we think about. Like, what do the coaches say to the players here? Let's say they had a devastating loss, and whether it was the game or the series, how do you approach that? You know, how do you get your players to reset? And the champions, the multiple champions that have either won MSC or the World Championship, all have to go through that, right? You face losses. I mean, even last year's champions here at EWC faced a loss, a devastating loss. So the reset has to happen, and I think the best of the best reset quickly before they jump into the next game, and they just go in with a new mindset.
Well, 2 champions, 1 game. Make sure to grab your My Champions pick and pick your dual champions and win 50,000 diamonds. Grab the QR code with your phone, tablet, whatever it is, right now on the screen, and 5 winners win 10,000 diamonds each. Remember, this is live until July 27th, so make sure to act fast. LaFell?
Rain Dad, I gotta say, when it comes to elimination matches, it's a good test for the coach as well as the players on how they know each other as well as themselves, because some people perform well under pressure and some people don't. And because of that, the strategy as well as the way that you talk to each other is going to be very different, right? For example, if you don't do well under pressure, you got to get them comfortable. And for people that works very well under pressure, that's where you make them lock in. That's where you make them extra focus. And now going into Flying Clouds here, this is going to be very interesting, especially because I want to see if other teams did what Midnight did and actually bring Rafaela to Flying Clouds, maximizing her passive. When you respawn someone, they immediately get to battle. I don't think people will be able to practice Rafaela the same as Rosa did, but at the same time, how hard is Rafaela? I mean, like, come on.
Wasn't there some advice out there like, yeah, what would you say to the people that want to now play mid lane Rafaela? Just remember, you're not Aurora Gaming, you're not Rosa right now.
Well, the draft begins here, and it is going to be a big one. We're trying to see if we can start expecting certain things, but expect the unexpected has kind of been the nomenclature for these last days at MLBB MSC here at EWC 2026. We'll see if that continues today, guys.
I like that they just took out the Horror, by the way. You know, True Rippers, they're not going to let that slip through. But so what we're thinking is, yeah, you might actually see the Ling be picked up maybe first to go in the hands of GUANGZHOU Gaming, if that seems to be the play, unless they ban it out, because that's been the trade. I feel like so far, just like we saw weeks, you know, the past couple weeks here, even back in Wildcard, LaFell, where that meta kind of settled into place over the course of days. Now you're in day 3. You know, you have to go ahead and just pick that plan, that game plan that you're really comfortable with, especially for these 2 that are facing off this elimination. And now True Rippers will also take out a big gold laner that's been popping up all the time, right? The Claude and the Hirara is dealt with, plus that Freya. What are we thinking here? The Ling first pick? No, it's the Atlas.
Honestly, like, I feel like the Ling first pick is okay if you ban out the Eudora, because I really feel like the Eudora is going to be quite a talking point, because it's good basically in most drafts right now. And when it comes to the Ling, we've seen basically 2 heroes doing well, which is the Eudora as well as the Moskov. I don't know how other teams are going to do with that information, because Moskov is just one of those heroes where either you're good at it or you're not.
Yeah, this is, there's the Ling. I was expecting it to come up at least on the swing.
Yeah, Valentina. Oh, I thought it would pick up the Eudora for themselves to make sure that they don't get countered.
That does mean the Moskov is going to go over on the side of GUANGZHOU Gaming. And we'll see what they pick up here.
I really want to see a Eudora here, because then you basically have 2 counters for the Ling. And the Ling, basically will be
There she is.
the main setter for True Reapers, right? He's going to be the position one. He's going to take all the farm and he's going to try to take over the game. Now GUANGZHOU, they actually have quite a lot of crowd control here. Nice from the Atlas as well as Eudora. And then Moskov, his crowd control is just to protect himself. But now True Reapers getting Belleric, which as of right now is an S-tier pick in Rome.
I almost thought that True Rippers would want to secure themselves the Moskov, man. I mean, that was the best performance we got to see from Garcia. You know, again, if I remember right, he was like 6-0-10. He didn't die in that game too, and that was crucial for them. But, you know, now, because you banned out that Claude, the Moskov gets taken. What are they planning to put in that gold lane? We've seen some weird picks being placed into the gold lane the past couple days.
Yeah, I mean, double fighters has showed up randomly, right? And we've seen that, even Paquito in the gold lane, trying to see if there's something sneaky. The one thing yesterday did tell us is that when you guys were looking at that ban, you're saying this is an honest draft, right? And that kind of exposed them to a very quick loss in our final set of yesterday. So maybe trying to hold a few of those really interesting picks later on, True Rippers, so they don't get caught out.
Something that True Rippers can do if they do want to go for that double fighter. Other than the Paquito, we also got to talk about the Ruby. The Ruby can actually create quite a lot of space, making it quite easy for a Link to go in and out, because that's one of the problems when you're not incredibly fast on the Ling. One stun and then you're done. And there's a lot of stuns here that can capture you. So I'm looking at something like a Ruby alongside the Belleric as well as the Valentina, just to create a lot of space so the Ling feels much safer to go in.
Trying to set up the charts.
That's the problem with the Ling right now is, you know, anyone that's going to pick him up, draft a Ling into their composition. Not only is it such a micro scaling hero for people to showcase, but you need the team to support that. The same thing we've been saying about the Hirara pick, and your team really has to support you to be able to do that. Now, obviously, she's got a little more iframes to work with, a little more mobility, but Ling, same thing. You don't want to feel pressure in your jungle, your bus being stolen. You need that space, because otherwise you just end up split pushing across the map when the rest of your team's trying to fight, and that's not where you want to be. So this Paquito coming up adds a little bit of a layer to the damage profile. This is most likely we're going to expect just go in the gold lane. It is still possible that it could
EXP,
flex.
right?
Could EXP. We saw this in the gold lane yesterday in the hands of Sigibum, if I remember correctly, and maybe a couple more times. But, you know, that's the thing. You need to be able to go ahead and support this Ling's best time. Whoa, the Saber, though.
Wait, Saber.
A surprising pick.
Hey, but it has been in my head, but I don't think anyone will be crazy enough to do it. But honestly, this is the kind of lineup that I think you would be crazy enough to do it, because going up against the Ling,
bro, Saber
might not have enough damage early, but when you have a Eudora alongside you, you're going to have enough damage, because Saber has changed a bit. He's not full burst. He's about going in and out, in and out, in and out. And now, True Rippers finishing up with the Badang here, so quite interesting. Badang EXP or Belleric EXP, so
not sure,
not sure what's going to happen here, but I got to say, I'm liking what I'm seeing from GUANGZHOU Gaming.
It's going to be a Belleric EXP. On Rahancia.
Kimmy's got the Badang.
And Garcia on Paquito, so another gold lane fighter. Marksman coming in thinking you kind of have to have that, but we're seeing this meta evolve to where, well, maybe not. Can we keep tempo? Can we keep pressure? Both of these teams suffered quick defeats in most of their games. Trying to set the pace this time around as we have our first series of the day kicking off. It's True Rippers versus GUANGZHOU Gaming. Let's get it going and send it over to your casters.
Okay,
we are officially kicking off the third day with an elimination match between True Rippers and GUANGZHOU Gaming. But the surprises just keep coming, Mirko. And as our panelists have said, LaFell personally does like GUANGZHOU's lineup, but how are you feeling about this, especially the Saber?
Dude, it's crazy. Again, I mean, we saw day number 1, day number 2, constant surprises back and forth. And I thought we already saw everything. You know, I thought we already saw everything the meta has in store for us, but obviously that's not true. The Saber comes in, X-Ying, almost taking Asuna down in the mid lane. It's all about aggression. So that's what we know right now for GUANGZHOU Gaming. I feel like they're trying to double down on already a very good early game. We saw one of the glimpses, well, Orhan May. Again, speaking of that aggression early on, a steal from X-Ying. But again, for GUANGZHOU Gaming, they did well against Falcons in the early stages. So if they can actually do better by punishing and capitalizing even more in the early game, I think they should be able to close things out.
Yeah, I guess early game really is the name of the game right now, especially in the current meta, the way things have been for the previous games that we've observed. And it's looking really aggressive. if there's anything we could use to describe Recall, because he picked up a saber and now he even went for master or weapon master.
Yeah,
seems like Kimi
loves
this but down
a lot.
a lot.
I mean, he's gonna do much more damage when he gets his items, but damn. Pull yourself together on both double or duo mid here, Xing and Mei.
They want to try and kill
Good
the
read
EXP.
by Garcia.
Yeah.
Could be a really bad spot here. And honestly,
Really, okay, it's
you
gold
look at this
lane
composition,
Paquito.
you just look at the Saber and you're thinking, why go Saber? But if you look at a double fighters or just the fighter in the gold lane, Garcia should be very easy to pick off by Recall on this Saber. So that's a big question mark already, as you can see Garcia having to sacrifice a few of those waves.
Which is great. At least he's being very careful. You know for a fact that Garcia too, even when he gets his hands on the more vulnerable heroes like the Moskov, is not really the type to put himself in danger.
Bro, first blood, oh my god, Kimi is gone. Jesus, instantly deleted.
And that's the tank, that's the boy. You would usually have a lot of damage on. Well, Wilderness Blush already popped in right now. They go all in.
Really
Recall the double with the weapon mastery, trying to get one more. Ian
No!
wall. That would
Bro, Ian's is dead.
Modi
No,
almost
he's
taking
alive.
Ian's down. Now it's
Thank God.
Kimi with the flying clouds, bringing it back again, all alone.
Ooh!
Almost lands Ian.
So they almost
Sticks
killed
to the
him.
Recall. 2-2, but it's GUANGZHOU Gaming with the turtle.
Yep, I really thought True Rippers could have
That
made
was
something out of
close.
that, especially as they already were able to
No, it's freaking
somewhat
close.
trade out the fact that no longer, or Recall no longer had the triple sweep. But it's still somehow a bit manageable for True Rippers nonetheless. Especially as you see they're not really being punished elsewhere. Let's take a look at that replay. Modi still
that
getting
was
in. Really close though, really close call, but the punish from Kimi. I nearly forgot that we were on Flying Clouds, so things would be happening pretty faster than we thought.
Yeah. That's what we I guess that's the reason he went Saber.
What the hell? What's up?
Maybe.
Even if they die without him using the triple sweep, then he can just go and do it all over again after dying. But dang, that damage with the weapon mastery. He already picked up the Hunter Strike now and the Lethal Ignition. Even Kimi wasn't ready. He's gonna have to go straight into a Dreadnought's armor at this point.
Yeah, so it's probably really just they want to go for the kills, always the kills, and that's where they start converting eventually. But it's also them on a Moskov, so I feel like they will have ways either way of dealing with the macro, even if, let's say, they just try to focus on the kills.
They're trying to
If
kill
we're
the
talking about
Paquito.
the Mitch Rio, who, by the way, have been doing a great job here, really keeping Kimi and Asuna.
Bro, Garcia is dead, I think.
Folks, you gotta remember, this is an elimination match between GUANGZHOU Gaming and True Rippers. Loser goes home. They're gonna go straight to the airport, out of Paris, back to their hometown. So it is brutal.
Yeah.
The fact that GUANGZHOU Gaming decided to bring out the Saber in an elimination match
welcome.
shows you just how confident
True
they are.
Modi versus...
Again, capitalizing on early game advantages.
Yeah, and you see, oh, hold on, that's a
Flicker, Riansha, I don't know about that. Oh my god, Fatal Links. Ooh, oh my god, no. I don't think that was smart by India, bro. Why would he just go in like that?
Yep, the disconnection is something kind of punishing there for a True Rippers, as we saw Rehansha engage, but Garcia all alone here. Okay,
Good.
will
Nice
at
game,
least
Garcia.
be able to regain positioning, but
He doesn't have his ult, he can literally bully the Saber. Please get it, yes, Garcia gets it all.
Secure now as they go all out. Ian's being able to kill, but gets caught in triple sweep again as Xing takes him out of the fight.
This
and
Idura.
again, it's a turtle to TRX, and GUANGZHOU Gaming with a trade as CY gets a tier 1 down below.
Yep, that's all CY has been focusing on for now. And Garcia, the fact that he was really there, the participation he had in that team fight was really massive for True Rippers at least. Oh, was that the... Recall got it, right?
Recall got it, yep.
Okay, he did not even have to get up close. But at least for now, True Rippers, they're really trying to minimize this lead.
This is the first Saber pick.
Would assume would really be massive right now.
In
It's not
MSC,
really happening
right?
just yet, but Mei is not going to go for the set. Asuna has the Fatal Links as well.
That's been a way for TRX to actually respond to the Fatal Links from Mei, but the thing is, it's just Asuna, right? Everybody else who gets caught by the Fatal Links, they're locked down, so Asuna can purify and get his own Fatal Links, but there's just no damage coming through. Meanwhile, GUANGZHOU Gaming, on the other hand, they have the combos ready. And it's also that disconnect that TRX really got to fix. Rehansha, I feel like at this point, just wait for Asuna to get a set. Wait for the Fatal Links first, then REGXRD can go in with the Wrath of the Dryad, or just use it as a counter engage tool.
Which is, I don't know if it's counterintuitive, because they wanna like go for team fights based on their composition.
Bro, look at Rico.
No!
Oh my god.
Eons gets away with attempts of blades.
Get
Interesting.
through.
I thought that was gonna be a one-shot.
Jesus, he still went back. Eons. Oh my god.
He gets the Finch poise, but it's not enough to keep him alive.
Bro, the way they are ganking Eons, like, he can't even farm properly.
Modi was actually there too.
Modi got him good.
That was a surprise, and
Modi versus India.
Right here, we
I think Modi is like wait, is Modi not like their president or prime minister? I think prime minister, right? Jesus, bro, India getting decimated. 2K cross gold league.
So at this point, it's going to be really tough to just stop Guangzhou Gaming in terms of what they want to do now. They're just bursting this objective. Oh, Hansha!
Oh, Xing's still the one who actually claims it now. The Fatal Links launches
down
recall.
This is bad.
It's a big shutdown for Eons.
Eons is trying all his best.
With the help of CY, perfect match coming down. Finch poise gets him out. Modi getting a killing spree as he goes for a 1v3. Now against Garcia. Still able to survive as well. Guangzhou Gaming now. We're going to siege down the mid lane. And Sun coming out on Kimmy and the Spear of Misery. Doesn't connect on the wall. Doesn't pin Kimmy. It's just a tier 1 in mid.
It feels so weird to think that the extended team fights seem to be favoring Guangzhou a bit more.
Oh my god, they've stolen
Because you would
links
assume that they're very ult-reliant heroes, but at the same time, they have a hero like the Moscow. They have someone to just put out these sustained sources of damage, whereas True Rippers, on the other hand, I feel like it's mostly...
Don't tell me India is going home this early, bro.
Are looking for the ways in which they could really clap back, but REGXRD, again, another Wrath of Dryad already committed.
Oh, Garcia in the back, already using the flicker as well.
No! Garcia's dead. Jesus Christ, bro. Oh my god. Well, nice, Eons. They're still going in. No, Modi, he's going to kill all of them, bro. They're all dead.
And he gets a furious dive to pick up a mega.
Can Garcia escape?
Guangzhou Gaming gonna go for the chase. A stun from Xing. Modi trying to cut him off.
Any more dashes? No, Garcia.
If he actually
is dead,
gets away from this, I don't know, but he won't. It's a killing spree for Xing, and these staggered team fights are just not helping.
What is happening in India, bro?
You don't really get to see them maximize the potential of their lineup. Even this moment you're seeing right now, it was the Fatal Links that Asuna got, which could have been the turning point. But the fact that they also
there was lots of disconnection there, like everyone was just doing their own thing.
There was also a follow-up Black Dragon form punishing Eons. It was just not looking good for True Rippers. They really have to solidify their coordination in this game.
Yo, Zeno, welcome to the stream, bro. Modi, best in India. Team will be poetic. Bro, what the hell? That is going to be some insane thumbnail. Modi, best in India.
Yeah, because maybe you could rely on Kimmy to find the target, but who? Because you don't expect Sai, you don't expect Xing, you don't expect Recall to just be in the same spot.
Bro, they can at this point kill anyone.
Oh, but they don't know Kim is here though. Oh, now he gets spotted. Now they know. My goodness, True Rippers, how are they going to play around this?
I don't like this Badan pick from Kimmy, to be honest.
Oh, that poke.
Should be other picks that are better than Badan.
Look at the far lane up top as well. Eon shows himself this is a bad time.
And I don't even understand this Belleric EXP. I don't understand. Who are you trying to like?
For Eons, he hasn't shown himself on the map. Most probably sent up top, so it's them committing onto the neutral objective. True Rippers not given a chance to actually follow it.
No! Why are you still going in? Jesus Christ. You see what I'm saying? Like, everyone is just doing their own thing. This is just... Like, what are you guys doing?
But it will not be taken. Garcia with recall in that bush.
Jesus, he found him! And he used Petrify. Like, he was very, very sure that he was there. He was freaking sure that he was there. No, there's no way. I think he's gonna escape. No, Saber. Look at Saber, bro. Look at Saber. They're gonna kill him. Well, at least he's buying time. Nah, he's dead. Ultimate, all the ultimates, Sabers, ultimates, Atlas's ultimate
Yep,
was
Ian
used
just gonna
on
settle
him.
with these trades. This tier 2 up top, but the Holy Shields are looking to go down now, and there's a Black Dragon form 2 coming in from Modi. But at least True Rippers can defend for now. At least for now.
XYing, okay. Luckily, XYing didn't have the ultimate. Can he conceal right in front of the faces of GUANGZHOU Gaming and pin down as well? The fist back defensively. Asuna is able to find a fatal link, but
Asuna is dead. Asuna is dead.
Comes in for Ian, but he gets stunned up.
Ians is trying his best. Oh, he's dead.
But at the price of Ians' life, as CY continues to push in towards this turret.
It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate because even in that last sequence you saw, they had different targets. Each of them.
Bro,
but they just went in.
Full combo, triple sweep, fatal links, furious dive. Kimmy
it's over.
is gonna go down to Modi, and now the Black Dragon comes around again onto Rehansha. The furious dive lands onto Rehansha. Recall will walk up the SOD as well. Finally, a 3-man taunt that takes Modi down, but it's GUANGZHOU Gaming who gets game number 1.
This is sad. India going home early? No?
We were thinking that they really wanted to go for kills and they lived up to it. It was just them constantly on the lookout for potential targets across the map. And you barely saw True Rippers able to answer back, able to achieve anything, but also at the same time, they're just constantly being disrupted so well. I think one of the players who had probably the hardest time there was also Ians on the lane. He was the target all the time in that entire game.
How could you escape from it? I mean, as Ians, you were the only dude there that could actually make a play, that could actually look for a trade around the map. And all the way from the start, it really comes down to, I feel, picking up this Paquito. This Paquito was a massive mistake because they picked it up into a Moskov, right? In usual terms, when we see it from Hiko, when we see it yesterday as well, it was a Paquito into a quad. It was a guaranteed winning matchup so that the Link can capitalize on it. But against someone like a Moskov who has that Spear of Misery to keep him safe in lane, and even against this XP of Modi on Yuzong who knows how to play it safe, Ian just could never find a way to punish. It was, on the other hand, GUANGZHOU Gaming who constantly punished True Rippers.
On top of the fact that they also prioritized the Valentina instead of the Eudora, which was also actually available alongside the Ling that they decided to prioritize in red side. Oh no! Oh my gosh, yeah, that's exactly the kind of emotion you probably would have for this entire game. It feels bad. It feels bad for True Rippers, but we hope to see them get back on track. And we have to break that down, so we're throwing it over to our panel.
As well, a quick game and a good game if you're GUANGZHOU Gaming.
India beating Modi will be poetic.
That was going to be where it ended. Nisu, they were certainly right.
That was a tough one, man, for True Rippers, everyone rooting for them because, yeah, I just feel like this was reminiscent of what happened in Game 1 for them yesterday. They weren't connecting, they weren't working together, and also there just wasn't a chance. I mean, GUANGZHOU Gaming, they knew the game plan, they went with it. This draft, again, it's nice to see where we are with our meta. You can bring something like this, make it work. I mean, we're talking about Eudora and a Saber in the jungle, man.
I gotta say, Nisu, like, for the 3 days that we're here, I hope my sentiment stays the same. This might be my favorite international so far. Not 100%. Not favorite MSC. Favorite international of all that we've had. Yep. This has been the best.
I love the meta we're at now. I got you, bro. I got you.
So we're gonna go for this really we're gonna go for this very quickly, right? Because we gotta talk about the idea coming into the draft here. Because the idea for True Rippers is they want to counter engage, right? They want to counter engage and they want to be able to. I don't have space. But basically what they're trying to do is that for the Paquito, the Badang, as well as the Beleric, and even the Valentina, whenever someone wants to go in, they're able to punish. It's going to be Ling, the sole position one, to actually go and get the kills while everyone else is distracted by the other 4 picks. But look at GUANGZHOU Gaming. This is about engage. It's about starting fights as well as a lot of crowd control. This says enzyme, but whatever.
What in the world is that?
I love it. Whatever, right?
Okay.
Because this is engage plus crowd control. This is engage plus crowd control. This is engage plus crowd control. And this honestly can be engage plus crowd control.
And damage.
And then when it comes to the Moscow, we've seen this happen yesterday where the Moscow can 1v1 the Ling, and it's not that big of a problem. We're going to be looking at some of the clips here where at the start of this game, we got to look at this, okay? We're going to rewind just a little bit, and then this is what I want to show, okay? We're going to be zooming in, and we see how the members of True Rippers, they're ganging up, because this is how they want to form their formation. When you want to counter, when you want to go in, we can counter engage. But look at all the different angles that is coming up from GUANGZHOU. From the side here, we see Saber is about to jump in, and from this side, we see that the Atlas is going to jump in. So there's layers to who goes in first, second, and third. There's an order, okay? So 1, 2, and then 3. This makes it so that no one is completely punished when someone makes a mistake. We're going to be playing the clip here and see how Atlas immediately gets on the 2. And then when he brings them together, they're all bunched up, and yet Saber is still able to get the proper target despite everyone clumped up being there. And this is what we like, that whenever they fight, there's always a chain of crowd control, and there's always
just win this match, it's fine. Even if they lose next round and don't qualify for top 8, just please win this against Giants.
Devastating it is when you have basically win condition, and the win condition here is going to be
I just hope India can win at least one game.
And I feel like even GUANGZHOU
it would be
like,
weird
happy with that. We're just going to be taking the camp here.
if they don't win a single game this MSC, bro.
As the fight goes on, even Merkel was questioning why did he stay. And this is also another dangerous thing about the composition of GUANGZHOU. Even when you escape, you don't really escape. There's all types of DOT damage coming in from the Eudora, from the Yuzong, and honestly, even the Moscow can have some too. And then the last
India
that
go
we
home
want
like
to show
this.
here, this shows the layers of crowd control that we've been setting up. And this is the number one thing why GUANGZHOU wins. When they want to fight, they can fight. They don't have to wait for the stars to align. They don't have to wait for Atlas to have a perfect engage. Anyone can start a fight.
They on go.
Yeah.
They on go, yeah. We're just going to be finishing the clip, but essentially, why I love this draft, it's easy to execute. There's multiple ways for you to start a fight. More importantly, multiple ways to end the fight. Thank you very much, Nixu.
That was awesome, LaFell. Thanks, Nixu, for that as well. We had a chance to catch up with GUANGZHOU Gaming's Coach Sunday before this match. So far, so good for GUANGZHOU Gaming. Can they keep it up?
I am now with Coach Sunday from GUANGZHOU Gaming.
那我们现在呢是有来自于广州 Gaming 的这个教练 Sunday。
How are you feeling coming into this elimination match?
那么今天呢，在这次淘汰赛当中的这个比赛感觉如何？
是指比赛里的表现吗？比赛。
Do you mean how I feel during the match?
Going into it, going into the match.
你进入到我们这个比赛，进入到这一个场次，感觉如何？
感觉还是就感觉还好吧，因为我今天比赛我还是很想赢下来的。
Well, it's okay. Actually, I really hope our team could win this match.
For sure, for sure. Because I've been hearing that you have a lot of experience in MOBA. And, you know, with that sort of experience and that sort of knowledge, what is the strategy coming to this next match?
是的，那我们可以理解。然后我听说你在 MOBA 这个 game 当中呢有非常多的经验。那么进入到这样的一个场次之后，你觉得还有什么哪些您的经验、您的这些战略策略，可以带到下一轮的比赛当中来？
我觉得 MOBA 游戏的，整体的风格都是差不多的，但是有一些细微的东西是很关键的，特别是在这种高强度的比赛里面，越是那种细枝末微的东西，然后越能决定比赛的胜负。
Well, I think lots of mobile games are quite similar. However, I really needed to pay attention to details, and those small details sometimes are crucial. That determines who wins the game.
Okay, so was that one of the reasons why, unfortunately, you had to lose your first match up against Falcons PH?
那么这个是不是有一个你就是在第一场比赛当中输给 Falcons 这样的一个原因呢？
我觉得是的。你们看，我们比赛第一局前期拿到了很大的优势，但是因为中间的一些小失误，导致我们输了比赛。
Yes, that's right. That's what I think. Because at the beginning of that match, we were in a more advanced position. We were in a better position, but unfortunately, because of some small mistakes, we lost the match at the end.
Okay, were there any other challenges in that match?
那么在当时的那个比赛当中，还有没有一些其他的挑战呢？
主要来了这边之后，我们的训练时间也比较短吧，然后训练赛打的可能比较少，然后可能选手当时没有进入状态。但是我们前天输完比赛之后，昨天又打了一整天的训练赛，然后现在大家的状态应该还挺好的。
Well, I think we got here and we didn't do enough preparation. The time was limited. So after we lost that match, we practiced a lot yesterday. Now I think all the team members have got this confidence. They are kind of getting into the competing mode now. So hopefully we can do better.
All the best, all the best. But what do you think about the meta right now? Do you think it's like a little bit difficult? Do you think it's flexible? Do you think it's more rigid?
哎，那你觉得目前的这样的整个的游戏的状态，它这个方式是怎样的呢？你觉得是可以的吗？是很容易适应的吗？还是说整个的比赛这种形式就是让你有点无法适应，会觉得很激进呢？
不会，我觉得我们可以适应这种问题，无论是我还是我们队伍。
Yeah, I think it's fine and it's flexible and we just need to adapt to these methods.
Okay, they just need to adapt to the meta. That's amazing things to know. And before I let you go into your next match, I do want to know, what do you say to the players before you get into this elimination match to motivate them?
那么呢，我们非常期待。那在我们正式进入下一场这个淘汰赛之前呢，你对你的团队有什么想说的吗？让给他们更多的这样的这个精神激励，让他们能够更好打好比赛。
今天的比赛我们一定会赢啊！不光是今天，后天的比赛我们也一定会赢。
Well, today's match we definitely will win. Not only today, for the match in the future, we will win too.
Amen, amen, and very much good luck. Coach Sunday, thank you so much for this interview. Thank you for the translation, by the way, because we're going to throw it over back to them.
All right, so Sunday talked a little bit about practice yesterday, and we said you don't lose, you learn, hopefully, and this is certainly translated what I would see NICU in a very fast win and also hopefully some learning. Have you noticed that GUANGZHOU Gaming's approach is something that they can take through the rest of this tournament?
You know, I think they can take the approach from Coach Sunday. You know, basically, we're going to win this match, we're going to win all the other matches, and we're going to go from there. I think that's a great way to look at it, especially when you need to go ahead and bounce back and your back's against the wall right now currently with your life on the line for this tournament. So, yeah, you go with that mindset, and maybe they replicate it and they get a sweep here against True Rippers.
Sometimes when you stumble too, you pay attention to walking. Walking normally you don't have to think about it, you just move your body. When you do stumble and you then correct yourself, you're much more concerned, LaFell, of the little things. Maybe that's going to help GZG.
Oh yeah, for sure. Looking at the little things makes you appreciate as well the timings when we're talking about the game here. Which, by the way, just to add on to that interview, I really feel like
I don't know whether you heard me, but my predictions will be Team Spirit 2-0 Vamos. Then the next game will be Falcons PH versus Team Vitality, right? So I feel it's gonna be an easy win for
easy
win for Falcons PH. And after that,
showing how strong early game is.
it might not be an easy win for Falcons PH, but yeah, I don't know. It might end 2-1.
It's like that card is declined.
Vitality might win, but I'm supporting Falcons, so Falcons should be able to take that win. After that, it's gonna be Ignite Gaming, I think.
I like this too.
I'm not watching that. Ignite Gaming versus some team.
Banned out here. And also,
what's the name of the team?
Again, if the priority is just going to be the Atlas, again.
Yeah, it's still the first match.
To fix it. Take out the Eudora.
We're still in the first
Atlas still for
game.
GCG, and then True Rippers, if they want to.
Welcome to the stream,
they
Sky.
can get 2 great picks to bounce back. I mean, if you look at what they had last time, yeah, there's the Atlas.
This is game 2, by the way.
Lacked a lot. Like, yeah, the concept of that draft lacked a lot. I think
game 2, first game
here with these first 2 picks. Maybe again, you pick up the Moscow early.
Bro,
I'm not
please.
sure if they want to go ahead and take
India
that or
should
not,
try
but
and
it's gonna
draft
be
ball and win
Valentina
this
right
game.
now.
Because what the hell?
Valentina's been in an interesting position. You usually kind of have to do that when you see an Atlas across from you. Simply for the Fatal Links, and as I expected, this time they'll take that Moscow.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I like the
MSC
Valentina better now than before, because before they had an opportunity to pick up the Eudora. Eudora in this meta is a
TRX
great
versus
position 2
GUANGZHOU
or
Gaming.
position 3 because she has
Almost
great
done.
destruction
Vamos
in her
versus
kit,
Team
and the
Spirit.
best thing
Team
is that it's so
Spirit
easy to do,
2-0
even if you're
Vamos.
distracted.
Vitality
Somehow you make a cool
Falcons.
play. Now opening up though,
PH
with that
Falcons
Moscow, I
win
do wanna
because
see
I
where
support
GUANGZHOU, they will change it up.
Falcons.
I feel like
After
they need to
that,
pick up
it's
the
gonna
Nolan
be
now, 'cause if not,
Falcons
the Nolan will
Mena
be banned
versus
out, unless again they want to go for
Ignite
something like
Gaming.
Saber.
I
But the thing
think
is,
Falcons
going up
Mena
against
will win.
Moscow is more comfortable dealing with that Saber as
Shit.
compared to something like
I
a Nolan.
think
Even though he
they're
gets
gonna
pushed
win.
back, he can just jump back in. But now GUANGZHOU
So-
picking up that Zhu Shin, and it looks like
I'm
they
literally
have this
just waiting
philosophy,
for
we want a lot of crowd control.
the Falcons
Same
versus
thing
Team
from last
Vitality
and,
game,
you know,
to be honest.
I think they said the same thing last game.
That's
We want
just
some
my
crowd
main
control, and
focus.
now that's the same case here with these first 2 picks. Plus, they got themselves the Claude, which again was banned out in the previous game. So this is already, it looks good on both sides. Harley comes through though for True Rippers.
Okay.
This is one of those cases where, again, similar to the Ling and the Harara, you need to make sure that your Harley is able to go ahead and scale up. We've seen it before already in MSC, where if you get delayed hard enough, you can't really do too much.
Vamos, Falcons
Zushin
PH 2-0
banned
Vitality.
most of the time.
Ignite
Finally
Gaming
let through
2-1
here as well.
Falcons Mena.
I mean,
Wow,
You think
Saber bad.
so?
All the respect though.
Yeah.
feel
Because the Hardy's gonna have,
Falcons Mena
Hardy's gonna
better
have a hard
than
time. He
Ignite
jumps
Makes
in and
sense.
then suddenly, oh no, Saber.
Belleric too. What do you think about?
I really
feel
want
like True Rippers, right?
Falcons
What can
PH
they
to
do?
beat
I mean, that was
Vitality.
a better
Like,
game. It wasn't a sub
I
10. It was
want
around
them
13.
to
What can they
beat
do
the
here
hell
to change things up
out
at
of
times?
Vitality.
Honestly, looking at their lineup right
But
now, it
Vitality
looks more spread
might
here
win.
because
They
they
can
have,
win. It's
I would say
literally
still the position 1 being Moscow.
like
Moscow's going to take most of the farm, but then they have Harley as
open-
an assassin.
open
And
kind
also,
of
I do have to say here, Rayman, all 3 heroes that True Rippers has,
competition,
they work
so
well
expected,
individually,
unexpected.
independently. So it almost looks like they're trying to make this team fight messy. And I think the idea
Yo, I
is
like the
to
drafts
avoid the Atlas, to avoid the
so
Zushin.
far.
So trying to
Last game.
minimize the
Coming
effect that they
from
have with their AoE crowd control.
India.
This is interesting too, man. The Uranus comes up. Remember what Lootby was able to do yesterday? Just
I
basically when
think
he had that
they
kind
should
of lead,
try and lock
sit
the
into
Minotaur.
base. And this is again, if
Wait,
you're
wait,
looking at
wait,
the screen
okay,
and
we
maybe
should
you
try and
haven't
lock the
tuned
Minotaur.
into some international
Minotaur
MLBB in a while, you're probably
or
looking at this being like, whoa,
Belleric.
what is this meta? Look at these bans.
I
When
think
did we
Minotaur
think
will be
we'd see
better
these
here.
kind of bans, right? The Eudora, the Saber being banned out, a Ling on the
legit
other
feel
side. Like, there's just so
Minotaur will
much
100% be
open
better
right
here.
now for this draft. The Nolan does come through. There's the Yuzhong. Might as well pick it up again, make use of that, just like we saw in the previous one. The Guinevere is that last choice here for True Rippers.
Bro,
Wait, so the Guinevere is
what
gonna
are you
go
picking
roam.
Guinevere
That's gonna
room
be very
for?
interesting here.
What
Gotta
are
say,
you
Redman,
picking Guinevere room
Guangzhou, they
for,
have
bro? You
easier
can
to
hardly
execute
get
draft when it comes to True Rippers. Like I said, a lot
a
of
good
individual skills
second skill
is there, but if they miss
because
their abilities,
these guys have
that's GG.
the
They
Nolan
will
has
either look
like
amazing,
Yeah.
or like Guangzhou
some
says,
insane
they'll look
dashes
Well, it could be a fast game. It could be
and
a good game. We'll find out what
can
type
hardly
of
get the
flavor True
Atlas
Rippers is
in
able
this.
to bring. This draft certainly
the
different than
Claw 2
before.
is very
Which, if you're a True
evasive.
Rippers fan and rooting for India,
Bro,
you would hope,
why
okay,
are you
maybe we
picking
have a chance. If
Guinevere,
not,
bro?
GUANGZHOU Gaming will be moving
I
on
swear
with
to
a
God, I
2-0.
don't
True
understand
Rippers will
what
end their
these
MSC
guys
run
are doing.
here. We'll see if they can even it up as we throw it back to your casters to get game 2 underway.
Yes, you seems mana
True
is-
Rippers and their
mana
last
problem is
chance at
an issue.
potentially being able to get a shot at
Freaking
protecting their
problem.
key and not ending their tournament
I have, like,
run right
about
here,
70%
right now
win rate on
against
switching with
GUANGZHOU Gaming.
how many
We're
games?
seeing a bit of a shift in terms of the draft, Mirko. It's
Decent
not
amounts of
entirely.
games.
Oh, hold on.
Yep.
Okay, it's still the Yuzhong though. In
But
Molly's
the
hands
mana
that you are
issue
going to
is
see,
a
and I feel like True
problem.
Rippers are putting a lot of respect to it as seen in that first rotation.
Hey, True
That's
Rippers.
true.
I think just going back to basics actually fits the bill a bit better, right? True Rippers against Vitality as well. They were able to almost get
Bro,
that
I
game
swear
2,
to
a very
God, I don't
close,
understand.
nail-biting game 2 with a simple composition. So I like the fact that they're going back to basics. Garcia on the Moskov that almost got them the win against Vitality as well.
Let's hope
This
this
time
thing
nothing too
works.
crazy. It's still Season
Let's
Hunter,
hope they
full recall,
kind of
no more of that
works.
weapon mastery. But it's still Master Assassin for both the gold laners here. CY and Garcia, not the bargain hunters that we've been seeing a lot more from the attack speed gold laners.
Yeah, it seems that there will be a lot more of the micro plays coming in for
These
our goal
things are
leaders here, and
just-
they will have
even if
definitely
it's
a
one
very
game,
huge
like,
task to
come on.
fulfill, considering this game, I think, would give a lot more room for them to operate around the map. But that was close. Rehansha. Okay, at least he doesn't get caught there by recall right before the objective. But they're on a much more balanced lineup right now.
I don't know why
Oh,
Kimi went for the top
for
boots.
XYing.
Nice first blood.
Though, the frozen. Eons gets away with the space.
I don't think top
Kimi with
boots
a potential gang, but
is
Modi
even... Anyway, maybe
it
top boots
out.
for
Great stuff from TRX in the mid lane to see why.
the
This time's actually trying to zone
Atlas.
Garcia out. Garcia walked up to try to get that.
But I
cannon
think
minion.
rapid
Does
boots
get it,
will
but
have
he's gonna
been
lose
much
out in the
better
trade in the end.
because
Okay.
it can help you
Guangzhou
get
Gaming
away
are yet to
from
find a trade from what happened just now for XYing. They might do,
from
but
the
Asuna will be
mid
quick to
lane or
react,
from
though.
China.
And it feels like True Rippers have really
Wait.
taken control over this, but
Guangzhou
still
Gaming. Yeah, die. Nice.
Capitalization for Eons across
Bro,
these winning
nice.
lanes. Exactly what we wanted
They're
from True
winning, they're
Rippers in
winning,
game
they're
one is
winning, they're
Modi
winning.
now.
Flicker, Kimi,
Had
flicker,
that last
Kimi.
player
Don't
already
wait
kicked.
for
He's gonna be
anything,
locked
bro.
down. Black
Just
Dragon Force
escape.
comes around, just get away, but now it's gonna be stolen away by the
He's
Valentina.
dead.
Asuna
He's dead.
on it as well
Modi's dead.
because
Modi's
they
dead.
caught
Modi's
it in
dead.
retreat comes
Nice.
in.
Let's go, India. Let's go, India. We are doing it.
And XYing is forced
Nice.
back.
It's okay. Back.
Just a
Just
splash of damage. True
collect their
Rippers
comms.
with a 4-0 lead and a
Nice,
neutral.
India. Let's go, India. Let's freaking go.
turned around the situation. We were
India
not
winning.
expecting this heading into game number 2 after what we witnessed
4-0,
in game number 1.
almost
But
2K
True
goal
Rippers
lead.
have reset.
Nice.
They've completely changed their draft, and now they're showing us how it's done.
Please don't
Even
throw
that Black
those
Dragon form
guys.
stolen by
Chill.
Asuna was such a huge thing to consider in that previous team fight. Eons with another rotation
Nice.
down
Force him to
on.
use his Black Dragon if he
Modi's
has it.
not having a good time now. No Black Dragon form under turret.
Yes.
They are
Hey,
trying to juggle
Eons.
the turret in
Eons.
again. Rehansha
Okay.
with Eons. Picking up a dive down
Yes.
below. A gank on Modi. 0, 2, and 0.
Yeah.
I hope Reaction and House
Hey.
Purify okay.
Eons wasn't able to do this in game number 1.
Oh.
You know that for a fact. On the Ling, he was just limited.
Okay,
but now there's
Melly
no
has
one
this.
stopping
What
it.
the fuck is that
Wait,
miss?
there's a Purify out for Rehansha as Kimi gets away in time, but Rehansha now...
Wait,
is
and he
coming
used.
back
Okay, he
again.
didn't use his ultimate.
Recall the walk up, but not
Nice.
enough
Nice.
damage. By recall to take
Come on,
Rehansha
come
down.
on,
This is
guys.
starting to become a problem for Guangzhou Gaming.
Yep, it seems like the slower games recently that we've been seeing so far.
5
You
kills
do have to
so
expect a bit
far
more time for the club,
for
but the fact
India.
that even the Yuzhong's pretty much shut down in his lane is really not helping Guangzhou in this particular scenario.
kills
You
to
would really
Eons.
expect them to have the slight upper hand, especially in that first
Kimi
dual
has 1
objective, but
assist.
that was not
Fair
the
game,
case
fair
at
game.
all.
Let's go.
True Rippers, just because of what Eons has been able to accomplish on this Harley,
Bro,
has really set the
I
pace
just
for True
want
Rippers in this early game. Now it
TRX to
feels
win,
like you
even
could
if it's
just
one
expect
game,
a lot
even
more
if they
annoying
go out
rotations.
of the tournament,
With
at least they should
Rehansha
win
to
1
being
game,
a
man.
bit
Come on.
more free across
be
the map.
nice
So
on their
Guangzhou,
debut.
we really have to see them find that one
Pretty
play that
nice.
could really set things or turn things around, because as we know, it's still a Nolan. You also still have multiple ways to set up with a Jusin Atlas, but at the same time, do you get the head of Kimi? Because Kimi has been very proactive on the good if you're
Bro,
just
they
the
should be
same.
careful
And you just not
because I don't know. I'm
position
just
yourself well
scared.
enough.
Will Kimi
Orlando.
miss?
No, it doesn't. It's a clone out as well.
Oh
Now
my
the neutral
god.
objective, Black Dragon form already used up right now
Please
to go
God,
all in.
don't
Rehansha's there,
throw,
but
don't
recall
throw,
finds
don't
out.
throw! Oh my god.
Down by May.
Hey,
Guangzhou
India,
Gaming
oh
on the
god.
back foot the entire game, and they find one opening.
You
And
see
it
why
turns
I
everything around
literally had
Garcia.
my
He's trying to
doubts
find some
about this
compensation in the mid lane, but it's gonna be shooting
Gueniva
away
room
by
pick,
XYing and
bro.
May.
Like, it's so hard to catch
Sacked by
anybody
May.
because they are so
That's
mobile.
all they need to do.
The
And
Nolan
now
is
you feel
mobile.
like it's Guangzhou taking control, because if you take a look at the replay, it was just
Oh
a single
my
Black Dragon
God.
form. The
Look
petrify
at he
into
missed.
the
It was that
Fatal as
second
well.
skill that he
It was
missed
just a
that just
perfectly
scattered
layered
everything.
setup.
Because if
Shown
he
to
can
us by
at least if
Guangzhou
Kimi can
Gaming,
at least lock
catching
one target, just
almost
one,
every single member
they
who
kill him, bro. They
didn't
have the
have
advantage,
Purify
but
either, so there was no
bro.
way for them to get out of that. They were all
Damn.
crucial members, and you can see them
I
celebrating.
just-
But that's a spatial migration.
Wait. Spatial migration on May? Modi gets away right now. They blow
Okay, nice,
off.
nice, nice,
Rehansha
nice.
walks up there. So
Phew! Go for it, go for it. I think okay, no, it's bad, don't go.
By the Lantern Flare.
You're not
That's about
Kawa,
it. True
bro.
Rippers back in form somehow against May. They were able to make it work now. The clear from
at
Guangzhou
least-
Gaming onto those turrets. Or onto those
least they
minions to
recover.
stop the turret from being taken away. But Garcia stays true in the bottom lane. Again on this Moskov.
Okay, be careful. Gotta be careful, especially if you're CY. Okay, Kimi and Ians are gonna get let go of that push though, but it could have been.
I
really
swear it feels
dangerous.
like
Now we're taking a look at the goal
Kimi is not even
difference.
comfortable
It's
on this
not as
screen.
significant, really, if you take a look at it. I feel like even, or if it weren't for that one play we got to see from Modi as well, this could have been bigger between the XP laners, but I think that pretty much
Asuna takes the
lessened it
ultimate of
even just a bit
Atlas.
to a certain extent. And now Kimi,
Nice
all
cut,
alone
nice
here.
cut by
May's waiting in that bush as well. Conceal
yeah,
already.
Kimi is dead.
Gonna go in.
Kimi is dead. Kimi is dead.
Pulls him back just a bit as Xing.
Please
Right
don't
there,
die.
great peel from Garcia.
Okay, nice sustain. Ah, he's dead.
But it's only onto the roamer.
Okay, at least the
Now
mid
dragon comes
kind
around.
of
Asuna was
dies.
able to find that trade. Turret down below. The main
No
target
way
for
this
Guangzhou
dragon
Gaming is
lands
in the
in
mid lane
front of.
recall.
Okay,
He's dealing with Rahansha. Turtle already started by Ians. Picked up
okay,
already.
beautiful.
True Rippers
Literally
finding the better
about
trade
2k gold
across the
for
board.
India right
That
now.
took a bit longer than it should have. At least Guangzhou got a turret though, because if they did not, then I feel like True Rippers really got the better trade. It was a turtle that they were able to secure, no contest whatsoever on Ians, and they just took a 1-for-1 trade, if ever that were to be the case. But right now, you're starting to feel how Garcia is becoming a lot more active across the map. He's also a level ahead of Sai, by the way, so I think it's been really great for True Rippers.
I just hope they don't throw this lead. It's like almost 2.5k gold. 2.5k
Trinity
gold.
build. It's just slightly
They
behind.
don't throw this, bro.
But this is... Modi doesn't even have an item just yet.
Because they are fond of throwing
This is
games.
Wuzong,
Fond of throwing
who
games.
doesn't even have an item just yet.
Yeah. It's actually all components. Went for the robe, the Fury Hammer. Now May's looking at Asuna. They gotta be careful. The only Purify they have is on their main frontliner, Rahansha. So that's the problem for True Rippers, right? They have to split up. They have to be very careful of this set from May. The one time May was able to find that set, it almost guaranteed them that full-on comeback. But luckily, True Rippers were able to find some good pickoffs here and there. Kimi, at this point, I think spatial migration on May doesn't even sound too crazy. They might have to deal with him first.
Yeah.
Recall with good poke on Kimi, and it's all about mid-control as Garcia plays that far lane.
Which is great, because I think they're splitting up their positionings a bit
Okay, look at
more.
Ians. I think
We
he might get
see
a kill
Kimi
here.
really putting himself and trying to scout wherever Guangzhou Gaming could potentially come from, but just the same, seems like there seems to be a bit more reaction coming from their side. Garcia has had no trouble opening up the map.
Nope.
For True Rippers, they haven't been able to pay as much attention to their lanes, and that could be a potential problem for Guangzhou Gaming, especially now that we're looking at the first Lord spawning on the map. And it's the far lane which has been really dealt with so far by True Rippers. Just look at Garcia. They have no idea he's doing this, but you know that he just has a really good grasp of what his job is at this point.
He's feeling it. He knows exactly where he needs to be. And Guangzhou Gaming doesn't feel like they have a composition to burst this neutral objective.
They're
down.
going in. That's a flicker ult.
Kimi.
Nice. At least he got quite some resources. They can go in. Go. Nice. Go. Take the arrow. Nice. Go. The Lord's been taken from him. Kill them all, bro. Nice. Only two people alive. On the side of China. Let's go. Go in, Ians. Try and pick something. Nice. Get the inhibitor, at least one. No?
They get so much more map control. They
What
only
the
lose
fuck?
objective, and now
Kill him!
they also
Garcia!
recall. If it weren't for that one dash,
Damn,
it would have
damn.
been really close.
Big spear of misery. I agree with you. This is definitely not the trade that Guangzhou Gaming were looking for, but it's the trade that they need to take. They bursted. They used all of
Dude, it's now a 5k plus gold lead.
and they couldn't even find Kimi.
5.3k, but I just hope they don't throw this, because I don't know, India are notorious for doing this.
Completely chopped. Spatial migration without Requiem now on May.
Nice! The May dude is dead. Rahansha, nice, sustain, nice! No, Ians is dead. Yes, Ians is dead! Good! Garcia! Let's go, bro! Nice. Nah, I think Modi is dead. No. Bro, he can sustain a lot. They need somebody. Yeah. Asuna can finish. Nah, he's dead. Wait! Bro! What the fuck? Dude, this is zone. Bro, he was fighting forever, bro.
It's been all Modi from that point onwards. He was just sustaining two members at the same time. They had to call in another member from True Rippers just to finally take him down, and that's only.
No, this is very good for India. Like, this is very good
as well. But I take
on your first attempt.
Once again, and you kind of worry as to why the Blazing Duet didn't feel like it dealt as much damage as you would expect it to. At this point, you would assume Sai already has the Trinity build in his hand. We can take a look at the items just to confirm whether or not that's actually true, but he already does.
It's because these frontliners from True Rippers have gotten such a massive lead. I mean, take a look at that 2,000 gold lead between the XP laners. That Sai is gonna need the Malefic gun before he can actually deal damage, or before you can actually see it.
Yeah.
Like, look at this. He walks up. He's doing some damage,
Bro,
actually.
Yanshan might die.
Doesn't have the consecration. That's the main reason for it. Already having to purify out, which means, again, now it's all up to Mei, who has the Fatal Links. True Ripper still got to be very careful. One set can literally.
About 6k gold lead for India.
That's also
bro, they should not throw this, please. Please, India, don't throw this, because I might just lose my mind.
So I feel like he will be a much more difficult target to deal with for GUANGZHOU Gaming if ever they do want to find him in the team fights.
There you go, that's the gun.
Okay, finally does or should have a bit more damage. Let's see how GUANGZHOU eventually deal with this, because Garcia is on the opposite side of the map again. But as mentioned, has the wind of nature, so if he does show up in a more dangerous spot, then at least he has a way to survive a bit longer. But it's just Rehansha holding this down. Now there goes the Black Dragon form.
Zoning in the back, Himi looking for the opening again with the
Ians, oh my god, no!
Straight up onto the neutral objective, nothing
Bro, they took oh my god.
And GUANGZHOU Gaming stay afloat in this elimination match while
they should be decisive, like why?
Okay, that was a more step-by-step approach that they took, which is great for them, benefits them a lot, because they had a lineup who could really just be just as strategic when it comes to the objective take. So you saw how they just slowly took control of the Lord Pit. There was a Black Dragon
you're late,
was not used as early, by the way. So it was just perfectly set up, and the SOD not landing too allowed for GUANGZHOU to just commit to the bit. They were not forced to think twice about the engage. Hold on.
My god, okay, nice.
Rehansha has the Purify back up, Deadly Magic comes around.
No!
Shuts Asuna down. Middling out of the skirmish already. Lord still up and very healthy. GUANGZHOU Gaming are looking to completely wipe this gold lead from the map.
And that's the Blazing Duet, which dealt a lot more damage than we thought. Spatial migration.
Jesus, Kimi just got deleted. Kimi just got deleted.
With the Wind of Nature, the Purify out, but Xing will still fall to the Deadly Magic. Just a matter of time, Modi almost trying to get that Furious Dive.
How did this happen?
Space is out perfect, and now
why are these guys doing this?
Who is holding the Lord, able to defend for now. The mid lane coming out as well.
Okay, nice, double kill.
They should have went back a bit more.
Oh my god, deleted. Jesus.
Shuts Garcia down with the BMI and the Blazing Duet straight to the face.
Bro, literally it's almost a 6k goal lead just got. It's gone. The goal lead is gone. I told you India are notorious for those throwing, bro.
When in fact you would think that True Rippers already could have just successfully defended
they are notorious for throwing, bro.
But that was the play. This was
they have a serious macro problem. Serious macro problem. Serious macro problem.
India. Rippers' worst nightmare is the reality right now. The gold lead is completely gone. Everything they built from the start of this game to that 14th minute, they gotta try to rebuild it again. But the thing is, GUANGZHOU Gaming, they have the momentum, they have that parlay control now. They've already taken out some of those win conditions from True Rippers. and they're up a game in this
Should we just say nice
match.
try, India?
And the only immortality that True Rippers had
At this
too, I think,
point.
will be down for a bit longer, because that was on Kimmy, and you saw him just get bursted down earlier in that
Nice
fight.
try,
So
India.
GUANGZHOU Gaming, I think there's less to think and worry about, apart from maybe just the Winter Crown for Ians and the Wind of Nature from
Bro,
Garcia. I
look how
think just really
India are
gotta
doing.
focus down on these specific targets when it comes to the fight. But I think they're expecting for True Rippers to replicate the same.
Look at Modi. That's a crazy position to hold right there. Ians.
Kimmy is just missing. Jesus, look at Kimmy is gone.
Burst out with a petrified from Modi. It's even locked Ians down. Lord
Bro, it's over.
Secured.
Goodbye, India.
Taken down, bursted out. Everybody from True Rippers.
I told you guys, this Guaneva pick was so sauce.
For GUANGZHOU Gaming.
They each had their own plans, creative angles,
Hey!
plans to surprise. But in the end, it's GUANGZHOU Gaming who will stay in this tournament, sweeping True Rippers 2-0.
A bitter start to the international debut, to the international run for India, for True Rippers. But it's the experience that they bring back home to try to learn from this beating at MSC. Back-to-back losses, up and down below. GUANGZHOU Gaming, though, from barely missing out to that M7 main stage slot, losing in that grand finals of the wild card, to here beating True Rippers and making it to the next step. One match away from qualifying.
Just, you can win this game. Just do the.
Region as a whole, I feel, is a lot more proud of what they're achieving right now too.
Why am I stressing myself?
Women's division, they've also been starting to show us so much more in
They
terms
literally
of their
wanted to lose the game,
competitive
so
MLBB gameplay. And right
how am
now,
I to
here
stop
too,
them from losing?
despite them being in the lower bracket, you see signs
What
of
the hell?
life. You see how quick they are to actually find a way around the situation that they're currently
Bro,
facing.
it's not even about a
And as
decent performance.
unfortunate
Like,
as it may seem, for True Rippers this time,
a decent performance can't even count when they keep on doing the same bullshit over and over again. Like, you have an insane goal lead, you keep on throwing, you keep on throwing, you keep on throwing. Like, what the hell? It's like you putting your hand in fire and you notice that you get burnt by the fire, but you keep on putting your hand in that fire. It doesn't make any sense. Like,
and the micro decisions
doesn't
also
make any
really
sense.
paid off. Eventually,
Like,
they're the
they
ones
love
who
throwing.
now
I kept
are
saying, I kept
moving on to
repeating
the
this,
next
like,
stage
I
here
hope they don't
in
throw. I
the
hope they
lower
don't throw.
bracket.
India are
And
notorious
we
for
will get to
throwing.
talk to them for just a bit as we
Notorious
come
for
over to
throwing. I
stage
kept
alongside
repeating this.
Milan.
Boom.
Thank you very much, my friends. I'm here with our victors, GUANGZHOU
Oh
Gaming.
man, this is sad.
May is joining us here for a little chat. First, I have to ask you,
Bro, how can you throw? How can you throw? Literally a 6K goal lead. 6K, bro.
那么女士们、先生们，欢迎
好
来到看我们采访
These
的
guys are
我们
crazy,
广州
man.
的电竞团队。那今天我们首先采访的呢，
If they at least
选手
won
首
one
先想问
game,
你为什
if
么
India
在
at
这个
least
比
won
赛
one
当中
game,
选
it
择
would
的
have
是
been like,
赛博
okay,
剑
yeah,
圣这
they
样的一个
pretty
角色？
tried. They
因为
did
我
their
们觉
best.
得剑
But
锋
they
是
didn't
康
win
腾
a
目前版
single
本的
game.
双边体系的，然后
They played
为了
4
选这个英
games
雄，我们
at
教练也
MSC.
做了很多准备。
Well, I
1-0.
think this is a really strong hero. In fact, our coach have trained us a lot in practicing with this hero.
That's very cool. Unheard of. We're hearing new metagame being built as we speak. Speaking of which, you're one of the more experienced players in the Chinese MLBB scene. I want to ask you about how do you
Dude,
feel
I
the
don't know why
region
I'm feeling
is
sad for
developing
India.
at the moment and your experience in it so
I'm
far.
not even supposed to
是的，
feel
非常
sad.
棒的。那么我们呢，整个的这一个
Because it's like they just wanted to
项目在
lose
中
so
国地区也
badly
是发展的非常蓬勃的。
for
我们
some
想要
reason.
看一下您的意见，您觉得这个游戏在中国地区
Give me
的
a
发展
second.
如何呢？
其实中国玩 MLBB 的人还是比较少的，但是对于中国电竞，我一直觉得中国电竞会很厉害，所以我们 MLBB 项目的中国选手也在不断变强。
Well, at the moment, there are not a lot of people playing MLBB in the Chinese region. However, we think there will be more and more people playing, and that's why we are getting stronger, and all of our players are practicing hard to make us to be a really strong team.
Thanks to your representation here today, we're seeing more and more of that in the future. Now, let's look at that
Wait
future.
a second.
You'll be playing against the loser of Team Spirit and Team Vamos. Who do you think you'll be facing off in the lower bracket?
是的，我们相信也会如此。那我们看一下，在未来的话呢，您将会面对的是 Team Spirit 和 Team Vamos 这两个团队当中的，他们是这个属于失败者。那么你觉得你将会面对的是哪一个哪个选手呢？哪个选队？
我觉得 Team Spirit 和 Team Vamos 这两支队伍都是很强的，他们一个来自俄罗斯赛区，一个来自马来西亚赛区，都是其中的1、2号种子。然后我觉得我们会对阵到 Vamos 战队。
Well, I think they both really strong teams, and one of them is from Russia, and the other is from Malaysia. So I think they really both strong. However, probably I guess we will face Team Vamos.
Team Vamos. All right, we'll see how that ends up. That'll be the case. Prediction for later on today. Finally, you got those Chinese fans, those players that are looking up to you right now. Do you have any message to them to support you through your lower bracket run at MSC?
那是的。那么最后一个问题呢？我们可以看到您也是有非常多的粉丝的。对于您的粉丝，您有什么想说的吗？他们一路支持您。那么在我们的这个电竞比赛上打比赛，您有什么想告诉粉丝的？
其实我很感谢支持每个 MLBB 赛事的粉丝，然后也感谢大家的观看。其次，我特别想针对中国的粉丝说，就是因为中国赛区的成绩一直不太好，但我觉得我们这次可以碾碎对手的钥匙。
Well, in fact, I really appreciate all the fans' support all over the world, and I would like to tell our fans that maybe in the past the Chinese region's scores were not that high, but this time we have the confidence we wanted to win.
I mean, it's showing very well. One more time, our victors, GUANGZHOU Gaming and May. Thank you for joining us, but it's time for you to do the honors. Our first key crushing here at MSC is going to be in your hands. I'm going to invite the rest of your team to join me in here. Now I want us all to go back together. Thank you very much again to our translator, June. Come on over with me, my friends.
谢谢，谢谢。
We're going to open up our door. It's time for you to do the big piece, my friends. Walk on in and crush the first key of MSC at EWC 2026. Go on in, all of you. You can choose whoever wants to crush the key together.
我们现在呢，可以来看一下我们要做这样的一个仪式啊，您可以选择一起的来做这样的一个奖牌，还是说以某一个人来打印这个奖牌。
CY will be the one to do it here. That is the True Rippers key as they've been eliminated from MSC.
这是我们 MSC 方面的第一个这样的奖牌。
Pushing deeper, and there's the key, and it snaps in half. Our first key crush at MSC at EWC 2026. We talked about it earlier this morning. Everybody comes in with their own key, their own heart. And at the end of their run, should it end early, like here in the group stage, their key, my friends, will look exactly like this. Feast your eyes upon it. Destruction has come, but that's only the beginning here for GUANGZHOU Gaming. Back to our panel.
Yes, it is only the beginning for China here at MSC, and with $65,000 guaranteed at this point, even if they lose against their upcoming matchup, they've got to be happy with what they've done so far. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Rain Day, joined by my boys GUANGZHOU and LaFell. Guys, that was a great showing. I think if you're GZG, you had a loss, you come back, you win 2-0. What else can you ask for?
Yeah, that was they had to come back from that game. It's tough to see, man, again for True Rippers. You know, this has happened a couple times now for them, but I guess you chalk it up as a learning experience. It's the first time on the international stage. We even saw this before, you know, with our new teams coming into internationals, and it seems to be just part of the process, I feel like, you know, and hopefully they come back stronger in the future.
Yeah, there's nothing to take. I mean, to me, when I look at a team that comes here, their first time representing India,
you don't have a problem with going ahead, but the problem is
people, you're representing
the problem they have is staying ahead.
And to be able
That's
to be
one
here.
problem
Yes, you
India
didn't
has.
win, but hopefully you're taking something back that improves the region. And next time, when you show up, you have that
The earlier
to
they
lean on.
fix it, the better.
I mean, here's the thing. I think they can do it because we've seen solid micro coming in from the team when it comes to the draft. It's pretty solid as well. The only reason why they weren't able to get the win there is just because GUANGZHOU Gaming saw a hole. They saw the mistake where True Rippers were trying to set up the map for the upcoming Lord. They were taking it slow, but there was no one surveilling the area, and because of that, GUANGZHOU was able to take the Lord right under their noses and then re-establish the map for themselves. And at that point, True Rippers weren't really sure how to adapt to that. So it really is just becoming a thing where coming into the internationals, quite a lot of culture shock will happen here just because the way people play are very different.
Regions clash, but that's the beauty of an MSC. And a moment like this, you get to see the best of the best going toe-to-toe. GTG, TRX, it was a close game, and True Rippers actually led in terms of kills. Nice, too.
Yeah, they had a lead for
What's
a
up?
better part of the early game and into the mid game, but I think that was the pivotal part, the moment in the game where, you know, Lord was started up by GUANGZHOU Gaming, and I thought with the lead that they had, that True Rippers would be like, hey, okay, we're not just going to give this away. And I think they expected a Lord dance, like we like to call it, but GZG was like, no, we're just going to take this from you, and that was a big swing in favor of what started to turn the tide in that game too.
And if I may, this is kind of a Rome diff, but not because of the players, but because of the hero. Because Atlas basically does what Guinevere does, but much better. Part of it is because the cooldown on the special migration from the Gwyn starts off at 14 seconds. That's such a long time to wait for a set. That's kind of why we see Gwyn more popular in the jungle or the EXP, just because you get your levels faster, so your cooldowns actually get to a point where it's serviceable. And then we saw once Kimi jumps onto someone, if they have the Purify, it really doesn't matter compared to the Atlas coming in from GUANGZHOU Gaming. Even if they Purify, it really doesn't matter. There's multiple ways for them to go on the fight. So compared to both of them, True Rippers didn't have, I would say, a reliable way to start the fight compared to GUANGZHOU.
I mean, Atlas was picked twice. They led it through twice. And the issue was the Valentina came up as a response to that. But when you look at Valentina responding to Atlas every time, you're also saying that we're not going to take Eudora.
Yeah, no Eudora, part of the play there through the draft, but I think also another part of that play that really worked out well, and we kind of wanted to see this because before that game, I think it was picked up once, was the Nolan. You know, the Nolan, the burst damage packed into that hero is insane. You already saw it, how well that Recall waited for his moments. I mean, that's the big part of Nolan in general, but also a lot of assassin picks right now. Like, you really have to wait for your moment, and Recall did that for the most part of that, towards that mid to late game, where then he was just bursting people down with that Nolan combo we've seen so much of.
Well, it's a great showcase from GZG, and today's schedule should continue to give us some great games at MSC. We've got True Rippers going down, our first team to exit this tournament, to GUANGZHOU Gaming. Like I said, they upped their prize pool to $65,000 as a result of that, and another $65,000 on the line for our upper bracket in Group A. Our first match, Team Vamos versus Team Spirit, coming up next. These two teams, juggernauts in their own right, representing EECA and obviously, I believe, Malaysia, and that is a great showcase of two teams who have been playing well, who have nothing really to fear as well, LaFell, because even if they lose, they still have another chance.
And here's the thing, I feel like for all of us here, this is the match that's very difficult to call because Team Spirit, we expected them to be strong, and they are. For Vamos, we weren't expecting this kind of play, and then suddenly they just showed up. So the factor here that's making it difficult for us as well is how strong Vamos really is, because I feel like even going up against Team Falcons Mena, they didn't really show everything just yet. They showed they were strong, but they weren't pushed to their limits. So it really is going to be quite difficult to call between Spirit and Vamos.
I like that even it was hard to call when they Milosh was asking, you know, exactly who would you want to face up? Yeah, face up against. It's really difficult to call that because depending on who wins this and of course who loses and goes down to the lower bracket, that's a hard game to call because you also now in this one with Vamos and Team Spirit, you've got two promising young talents, young junglers looking to battle it out. And this is, people have been asking for, you know, obviously the meta has shifted now where assassins seem to be more of the move for a lot of teams. And these two junglers that we're going to see here in the next matchup are some of the best on these assassin type junglers.
Yeah, he's talking about Error 404 and Zhao are egoists, not just the young junglers, the third youngest and the youngest here in this tournament at MSC. An exciting matchup underway. And if you think you know who's going to win, make sure to get your pick'ems in. That's right. Scan the QR code, take part. You will be a part of this broadcast. See if you can get your vote in right. For those who went 75% GUANGZHOU Gaming, you're already off to a great start today. So keep it up and make sure to get your pick'ems in. We'll show them once we get closer to the start of the match. We'll be right back in just a moment, but we want to remind you that Acecraft is a game, if you haven't played, there is a new way to play in We Fly Together. Some new co-op for those who want to get involved. Check it out.
Inspired by it. They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Okay, man, right?
Okay, this one look like Chinese.
Kyle TZ?
Oh, Flap TZ?
No.
Ogwen?
No.
Carl TZ?
No.
Asaji? Sanford?
No.
My team? Sansalap?
I think Hiko.
Ah, that's crazy. But Hiko looks so different. Very cute.
Who's that baby? Well, Hiko was actually the answer. Kid Bum was like, what? No way. I love the surprise there. I love that segment, too. We got to see more kid picks there on the broadcast. I love seeing it. Oh, rewind in time. I think a lot of those babies, when their parents were looking at them all cuddly, all cute. I have a 17-month-old daughter myself. They probably didn't imagine them at MSC a few years later, which is pretty exciting.
I'm scared of babies.
Are you?
You're scared of babies?
I don't trust them. Something about them.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Nefarious.
Every time I look at it, I'm like, hold on. And I've seen enough movies to confirm my suspicions.
Boss
About
Baby.
what?
Boss Baby.
Boss Baby.
I knew it.
He knew it.
Yeah.
Rain Man knew it.
The Rain Man.
Come on, man. Don't get me wrong. It's Rain Day, man. Come on.
Come on, man.
Hey, come
By the
on.
way, let me just say, I think they could have gotten Hiko if he was wearing glasses.
Yeah,
that's the big difference. You know, the baby wasn't wearing glasses. See, deceptive.
It is, and you got to watch out for babies. That's the lesson here from LaFell as well. I know. I got to watch out for my baby, otherwise I won't sleep. That's the one thing I need to watch out for.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So I'm so excited to introduce this matchup because when you look at these two teams, I mean, these are juggernauts, and the juggernaut matchup is really between the youngsters here. 17 years old in Error 404. Zericxnn on the side of Team Spirit, 16 years old. The youngest player in this entire tournament. Two future superstars. I don't know, Naisu, 2 current superstars.
Yeah, right now there's something about, you know, that gets junglers get excited for the meta, and then the audience gets really excited to see what these junglers are capable of doing. Again, that's why, you know, Rain Day, I know you probably didn't get to see it too much, but we were back in the day. We were in this utility meta, and it was very slow-paced, very tanky-based. But now you have all the flashy heroes coming up, and you get these young stars like this to go ahead and showcase that, and that's what people get excited to see. And it also works really well currently with that adaptability or that flexibility of what you can do in the draft with so many different styles of play when it comes to the draft.
Can I just say, I don't even remember what I was doing when I was 16. I don't remember 16.
It was that long ago.
16 is literally, like, I'm literally double his age.
Wow.
You're double his age.
Double his age.
Wow. Has that brought you double the experience? Double the wisdom?
Oh yeah, for sure. Actually, no, now I remember. I think at 16 is where I got my first friend.
Wow.
Because at 15,
the first of many,
because at 15,
how did it take so long, man?
Because 15, then I learned how to talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had 14 years where I didn't know how to talk. Autism, you know?
That's quite delayed. Wow. That's quite delayed.
There's a lot I'm learning here, and the storylines continue as we look at Team Vamos's roster and start to dissect their journey. Arrow 404, the jungler, of course, but Zipat, Klakun, Zkeef, Natko all have their own individual stories to make up a team that many consider to be potential champions at MSC. Can they prove them right? Can they prove the doubters wrong? We'll find out, because their journey, like many others here, really is wanting one to be ended with a championship.
So firstly, Team Vamos started at season 14 MPLMY, and then we qualified to M6. When I left, they never qualified to international tournament anymore. I'm joined back to Team Vamos middle of season 17, and we made it. We go to MSC right now.
For season 17, Team Vamos is a last-minute roster, right? For me, I think going to EWC is a miracle.
So when we qualify to MSC, I'm so happy and also proud for my team. We expect that Team Falcon Mana will be a strong team also, because they make it to the main stage, and we just focus on our strength.
We will not underestimate them. We treat them like all other teams, and we will give our best.
Just keep improving in our practice. Yeah, bring a new meta.
SRG always get the podium, right? In top 3 in every tournament. Number 2 of Malaysian team need to step up to become like them. If we doesn't have SRG, then Malaysia is like nothing, right?
Keep improving and keep climbing slowly. Just prove them that we can be a strong contender in this tournament.
In the grand final of MPLM Boys Season 17, we are losing to SRG 4-0, and that time Arrow 404 was crying. I feel disappointed with myself because I think I can do much more better. I always had a dream to help my mom, especially about money, right? So being able to be here at EWC is like dreams come true. The prize pool is so big. I think that is big enough to help my mom.
So just keep believing us and pray for us also. Love you.
The journey and the dream of helping your parents who, like when we saw Hiko as a baby, had no idea they would be in this position, but that is the life that they are living right now. What a great opportunity here to move forward in the prize pool. $65,000 to the winner. But again, LaFell, they don't have to worry about going home. This is truly a matchup that's going to teach both these teams a lot as to how they need to succeed moving forward.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Vamos, honestly, like, we won't have enough time to talk about all of their stories, but there is a lot. Sipa, as we saw in the interview earlier, he was a star, but then, you know, he dropped his performance and he had to go play in the amateur league. He had to prove himself, and then once he did, he got back into the pro scene and now back in MSC. That's a crazy story. And then Zkeef, like, if you know how tough he had it before becoming a professional player, he has a lot of motivation to be here and hopefully to go all the way to the championship, and hopefully his whole family's life turns around.
Again, I think as you saw there too, a lot of these players, you got to remember, even the audience out there, that a lot of these players here are not just for themselves, but like for their families.
Yeah.
You know, that's one thing that is such a big deal. It's life-changing money. I know we have that with the EWC 2026, and for these players competing here, they all want to help family or, you know, their own selves excel in life, and that's kind of also what's at stake here when we talk about these matchups.
Well, I mean, they're going up against what some have referred to as gatekeepers in Team Spirit. This is a team that has the youngest player, Zhao Egoist, as a jungler in an assassin meta, or a meta that might just be still developing. We'll find out. Kid Bumba, you saw him earlier, Sunset Lover Sao, and Hiko, of course, making up this team that has high hopes. And, of course, championship impact is what they hope to bring to this first set of the day and continue moving on into our top 8. However, we had a chance to speak with Hiko about his expectations going into this matchup against Team Vamos, who no one is underestimating.
Hey, Turner here, and now we are with Hiko from Team Spirit. Hiko, how are you feeling coming to this next matchup?
Yeah, I'm very confident right now.
Very confident right now. I mean, it shows in your gameplay. We saw yesterday that there was a Paquito and a Freya in the gold lane. Does this mean that the fighter gold laners are back?
I think yes, because like yesterday, TLPH was beaten by Aurora, and Sigibum also was playing Paquito Freya, so that's it.
Ah, okay, wait, but like, is that the reason? Like, why are fighters so strong in the gold lane now?
Because marksman cannot do anything versus like assassins like Link, Fanny, something like that, and Paquito and Freya can do something versus them, and you cannot kill easily these fighters in gold lane.
Okay, so they're a lot less vulnerable to the assassins in the meta right now.
Yeah.
But you personally, do you like playing the marksman or the fighters? Because I mean, last time around we saw you at MSC, you were so good on the marksman.
I'm just adapting, like, I don't care anymore about playing fighters or marksmen, so I'm just adapting, I'm playing for team, and, you know, I'm just doing my work here.
So can we expect you to go fighter again in this next matchup?
Maybe, but maybe we will see some marksmen, I don't know, so we'll see in match.
See in the match, because you're head-to-head against Natko,
Yeah.
and I think Natko is also pretty good on the fighters in the gold lane.
Yeah.
What do you think about Natko?
I think he good marksman, good fighter gold lane player, so we'll see who is better right now.
Okay, so we'll see in the game later. So you can't tell me now who's better.
We'll see.
we'll see. But I heard that you've met Natko in scrims. I heard that you are scrim partners with Vamos. Is that true?
We scrimmed like 2 times maybe.
Okay, 1 or 2 times. Does that mean you have more information on Vamos? Does that give you an advantage maybe in this matchup?
We'll see. I don't know.
Okay, he doesn't know. But you did boot camp in Malaysia.
Yeah.
How was that for you? What did you learn from there?
We learn a lot. We adapt to Asian meta, like Asian playstyle, and we have some good information, and we have great preparation for this EWC, so we're very confident in this tournament.
What do you think will be your main challenge against Vamos?
To play discipline.
To play discipline?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think that that's a problem for your team?
No, but you know, team like Vamos, they like to fight, and in these fights you need to like stay calm and like maybe dodge some fights and just play your playstyle, not like enemy playstyle. Yeah.
This will be a very interesting match. And coming into it, do you have a message to Vamos?
Good luck and have fun and enjoy the game.
Okay, thank you so much, Hiko. We'll see you later. And of course, back to you guys.
I don't know, man. Good luck, have fun, enjoy the game. Feels like that could be like start of a horror movie right there against Hiko.
That's the start of
enjoy.
I have nothing to say.
That's a standard.
Let me go.
Let me go, Eterna. Stop asking questions.
This interview has so much to say. I just want to play the game. But yeah,
he did give us some really good insight onto the gold. Why if we were seeing fighters more, it's their ability to deal with assassins.
Yeah, they need to survive, because otherwise, if you do pick a traditional marksman, we've seen it before, you get picked on, right? They're going to go right for that lane, try to take you out of the picture. And, you know, Hiko is one of those prominent players in the gold lane. When he was introduced to us on the international stage, it became Hiko Mania because he got he was the first one. Was this M6 where he got the Savage?
Honestly, I feel like almost every international that he's in, he's got Savages.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
And honestly, the when he played earlier, he could have gotten the Savages, but was stolen by Zar Egoist. Even Mirko's like, bro, why'd you do that, right?
But he's Zar, Egoist.
Zar. He's like,
like, here's the thing.
Egoist, you know?
We even saw yesterday in the Onyx matchup against 57 how Doom was using the Claude. Bro, you could not do anything as a Claude going up against Auroras and the like. So yeah, I feel like in this matchup, getting a marksman is going to be rare, except for Moskov. I feel like Moskov, you can protect yourself.
Well, he's got that pushback, right, on the second ability, and I think that helps to clear out maybe an assassin that's jumping at you. We asked you to get your pick'ems in. You got them in. 83% for Team Spirit. That is lopsided. Team Vamos, LaFell, are you surprised by this or pretty expected the way you think this matchup's going to go?
Roughly expected, just because, again, Vamos coming in, people are saying that in Malaysia, the only threat is Long Range Giants. Vamos is not a big deal, especially because maybe they thought, hey, you know what, maybe against Falcons, Mena, they had a bad day, so Vamos just took advantage of that.
I mean, that's one of the things, Naisu, they said they need to improve on. Everyone thinks that it's SRG. They've won everything. Can they make that moment now?
I think they have to. A lot of people just put SRG, like LaFell mentioned, as that big threat. Well, this is a chance, an opportunity for Team Vamos to take down who a lot of people put in the top 5, you know, power rankings of Team Spirit there. They've been amazing.
Well, we call them the gatekeepers for a reason. Such an incredible squad, but you cannot ever count out Error 404 and Team Vamos. They are on a mission to prove that they belong in the top conversation of teams here from Malaysia and at MSC. We'll find out in Game 1 of this series if it happens.
Oh my, match 1. We already sent one team home by getting their keys crushed. Milosh, what's up in match 2?
Honestly, this one now, at least we're going to take a break from key crushing. We're going to let our crusher, Gertrude, whatever we want to call it at the end of the day, just to rest for a bit until game number 4. Because 2 and 3 are all about the upper bracket. Whoever wins the next 2 matches is able to advance in the upper bracket and secure a spot in the knockout stage. That would be huge for any team here at MSC 26.
I agree, and as we enter the second match of the day, we are battling for the first knockout stages tickets. To my Malaysians in the venue, it's time to Hala Vamos! Back in M6, their journey got cut short by Team Spirit. And as they meet their former foes once again, can Team Vamos settle the score across the boards and make Malaysians proud by getting that first ticket?
Oh, they're going to have a tough time because their opponents are Team Spirit! The Prodigies showed off his skills on day 1 of groups, clearing Ignite Gaming as planned for and even expected. Today, the opportunity to advance to knockouts arises. Can they seize the moment against a tough opponent?
And you know what, Milosh? I think that in the Land of Dawn, this will be a battle of the junglers. We have Error 404 and Zar Egoist, both the Prodigies.
I can't believe it. This is the head-to-head that we've been looking for, and you're only getting this here at the MSC 26 group stage. So please, gentlemen, Team Spirit, please go ahead. My friends at Team Vamos, place your keys. Captains, remember to shake hands. Let's keep it clean for this one because there's a lot on the line. I know there's a lot of respect, but still, there it is. Respect between both of our teams and our captains. Who can advance to the knockout stage? Our first one is up on the board. We'll send it back to our panel to get us ready.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milosh, as we take a look at Team Vamos and Team Spirit. 2 teams with a lot to prove and starting their journey here. Hopefully one moving on into the playoffs, one still having a chance, even if they lose. So maybe a little bit of lighter, maybe a little bit more learning as a feeling here going on, LaFell. It's just you still want to show up for your region, for your team, for your organization, and for yourself. Those bigger stories we talked about. And of course, if you are joining us, I want to remind you that there is a new interactive effect, Happy Rhino Day, brand new in shop. Make sure to check it out. Get those interactive effects. Those look cool.
Rhino Day.
Rhino Day. It's close. Rhino Man, Rain Man?
Rhino Man,
Day,
Rain Man. That can work.
It's something. It's close.
Although I do have to say, we talked a little bit about the jungle matchup, but when we're talking about team spirit, the laners, man, Hiko as well as Kip Bomba, has showed up every single international. Like, I gotta say, like most EXP laners as well as gold laners, they've been quite vocal by saying it's very difficult to go up against them. And even though Kip Bomba in the interview, he's already said, is not thinking about winning the lane anymore. He's really thinking about how he gets out of the lane and actually help out his team. So that's something that we have to see, because so far for Vamos, the clear standout is Era 404.
Yeah.
When we're looking at team spirit, if somehow Zericxnn doesn't have a good time, we still got Hiko, we still got Kip Bomba. So that's something that we can say that, at least for team spirit, there's multiple win conditions.
We are talking about Vamos too, and multiple win conditions. Would you consider Natko a win condition as well, especially in a meta where he's got some EXP, right? He's been an EXP laner before, now in the gold lane, but having a chance to play a fighter in a gold lane means these are pretty familiar heroes for his pool.
Honestly, I hope so. I hope so, because they won the opener match. They went up against Falcons Mena, and his Claude was okay in the gold lane, in the lane itself, but once you get into the team fights, he gets kicked by the Cho. He gets bursted by the jungler, right? So we saw that Natko didn't have that much of an impact, but like Hiko said, it's so hard to survive as a marksman. So I hope they do adjust. I want to see what kind of fighters that he can bring out here.
And that's why also Hiko mentioned that, you know, when it gets to it, you got to stay calm and collected. You got to keep that discipline when it comes to the team fights, because, you know, those gold laners have been through this now for seasons on seasons and tournaments on tournaments. They dealt with that pressure, and yeah, fighter just kind of helps alleviate some of that pressure, I feel like, for a lot of them, and that's why they kind of opt for that. But you can already see too, the Paquita is going to be banned out by Vamos here. Now for Coach Coldstar and the rest of Team Spirit here, we'll see what they're deciding to lean towards, because now that's the case with the meta, because before it was almost so standard that you'd be like, all right, this first pick on blue side, here comes right away the first swing on the red. But now it's like, what does the team want to play around? What is that personality or that composition that they're going to bring to the table? And that's why when LaFell mentioned it earlier, there's just so many different approaches you can take to the draft that it's not as easy to call off those first picks, other than the fact that, yes, you might have an Atlas come through if it's open, a Eudora, the Ling obviously still contested, Herrera hasn't been banned out yet, so that could pop up here in game one.
Well, the Esmeralda, the Paquito banned out. Atlas, I think that's a smart ban, as well as the Fanny. Atlas taken 2 games in a row by GUANGZHOU Gaming and 2 wins for them. I haven't seen some of our teams who have made it into this upper bracket give up Atlas as easily, but notably here, the Era 404 Zhao Igorist matchup still possible for a Herrera and a Ling for either side.
The thing is, Team Spirit, I feel like the question right now is, do they ban out the Eudora? Because I feel like for Vamos, considering, like you said, Ling and Herrera both are open, and I feel like for Era 404, he doesn't matter which he's going to get. So I think
there it is.
That's quite a risk, taking out the Eudora. So this might be a more, what you call, a more predictable kind of draft, but instead Vamos picks up the Freya, because again, Ling and Herrera both are open. So it's kind of like, you take whatever you want, I'm okay with both. And the thing about Era 404 is, he might not even consider either, right? Because he already showed the Guinevere and it was pretty good. So we'll see whether he will default to that again, or just like, you know what, let's fight fire. You pick up the Ling, I'm going to pick up Herrera.
How do you feel about the Phoveus? Nice, just
I think it's good
so far.
Yeah, I think you need to go ahead and grab that, just because, again, you know that there's going to be a lot of chances for you to go ahead and utilize your Infernal Pursuit, or just, again, Phoveus is he's a bulwark from the beginning of the game all the way towards the end, and he's going to have to deal with the dashes. And this is one thing too, you know that potentially if you guys are planning to take the Ling, that Herrera is going to go on the other side, so then again you're utilizing Phoveus to like max capacity here.
And over here, I gotta say, Clockwood is gonna play a pivotal role, because he picked up the Zushin, which is a good way to deal with the Phoveus, but they gotta make sure that they have enough shred. For now, they don't really have that shred just yet, especially because right now for Vamos, it looks like they're opening up an opportunity for them to go for double fighters. The problem is they really don't have a lot of range. They already locked in the Zushin as well as the Herrera. So kind of like Aurora, they gotta win basically immediately, so that it doesn't really matter. But I like that they're opening up a chance for potentially something like a carry, something like a Moskov, to be able to deal with this kind of composition against Team Spirit, which now they have the Valentina. A lot of picks for the Valentina, by the way, here in MSC, but not all of them really worked out that well.
Yeah, it was tough for Asuna and True Ripper's last game. Valentina waiting for that Atlas Fatal Links, but just could not really pull it off, didn't find the right moment to get in. Barat spanned out, which we've seen come into the meta as well, Naisu.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see Bharat's growing in the XP lane. You know, it's just, we're so used to before seeing him in the jungle, and then it was actually Kid Bomba that brought him first to the XP lane, and you know, they're going to be the one to go ahead and ban that out just because, again, they already have their XP laner locked in. They essentially are planning to go ahead and get the upper hand of the XP, which is so important because, like Lefel mentioned, you know, Kid Bomba himself said he wants to get to these fights. He wants to help secure these objectives. That seems to be the main point, where before, and depending on the heroes, sometimes your XP is, I want to win this lane, and try to snowball and make it happen. This is usually the case too with Yu Zhang, for example. Yeah. Like we saw, where if you get an early kill, you get an early snowball in the XP lane, then you're even more deadly than you'd expect on a hero like that. So there's the Moskov ban coming out from Vamos.
Right now I'm looking at Ruby, because Ruby is a potential pick that honestly Team Spirit could take up, because having the Phoveus as well as Ruby, there's a lot of crowd control, making it easier for the lane to go in and out. But Vamos are already banning out the Moskov, because looking at the trend here in Naisu, honestly there is a chance for both teams to have marksmen in this game.
Beleric still available as well. Jerome been picked up and highly prioritized. The answer to the Ling or to the Harara, it feels like if either one of those get off, who do you think feels right now has a better answer? What do they need to do, I guess, if you're looking at Vamos, to have an answer for what this Ling is going to bring on the side of Zhao Egoist?
For Vamos, I feel like they got to pick up an Alice. If they want to play double fighters, pick up an Alice to deal with the Phoveus and basically everyone from Team Spirit. Because right now, they do have the Valentina. It's a mid-range mage. He should have a lot of impact there.
They're most likely, I'm expecting Team Spirit to go ahead and take the Beleric here. I can't see what else they would want to plant into the roam, just because, again, Belric's going to be banned out, so they don't get it. That's good. So now, that leaves the question, what do you pick up in the roam here? You still want to go ahead and wait for your gold lane too, or do you pick it up now? That's something they can play around.
Something that Vamos has used before against Falcons meta was that Minotaur. So maybe that could also potentially be an answer in case they want to go for a lot of bursts. Then the Minotaur with the Flask of the Oasis is able to help them out, survive that initial burst damage, and then eventually just win out. Because looking at the Freya, the Zushin, as well as the Harara, this is telling me in a prolonged fight, we will win.
Yeah, this is why it's such a big decision here right now for Team Spirit. If they want to go ahead and show their cards in the roam. The shields that are going to come through too, I mean, that'll help extend the fight if you're Team Vamos, but it's also just the amount of...
They take it away.
Sustain. They take it away. This is a really good call here, Lefel, too, that you get that. Because think about it, the Minotaur with the Jushin that paired up, that amount of crowd control that comes with that is a whole lot to try to burst through, especially if you're a Ling and you're trying to, you know, find that right window of opportunity to jump in, Tempest Blades, get the damage off. So really good to lock that in. And we wait to see what Hiko's going to end up playing in that gold lane. And so now these last two picks for Team Vamos.
I feel like Alice would be a pretty good answer going up against Team Spirit for now. And then in terms of the roam pick, I think HO could still be serviceable. It is difficult because there is a Phoveus, but they need someone to slow the engage coming in, because the Zushin can pull the Minotaur in. If you want to, they pick up the Melissa. Wow. Melissa as well as the Hylos here. So this is very interesting. They're just saying, in case he goes to the late game, we'll be able to do well. And the Melissa pick really is just to win the lane.
Yeah.
However, interesting enough, Nako before this did not use the Inspired, used the Flicker. I wonder if he will still stick the same style.
Does this do anything with... I don't know. This is me asking. I guess we see the clock, so there's no longer any mystery to my question. But Melissa, in this kind of like bruiser heavy, you know, approach where there's a lot of CC and stun, does she help to peel that a little bit?
Yeah, honestly, she does. The go away helps a lot when it comes to dealing with picks like the Phoveus. Against the Ling, maybe not, because I feel like the Ling's range still gets into Melissa, and then 2 or 3 hits, she's gonna die. But I feel like part of the reason they picked this up is to deal with the Phoveus, because the first 3 picks, they don't have an answer for the Phoveus. The Hylos as well as Melissa does.
They do have the range damage now as well. 2 undefeated teams so far in their first series, now looking to stay undefeated or see if they will drop out to face the eliminated team, or at least the team in the lower bracket side, GUANGZHOU Gaming. We'll find out in just a moment as we kick off our Series 2 of the day, Game 1 versus Team Vamos and Team Spirit.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Here, we're going to see our second best of 3 play out. Luckily, no pressure. None of their keys are going to get destroyed, but truly, looking for that qualification spot has put enough of a spotlight on both of our teams here today. It's going to be Vamos on the blue side facing up against Team Spirit. For anyone just tuning in, welcome.
Hey, even though there's no pressure of being eliminated, that qualification spot being the first one to knockouts, that's going to be massive for them as they get to watch everybody else with no pressure, having all the prep time in the world to make it to the knockout stage. Now, let's talk a little bit about this matchup, Gideon. The Melissa pickup there for Vamos, and I'd say really good move by Spirit, just holding out for Hiko's pick all the way to the end. The Claude is a known counter against this Melissa. Another thing you guys need to know, though, is the flicker choice, not the Inspire for the Melissa. With the new Melissa, you go for pull yourself together, you rack up those assists, and you get the cooldown on flicker very quickly up.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want here, is they're already looking for the early invade. They might get first blood here, but TS decide, no, we're not going to contest the Lethal Wanderer, let them have it, we're going to play for the later half of the game anyways. I think that at this stage, and especially, with the pull, hold up, an early flicker getting baited out, actually forced out from Sunset Lover.
Still pretty oppressive in lane, man. The juice in, even after all these nerfs. Again, it's to pull yourself together for Natco. All about picking up those assists, getting to a point where the flicker's on super low cooldown, and then just surviving throughout these skirmishes, being that consistent damage source. Zaur, already level 4, but I don't think going on Clockhood is wise right now with the flicker up and with the Brave Smite.
Probably not the greatest idea, but I like the fact that Supat has opted to go for the Weakness Finder just to say, you know what, as much as I love Warcraft, I want to punish Kid Bomba in the lane as much as I possibly can, and they're looking for it now.
Yep, rotation over, Bomba able to still pick up that XP crab now against Supat, jumps in twice, but Zkeef is going to rotate over as well. Kid Bomba with the Dark Wave landing on 2 now. Flickers out of safety, and for the pursuit is already there. The Tempest of Blaze comes in with Sour Egoist, and Subpot's gonna get baited under. First blood away. Sour with the Divine Blaze getting away, but now to the Lantern Flare to throw him back into Zkeef. And it's a double pickup as Sawo with no flicker is fed right onto the Hirara.
Can they get anything more for this? And it looks like no, nothing else. The Glorious Pathway being stolen away as topside. Natco doing a pretty good job in this lane, staying very, very healthy. But with everything that has happened, at least for Kid Bomba's side, hey, we delayed this, now we have to refight for it.
Dark Wave again, now the Glorious Pathway stolen by Sunset Lover. Retry coming out for error. Sour was still on the purple buff, and it's just a good escape as Zkeef lays down the carpet to get them all out.
Yeah, but this means it's an instant invade on the side of Team Spirit, right? They're not going to give this up. They know for a fact, hey, Zkeef has the recall. He already used the Glorious Pathway. He's not going to be here for a couple of seconds. So let's take what we can get and quickly rotate back over to the mid lane. Maybe give some pressure over to Hiko, because so far, it looks like he's getting punished.
Zkeef's been playing an amazing game, man. Getting these Law and Orders at the right time, also just slowing Bomba. It's a zoning that we didn't get to see for some of the games we witnessed yesterday, and now they're already putting the pressure onto Zaur. Ego is giving Error 404 all the space to take lethal, to take control of enemy map, and just to get that advantage that they have technically already built up with that first hurdle.
Honestly, the one thing I'm really happy with the meta right now is the way that, you know, the jungle is intended to go vertically against each other in these moments. I mean, obviously, Ling is super, super quick, but at the same time, if you make some decisive decisions, and more importantly, you actually struggle to fight for the tempo, you can get first movements in certain parts of the map. And you can tell, with the side laners, they want to keep it as neutral as possible to punish the opponents, but those mid lanes are constantly moving around.
And that was the reason me and you, Gideon, during the draft, were talking about a Cho pick instead of this Minotaur for Sawo, something that could guarantee the mid prio to rotate around the map. That right now, Vamos have complete control of. Look at this. Error, double immobilization now with a stun of the Law and Order, and the pickup straight into Error again. Forces the Glorious Pathway defensively. Subpot as well with prio down below. Zaur's gonna have to look for the Retribution. That he does. 18 seconds for the turtle. Vamos. Well, Error also used Retry, so he'll have it quicker.
I think overall, I think it's all right. At the end of the day, it's no harm, no foul. It's still putting Error in a pretty decent position, and at the same time, his Retribution is going to come back up just slightly earlier, 5 seconds worth of difference between the two. So let's see how TS is going to delay this, right? They're all ascending.
Oh God, Zkeef, so well played, but clock on Error 404. The easiest turtle take for him as Bomba's not there to do anything. Sawo throwing back again. Minion Spear, the flicker backwards. Now look at the puppet. Oh, the Muddle's doing damage. They're gonna go for the siege in the mid lane here. Zericxnn with the Tempest of Blades, still up, pops it in, now goes for it. It's just a clear with the red tree onto the mini waves in the mid lane.
That's good, that's good. You need to make sure that mid tier 1 stays open. Nako, he shouldn't be punished here unless Kid Bomba is willing to flicker for it, but even so, without no get away from me, it's gonna be a lot harder for Nako to keep himself alive. That battle spell, so valuable on all fronts. And yeah, as you mentioned, we were talking about initially getting the Cho just to kind of maybe force out Purifies and also have a quicker rotation overall. Every side needs a concussive blast user.
Someone's got no flicker, they want to abuse that fact.
Wait, didn't Hiko see them? No way Hiko did not see them. What was Hiko doing?
Runs him down with the rest of the team.
Upon all the vision, bro, I don't understand what Hiko was doing.
This is great. This is great for Vamos, and better yet, you can just tell. It's all not only is it about tempo, but just remembering how long does it take for the
Melissa's buff,
to
I
get
guess.
back up. So again, when you are on CD, your opposing team are looking to punish. And so far, Vamos has gotten a little bit more value all across the board in comparison to TS. But
bro, no
it's only
way Vamos are
not the
beating
biggest
Team
lead in the
Spirit.
world for Vamos. We need to see the conversions after Natco gets unlocked.
And instantly after that statement, they find the conversion on the turret up top. Now it's going to give him so much more room to bully and deny farm from Zericxnn. Again, you can see Error. He's trying to force his way into enemy jungle, constantly trying to put that pressure while stealing these camps.
Oh, it's about that mid control. Now the dive.
Bomb over the dark wave. Those
bro, Melissa is shredding.
Back straight on. Sauro has him in his fury. Won't go for it. Hiko doing some damage right now. Sapat's able to pick up the turret down below. And look at the muddles. Poking Spirit down, all of them clumping together under this tier 1. Error is going to get another free
That's why I felt.
Luckily, it's Flying Cloud, so unfortunately, despite, forcing the recalls early on, Vamos, they're not done just yet. They want this mid-tier 1.
Bomba can't do anything. He's going to have to flicker out. Mini's Fury knocking him up, but Nako was able to flicker out of safety.
Oh my god.
Sawa with yet another knockout. Now a flicker out for Sawa, but Clockun is a bit too aggressive. Did not want to use the Crimson Beacon, nor the flicker.
Yep, got punished for it hard, and now they lose tier 1 up top side as well, just because they were so adamant on trying to break this mid-tier 1. Overall, it's not the worst thing in the world, but you can see that at least for Team Spirit, they're not completely out of this just yet. It's a matter of time before they can start clumping up and fighting front to back, which, to be fair, is in Vamos' favor, assuming that Nako has that battle spell up, because he's going to get dove on pretty quickly by Zericxnn, and that's going to cost him resources.
Sawa knows there's no flicker on Nako, but he has to disengage now. Bomba, no flicker. He's going to be caught all alone, immobilized and isolated. Error 404 picks up his first Sky Piercer stack. Wants a bit more, just a bit of poke onto Sunset Lover.
They've got 2 tier 1s, top and bot side. They need to get this conversion soon, or at the very least, try and take away that purple buff, which has been a big contestation for the early stages of the game. Luckily for Zericxnn, he's more than willing to actually use his retribution to secure it every single time, and now he's got a level above Arrow 4-4.
It's so difficult for Hiko to walk up right now. In a 1v1, he should do well against the Melissa, but with Z keep on the high lows, it's almost never 1v1. Sunset caught on the bad spot. The Dark Wave lands. Error is caught. Now the peel for the rest of the team as Error is able to escape as the Tempest of Blades comes in from Zaur. Bomba's in the comic Glorious Pathway and the Lantern Flare as well. Bomba's able to flicker out to safety, but it's going to be for the pursuit that saves him from a bit. Sapana and Turret taken down as well. Hiko now puts the pressure over the Blazing Duet on Error.
Nice, Hiko, come on. Yes, Hiko kills him.
Nice. That glowing one of Sunset Lover that takes him down.
Good punish. It should have been a 1-for-1 there. Bit of an overextension so far, but it's not over because so far Nako has been playing one hell of a game. Even when the frontliners start to peel backwards, they don't necessarily escape the danger. And with the get away from me, that's a clear sign we can't go any further than this line.
Zaur is still a level ahead. It's 3 turtles to Vamos with so much pressure from Vamos. Yet Zaur finds himself in the lead right now. Purple buff not available for him. Retribution
Jesus Christ.
Steals it away somehow. Bomba's gonna have to run away with no flicker. He pops in the Dark Wave and goes in for a desperate move, but Zeki picks up the Lord and a killing spree.
Oh my goodness, that has got to be so upsetting. I mean, I can only imagine, like, especially if you're in Zericxnn position.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like, he comes back. I've tried my hardest to try and save it, and I think he might have retreated too early. Let's see it right here.
Oh, he did! Like, it was right on the border. He retreated right as he got. Oh, God.
I hate the fact that this visual indicator, that line is too thick. We need a cleaner line here to know exactly when, or do the smart thing and crunch the numbers as they're looking to siege underneath the inhibitor.
Muddles placed down. Nako now brings it back. Hiko's gonna be caught by the stun of Law and Order. And the Lord is still very much healthy down below. Vamos are playing this clean siege game against Team Spirit.
This is disgusting. We're used to the sieges coming in from like the Yves, the Farsas, but now when we have Muddles, it's just constantly being thrown underneath that inhibitor. And there's very little that Team Spirit can actually do in these moments. Luckily, at least, with the Lord crashing down on the Holy Shielding side, maybe they've got an opportunity.
Uh-oh. Bamba popped in. That shoulder bash a bit too far. He gets baited out of it. Dark Wave lands on everybody. But he gets taken out now. Falcon with the Crimson Beacon zoning Hiko away. He has to BMI backwards at the Ling. Zaur has to handle down below. That's a far lane base turret taken for Vamos.
So far, this Melissa pick has been doing wonders. Even though it's not picking up the most amount of kills, being 0-4 on those assists is great enough. He's peeled for his frontliners more times than the actual supports.
Again, it's the Muddles. Onto the back, doing some damage. Just poke and poke. Spirit able to keep their two base turrets alive, but I think for Vamos, it's already a win. They wanted the far lane, they wanted that control. They didn't want Zaur to be able to dictate the pace of that far lane, and now he shouldn't be able to.
All right, I think we need a quick item look here. We see the hand cams, everybody, top tier mechanics here. Trying to make sure that they're keeping up fast, but we need to see what they currently have. 3 items already done here for this Melissa, looking for a winsome nature just to keep themselves alive against someone like the Claw, who, unfortunately for Hiko, hasn't completed the Trinity himself. From everybody else, I'm most worried about anybody who wants to go up forward, people like Kid Bomba, because the Ice Queen's wand is completed for Claw Queen, so running away is even harder.
The biggest problem I see right now is the fact that they just don't have enough damage, right? Like, this composition really relies on both Zaur and Hiko to be ahead. Zaur's doing a pretty good job at keeping things level despite the 3 turtles that Vamos have taken, but Hiko on the other side, because they've been trying to give all the farm to Zaur, Hiko has suffered. He's only now finished up the Swift Trinity. And you can see it's almost a 1-item difference here. Natko gonna pick up the win of nature very soon.
Yeah, I mean, as much as Klokun has already, given his life in weird times, he's still a full item up in comparison to Sunset Lover. I mean, yes, the Lightning Truncheon is always going to be good for that extra bit of damage, but there's so much to stand on Subbot. Unless he gets it on Natko, I don't see it happening.
Zaur's gonna try to go for the steal right now, but he's only able to get the pinch. Boys, Kid Bomba flickers out, but there's no one there to help him out. That's the Lancer Flare, bring him back Subbot right there as well. Glorious Pathway in a massive Dark Wave, but it won't be enough as Natko cuts him down. And that's enough gold just for the kill on Bomba to get him a win of nature.
They've got the kill angle here. Natko has already completed the wins of nature. If Hiko even fully stacked with the Art of Thievery, with the fully stacked golden... wait, hold on. What do they have? They're just trying to muscle their way in.
Oh, error almost bursted Hiko down. Zaur up top to buy some time against Sunset Lover, forced to flicker out of Sunset. Able to bait for Zaur. He goes in for the 1v1 against Error, but the Lord is right there. His Clockers able to pick up Zaur. That's 1v1. Zaur picking up the kill onto Error. Now goes for the Blaze as well. The Blaze even comes around for Hiko. But he's able to BMI out of the Law and Order. Now it's Bomba. Respawns back. Zaur gets caught by the Monos. Bomba has to jump in front of pursuit onto Natko. The win of nature saving him right now as Bomba's going to have to jump one more time. Clockers right there. Bomba with the jump again. Now it's Hiko with the rest of the world. Natko kiting back. Hiko with the BMI. Vamos on the base. It will just be game 1. Vamos.
So close to the wipeout, but what an absolute destruction of the base there. Again, I thought at some point Vamos was going to start backing up, but sheer confidence saying, hey, no, I've got the damage, I've got the items. We just have to play this perfectly and peel backwards, and we can win the game.
There were so many fights happening everywhere on the map in that final siege, Gideon. It was Error distracting Zaur from going for the rest of the team. The rest of the team capitalizing on the fact that Zaur, the main guy, the only guy who actually had enough damage to threaten the Melissa, was kept away.
I think
does she want to cry?
What Hiko said, we gotta play discipline.
It's just game 1, chill.
When you look at these highlights, what has that discipline gotten them into, right? In these moments, I think it came down to that draft. Unfortunately, that Minotaur pick may not necessarily be that great. It's great in team fights, don't get me wrong, and it's one of Zaur's best picks overall in internationals based on the statistics. But when it comes down to running away, he can't help you. He's there for the engage, and that's about it.
it just felt like they didn't have enough damage all throughout the game here. And this big red tree whiff is something that they're definitely going to have to fix for game number 2. These things cannot happen. Get our reactions there. It's after the red tree, and it was
the red tree. It was Zeke stealing it away. It's one of those moments that you expect junglers to be always on the dot on when there is no retribution user on the opposite side. But there's a lot to talk about. But we're gonna save those points for Rain Day and the boys up on the stage. Let's throw it over to the studio.
Thank you, Gideon and Mirko. Great cast there.
Nice
Game
game,
one
nice
as
game,
Vamos
nice game,
takes
nice
the
game,
win over
Vamos.
Team Spirit. As we welcome you back to the panel, my name is Rain Day, and I'm joined by LaFell and Naisu. And guys, that was a game that gave us some fireworks for sure. Many people thinking Team Spirit were going to come out strong, but it was Vamos with that draft that really set things up. Melissa maybe rounding out a team that just Spirit had a hard time dealing with.
I like how the Melissa is just it's this weird pick right now that gets brought up, but then when you see it in action, especially against a team composition like this from Team Spirit, it works so well. There's a whole lot of choke points that they try to go into, and with the Glorious Pathway and the Go Away working synergistically together, there wasn't much room for Team Spirit to actually follow Kid Bomba into a fight, and like the boys on the cast mentioned, there's just so much delay happening here with your main damage dealers on that composition that it slipped out of their hands quickly.
And I know the draft was a big talking point. It was in the green room for a moment. Vamos seemingly like they won that. They certainly won the game. LaFell, what were your thoughts taking a look at it a little bit more in depth before we head into game 2?
I mean, like, first of all, Vamos winning is already, like, quite the surprise, but it's about how they won, because Vamos was known as a team that's like a hurricane, right? They just come in with a lot of chaos, and yet over here, there's a lot of control, and that's where we're going to be seeing in the draft here, where, interestingly enough, we got to talk about this Melissa pick, because usually when we're looking at the gold lane, is usually position 1, but this is not a position 1 gold lane. It's almost like either 2 or 3 or 4, because this is the closest that we can get to a support marksman that we can really see, because not only is her job to protect, which is already pretty weird, but also to siege, because that's the thing that is lacking from Vamos, which is they don't have range, right? So that Melissa helps out a lot, where the rest of them, they just want to be there to protect. And then when we look at Team Spirit, this is the unfortunate thing, because the one that was heavily countered was both the Minotaur as well as the Phoveus. And funny enough, they're countered by the same pick, which is the Zushin. And this is one of those picks that, like you, Raindy, has said, Zushin has been banned out quite a lot. The moment that she's not banned out, we see the value here, because the Minotaur is good at engaging, but he likes to engage when he wants to engage, not when he's forced in that bad situation. And now we're going to be looking at some of the clips. Oh, hold on, one more other thing is that he has low HP. He has low HP, making it so that if he gets caught, he's dying. That's why the Minotaur didn't look good in the early stages of the game. And this is where I really want to look at the pick here for Nako, using this Melissa, where we're going to be seeing an engage coming in from Team Spirit. And then look at what happened here, right?
Huge.
As we look closer, we can see that the Melissa using the go away, making it so that whoever tries to get in close, she'll be able to push people away. In fact, let's actually zoom in and see that for Team Vamos, once they see the ult going, everyone tries to go in. We even see Clockwood making his way towards the go away. We see the Arrow 404 run towards the go away, making it a perfect defense, right? This makes it so that for Team Spirit, they want to do something. They just can't. They were stopped short. And then we're going to be looking at the second clip here. And this is, I would say, an important thing to look at as well. Look at the positioning of Team Vamos, but more importantly, look at Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba will always be the sole target, as we see him hovering around, trying to find some form of space, and yet Vamos just quickly engage. Look at ZK being the primary one, even though Kid Bomba flickered. Usually after flicker, you'd be safe, but look at the relentless pursuit. He was singled out, and the reason why this is so annoying for Team Spirit is, where's the front line? Right? Once your wall is out of the picture, no one is there to protect you. When there's no protection, none of your damage dealers really can move forward. So right now, honestly, what Vamos did well is eliminate the Minotaur and eliminate the Phobius. When there's no protection, everyone's dying.
And it's one thing to have a good idea in a draft. It's one thing to execute it. And they clearly saw those moments where they could take advantage of Kate Bomba and find a kill and then open up the rest of the game, finish off that Lord. It was a dominant performance from Vamos. It was a great draft. It was a great game. And one of the reasons why was that Melissa that went on to Natco at the end. We had a chance to actually catch up with the gold laner before this match.
We're now here with Natco from Team Vamos.
Hello.
Natco,
Yeah.
how are you? Apa kabar?
I'm very excited lah.
Very excited. Why are you so excited?
Because after we win this match, we're going to playoff. So
Okay, you're going to the knockout stages. What does it mean to you that you get to go to knockouts?
that's our
goal.
Yeah, that's our goal.
Okay, so that's your goal right now, but on the way there, you're gonna have to go through a very strong team, Team Spirit.
Yeah.
And I heard that you guys have scrimmed together a few times. Is that true?
Few times, yeah.
So is that something that you can, use in this next match?
It could be, yeah. So,
Okay.
Let's see.
Is there any insider info that we should know about Team Spirit?
They're very strong at, I don't know, maybe at team fight. Yeah, they're very strong at team fight.
Team fights. How do the scrims usually go? Do you usually win? Do you lose?
Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose.
Ah, okay. So 50-50.
50-50.
50-50. In this next match, how do you think the game's gonna go?
What next match?
Against Team Spirit.
Against Team Spirit, I think we can maybe win, but
Ah,
maybe it's
okay.
close win.
So that's going to be an exciting match, isn't it? Especially that you're going head-to-head in the gold lane against Hiko.
Hiko. Is that?
What do you think about Hiko?
Hiko, I think he's a great player also because he can use fighters, he can use marksmen, so it's gonna be a good fight lah.
What do you personally like? Do you like the assassins or do you like the fighters in the gold lane?
I prefer the gold lane fighter lah.
Fighters? Why fighters?
Because fighters usually, I don't know, maybe the team fight will be very strong at fighters.
Okay, so the team fights are going to be strong with fighters. But we saw yesterday that you picked up a Melissa.
Melissa, yeah.
Why did you pick the Melissa there?
Yeah, we train with Melissa, and then I think Melissa also good against melee heroes.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's our strategy. Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why you picked up the Melissa. Is Melissa good against the assassins as well?
The assassins, yes.
Okay, so it's one of the choices that you have when you want to go marksman.
That's right.
Do we think that we'll see another Melissa?
Let's see.
Let's see.
Yeah.
But compared to you and Hiko, who do you think is the better gold laner?
I think we both have the same gameplay. So I think 50-50 lah.
50-50. So it's all gonna come back down to this next match.
Yeah, that's right.
So do you have a message maybe for Team Spirit or maybe even for Hiko?
For Hiko, I don't know, maybe let's give the best gameplay.
Okay.
Laning maybe.
We're excited. We're excited for that laning. Thank you so much, Natko, for this
thank you.
interview. We're going back to you guys.
Bye.
Well, just polite trash talk. I mean, another thank you, good luck.
They're struggling now.
You're an amazing player. It's just, we love to see it. MLBB staying positive. Now, we get Vamos and Team Spirit in game one. It's a 13-41, guys. Vamos takes the win. That Melissa does come out as expected, Naisu.
Yeah, it's, you know, not many players. It's been Natko to bring it out and make it work. And I like the way LaFell pointed it. He was like, you know, this is, hey, there's the good shot, by the way, for the master desk.
I need to see that move again.
They
I
were
see that in the
feeling
green
it.
room.
I mean, like, I gotta say, even though the Melissa was kind of like more of a support for that one, she still did over 100,000 damage in 13 minutes.
That's
mind you.
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous to get 100K on Melissa, but in 30 minutes, that just showed in lane, he was able to do a lot. And every time sieging, Natko was there dealing that damage. I was surprised to look at that damage in 30 minutes.
How much of that was muddles is what I want to know.
I think all of them were muddles, man. I love all of them.
I love this hero. I've played against Melissa. I played as Melissa a little bit last night. Just so fun as she's popped up in the meta. Trying to do my research and getting some experience. And it's been fun to see that go away, have that impact. We'll see if it continues to do so. Question, I mean, is it crazy to think that people ban out a Melissa against this team?
Oh, that's a good question because there's just, it seems like there's really good bands that you'd rather take care of than a Melissa. I think you just need to look at it as what do we want to pick to play against
to
that
not
Melissa.
get trapped.
Yeah, to not get trapped. Because they already saw the Jushin picked up earlier on in the first phase.
I feel like one thing that Team Spirit has to look out for is not walk into a trap, because they already saw the Zushin and they know the heroes that they have can be countered by that one pick. So I feel like that was one of those ego checks to say like, yeah, we know you got this hero, but it has been nerfed quite a few times. We feel like we can play around it. Clearly not. So I feel like for Kid Bomba being like one of the pillars for Team Spirit, don't let him pick up his hero first to potentially get countered, especially a pick like Phoveus. Phoveus is like S tier, but the moment you have 1 or 2 counters, he is
like B tier, maybe B. He drops down.
Probably garbage, you know? Like there's nothing that he could. I had that experience multiple times. I'm like, you know what? First pick, I'm picking up Phoveus. I have 3 counters. You know what? Have fun 4v5. Guys.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything.
Well, that's important. I mean, it was really like this great setup where they had the Zushin finally let through. They allowed it to go. They banned the Fanny. They banned the Atlas. And then they were kind of teasing that, well, when we pick up the Freya, you're probably going to go Phoveus because he's still open. But then with the Melissa as the final pick, it sets them up. And this is a good response, I think, if you're looking at Spirit, but also as Vamos, because they take the Freya away, which they played.
As well as the Paquitos. It looks like Coach Valdo is here. He's just saying, like, as long as we don't give them crazy fighters, they're still human. We can fight them. If they get a Paquito, they get the Freya, then that's going to be an absolute nightmare going up against Team Spirit. Oh, look at this, Hiko. Both Team Spirit and Aurora bootcamp in Malaysia, and because he drafted fighter gold lane so far, I do have to say, when it comes to boot camping in Malaysia, it's not really going up against Malaysia teams. It's more about the accessibility. You know, there's a lot of good places where you can have the majority access for the Southeast Asia region, making it quite easy to find scrims, you know, easy to get food, transportation, and all those kind of things.
I think Kid Bomba's mentioned that in an interview where they asked them, where's your favorite place to boot camp? And he mentioned it was Malaysia.
First, a lot of people speak English, so it's very
That's true, too.
That's easy.
And he mentioned the food as well.
Yeah.
Love the food.
Always got to look at the food. I mean, if you're going to be there for a while, you got to think, guys, what are we eating after and before these scrims? Maybe even during these scrims. I don't know. A little snack here and there. Kind of hard to do on a mobile game. Kid Bomba picking up the Atlas. Obviously, this Atlas going roam, but the fact that Atlas is available, it seems like it's a setup that they wanted to have in terms of an upper hand that was not in the pool last time. Harar and Valentina as a response.
I'm really feeling like this Eudora ban is helping out Aero 404 quite a bit, because that's kind of what he wants. And now Team Spirit, they're taking some notes, and they're
oh my god, this draft is going fast.
And now Belleric gets picked up, and comparing the Belleric to the Minotaur, even if Belleric gets picked up, he ramps up very fast in terms of getting his HP. So going up against Zushin, he doesn't mind that much getting picked up by... I do have to say, I also would not mind getting picked up by Zushin.
I also would not mind that. I know a few people who wouldn't mind that, you know. But it does make sense, because if you actually do get picked up and thrown, then you just Wrath the Dryad, and your team actually has a moment to actually follow up through it, you know.
A free flicker.
Free flicker.
So the Harar Ling, we'll see that matchup. Zushin changes sides, and the Atlas available. We'll see the Harith ban.
Right now, honestly, like the thing that we're seeing from both teams is there's a lot of crowd control here, because
there's the Melissa fan you asked about earlier.
I mean,
hey, man. Against Vamos specifically,
call me the MLBB expert up here, okay?
But let's look at this, right? Basically, 2 heroes from Spirit has a lot of crowd control between the Atlas as well as the Zushin. Same as Vamos with the Valentina as well as the Belleric. Valentina sure has to get a Terrify off first for that to really happen, but Valentina can steal away the Fatal Link. So I feel like for the first 3 picks, it is quite even in the sense of how much crowd control both teams have right now. So this is going to be quite the question, because neither have shown any fighters or marksmen. They're still opening up the draft big enough to really consider, do we want to go fighters? Do we want to go marksmen? Right now is the battle between Coldstar and Valdo to see like who's going to show their hand first. And that's going to be an important red 4 pick to not immediately show which direction they're going.
Yeah, we did see it was Team Spirit in the last one where they waited for that Hiko pick towards the end, and that seems to be the nature right now of where we're going with the meta now after a few days, where you kind of wait on to that gold lane pick if it's going to be a marksman or if it's going to be a fighter, as that changes things, I would say, especially. But, you know, already waiting for the last ban here from Team Spirit. Are they going to go and hone in on that gold lane? Yeah, maybe the Moskov, just because then, oh no, they go the Barretts. Wow, they're going to go for the XP choice.
Yeah, high priority for Team Spirit. That's the second time they've banned Barretts, and Kid Bumba's been known to be a fan of it. And so that's gone and taken away. Ruby also has been gone and taken away. We talk about playing into this meta. Sometimes Ruby can be that final pick that changes the way you attempt to fight into her. And the Moskov being let through this time goes the way of Vamos, most likely on Natco, right?
I like this pick because, again, it already counters the Ling, and it's kind of helping out Supat here, where he can see the EXP matchup before really going for anything. They pick up the Claw, so this is going to be a marksman-marksman matchup. The Esmeralda is still open. We'll see whether that is where Team Spirit is going with. And they pick up the Uranus, so Vamos, they have a choice. They can pick up a CC for more damage. They can pick up an Esmeralda just to have another front line for the team, which I feel like that might be where they're leading.
Yeah, I'm thinking Esmeralda for this. Just, you want to go ahead. Which also just basically makes that XP lane, you know, a no contest lane. They just do their thing and then they rotate.
It's just a toxic relationship. They just keep on hating each other but not do anything about it.
We used to call it the eternal battle.
The eternal battle, never ending.
Call it a toxic relationship.
Either or.
You're supposed to get out of those.
I mean, like, if you really think about it, both are kind of the same.
So they're going to rotate lane pretty quickly, right, to get out of that toxic relationship?
A celestial being against an exotic dancer. Not really the pair you thought we'd have.
Don't have a lot of experience with that matchup, to be fair.
I mean, like,
coming
in MLBB, we have Patrick, so.
That's true.
So, you know, logic doesn't really help.
There's the Esmeralda as the final pick here. Couple of bans let through. The Moskov is the Bellatric, as well as the Atlas and the Uranus. All of those characters banned. The Valentina as well picked up. Harar and Ling, as we've seen. Zauer Egoist and Arrow 404 ready to go back at it. The question with the Minotaur from Team Spirit was, did they have enough peel? Could they continue these fights? They certainly had the engage, but it wasn't a match. With the Atlas now alongside the Uranus, they certainly will have answered that question, but can they respond in kind with Vamos and the Bellaric and this squad to see if they can 2-0 Team Spirit? What a start for this upper bracket matchup that would be. And for that, we need to send it back over to our casters. Mirko, Gideon, how are we feeling about this one?
I'm glad you asked. We're feeling pretty okay about it. I mean, both sides have very similar ideas. However, there's going to be some slight nuances as we start heading on to game number 2. Keep in mind, for those who are just tuning in, Vamos is currently 1-0 and match point. It's up to Team Spirit to turn things around. But let's talk about the lanes per matchup, right? The mid lane obviously is going to be a little bit difficult here overall for Clockman, but at least he's got Zkeef on his side, but without any concussive blast. So really, it's going to boil down to how well can we trade.
Look at that. Perfect match already. A throwback Lancer flare. Great taunt from Zkeef, and it will be the win for Vamos. At least in the early trade, all right? Gold lane, it should be Natco with an advantage with the Spear of Misery early on with the trades. We don't talk about XP.
Yeah, we don't talk about XP.
That's Uranus.
Well, I think that the only thing that we need to highlight is the fact that Supat might be susceptible to a gank. Keep in mind that this time we are seeing Zara Ego is starting on the bottom side of the map. He will end up on purple side. More hopefully it doesn't get stolen away. And he's also running the war cry. So he's got a bit of damage in the early stages.
Yeah, Bomba's not going to have a fun time. Flocko with the splash as well. Oh my goodness. The Celestial Being just got bonked by the exotic dancer's friends.
Yeah, and this is a pretty interesting gank opportunity. So, clearing the bottom side for the side of Arrow 404, opts to skip his entire top ganks to follow
Okay.
Alright,
let's go. Natco.
1-for-1 with the trade.
Natco is dead.
The Blaze come around even with the Purify.
It's
just
equal
like
now. 1-1 Vamos
are able to
TS.
capitalize a bit better off of a kill with the entire turret goal, actually.
Oof, that's good. That's really what you want to see, especially for these economically hungry style of heroes. Now, as we see TS start making their way over into the mid lane, the first contestation of this turtle is up for grabs for anyone. I think that Vamos should still have the advantage. Zara, unfortunately, still doesn't have his retribution for another 4 more seconds. They might attempt to re-gank bot side, knowing that Nako doesn't have his Purify.
Even a fatal links committed there by Klokun after the Purify of Sunset Lover.
Let's go TS, let's go TS. Come back, come back, come back, come back, come back, TS.
Bomb is trying to shoo Hirara away from topside jungle when it comes down to just Team Spirit again. Yeah, playing around that bot side.
Hiko's still level 3.
Perfect match.
And they are being very aggressive.
Pops in a bit of damage. Sour was going to be careful here. Error did not go for the immobilization. Respect.
Looked like
okay, I can respect that as well.
Hiko is still level 3.
Battle spell be good, but the invasion might just be better. Look at that.
Kid Bomb was already rotated as well. Suppot under turret has the Purify. Bomba with the chase now. They've taken the golem, and that should just be it.
It's definitely a show of force for the side of Vamos. This is a lot of conditioning being put onto Zara Egoist. He might get a little greedy and call for more help, but they're immediately on the opposite side trying to take away this purple buff.
No retry! They force Sour to retry on the orange buff. Error had a free purple buff to take. Oh my god.
It's great, right? And now they set up for another attack on that top side once again. Luckily, Kid Bomba is able to at least get the EXP grab at this point. But just look at the way that everybody's starting to play this. Hiko, with the advantage that he has put some great damage, structural damage even, on bot tier 1. And at the same time, Zara, he's looking for that opportunity again.
Unfortunately for Bomba, it was actually still Error who got it. Just that little tick of that retry, or a little tick of the jungle. Burn. Unfortunately for Bomba, unable to last hit it, so Error is just 2 levels ahead this time. A completely, well, now it's 6, but 1 level. He's about to get 2 levels though as he gets a purple buff.
It's a completely different difference.
Yeah, a completely different story to game number 1, where again, Zara was still able to keep the lead from going too far from at least that jungle matchup.
And he's got to maintain this for a while until he gets his items. So this is what we should expect, especially in the earlier stages in the Hirara versus Ling matchup. And Hiko, now we're seeing that Vamos are trying to tilt the scales into Natko's favor, give him a little bit of support. His top side is kind of done for at this point. But even Kid Bomba is getting involved and really opening up this map.
Opening it up against Error 404. Immobilized already. Pops the consecration. And then lane's going to be Sunset Lover with a
Bro, they are zoning Sunset. Sunset is dead. Hiko blazing to it.
Bro,
Jesus. Like, Vamos are systemizing
and it just works
CS,
perfectly. Now they go into the mid lane and threaten the turtle at the same time.
Unfortunate indeed.
Honestly,
if that Wrath of Gyro was just moved a little bit. Oh, whoa. Suppot might be in some trouble. He just ran out of mana, but luckily he does get his item down. Error, do you really still want to be here?
Hiko's going to be able to steal that one away. Sawa with a perfect match.
Bro,
gets Error out.
Vamos are literally playing pretty
Even the
well.
gold lead at bay, but Vamos have been outplaying them in a lot of these skirmishes.
It's really interesting to see because, again, a lot of commitment has been given down to this bottom side. Like, even both Kid Bomba and Suppot have been leaving this lane and honestly wasted 2 waves neutrally blowing up in each other's face. That doesn't matter. They've missed out on that little bit of gold, and I think they can be a little more efficient of it. The only problem is that now you're missing that bottom tier 1. You have to deal with Hiko already unlocked from the lane. Double waving now has to be the only way to kind of keep Natko up financially against Hiko.
Now they go back to the same plan. Give Zaur one of the side lanes, and Hiko's gonna have to share with the rest of the team right now. Zaur. I would love to see the items right now to see if Natko is ahead or if Hiko's actually doing better. Fatal Links with the Blazing Duet coming down now onto Klokun. Hiko's gonna stay on him, but he's so tanky after stealing the Fatal Links himself.
No one is dying. This is a very bad fight for Team Spirit. Jesus Christ,
nah.
Vamos
are just punishing Spirit.
A surprising amount of damage. Zipper, pull up the items. We gotta know, where are they currently at in their power spikes? Suppot doesn't have to worry about Zara until he's got about 2 items down. Until we see that HAUSA Claw and Berserker's Fury, it's gonna be really difficult to win out on a majority of these 1v1s. But let's check out that replay just one more time, because Ziki completely making sure that Kid Bomba and Sunset Lover were not able to capitalize on a pretty precarious situation from Vamos. Worst yet, the SOD connecting to give that extra bit of damage that they needed, luckily piercing through multiple targets.
You can see that frustration, man, from Kid Bomba.
I'd be mad too.
Oh, dude, they spent everything on Clockwood. Supaj just taking Sour to half HP. He might actually solo kill him. Sour with retribution on the orange, but Error assassinates Sunset Lover in mid.
No, only one.
Sour with the Wrath of the Dryad keeps him at a bang.
Oh my god! They're dead. Bro, this Belleric.
With a maniac!
Oh
Maniac Arrow.
God! He pulls it off. I can't believe it. Clockwood, I didn't even think of that angle, but on the fly takes the Tempest of Blades to buy himself the time. And better yet, dashing between two walls to create an awkward interception angle for Team Spirit. Some great creativity here, great mechanical prowess, but Team Spirit, they need to scale, and they need to scale now because Vamos, they're taking away every single neutral objective. Luckily, this time round, all right, you can have this one purple buff, but let's watch that one more time.
It's Zkeef again with a perfectly timed Wrath of the Dryad. It looked so good for Sawo, but Zkeef's just been better than him across the two games so far. It's just him outplaying him, and you can see it, man. From the whole team, they're fired up. They were able to capitalize on that so beautifully well. Now it's another attempt from Natko. Sawo's gonna jump in as well. Natko,
Natko, place him! Jesus.
Takes the SOD, outplays our Egoist, and now it's Clockwood with the Fatal Links. Can he use it? Does he even need to? Boom! Bang with his own ultimate. Clockwood takes Sawo out.
That's crazy.
Jesus,
I blinked
Team
and
Spirit
I
are
nearly
going to
missed
the
the
dog
SOD transference. Holy cow. Vamos, they truly are fired up, and I thought maybe it wouldn't apply here at an international, but these habits have been seen in our local leagues. Vamos, once they feel that momentum, how long can they maintain control of themselves? Hopefully,
they do not is dead. Jesus Christ.
A legendary for Error 404.
Vamos aren't just winning this game, they are stomping Team Spirit. This is a team that has constantly been up there in the top 5, top 6 of international tournaments. Vamos, this is their first for a lot of their players. I mean, Clockwood has that experience from MSC 2024, but everybody else, oh my lord, I suppose to be fair, but
I'm actually shocked.
Even so, I mean, those showings
Vamos
weren't
are
as good as this one,
destroying
right?
Team
They felt
Spirit.
more polished, and that's, you know, for me, hard to say for a Malaysian team of this caliber, seeing them, you know, grow up throughout the local leagues, and now seeing the next generation so eager, so hungry to take the win so early on. For now, I think Vamos still needs to check a couple of boxes. Has to be this Lord. They need that Lord to start cracking on through. There's the tier 2 down bot side. Ideally, they would like to get rid of it, but you know what? It's going to take at least 2 Lords to crack them through. The best part is that Team Spirit, they don't have great wave clear. They can delay those waves, but they can't clear it efficiently.
I don't know what to say, Gideon. This game looks completely cooked for Team Spirit. It looks like Vamos is gonna steamroll out of control. Look at that level lead. Again, 3 levels on Error. We got a 2-level lead on Supat as well. Like, Spirit needs to find like a 5-man Fatal Links.
There's got to be something crazy here. And as long as Vamos, and especially with Supat, he's making those decisions super easy. He's such a big tank here. He's opening up the map for free, and there's nothing the Team Spirit can do. I'm trying to think of an option. What could they maybe happen? They could bait with maybe Sunset Lover and get Zara Egoist in, but that's a really big, risky gamble.
Team Spirit are forced to play inside of their base. No chance to walk up. The Holy Shield's already made it out. Vamos gonna play the clean game. They're gonna freeze up. Maybe. Oh, Natko. Okay.
All for a Holy Shield in.
Wait,
okay. You know what?
They are throwing.
Okay,
they are throwing, bro.
Here's another one. Here's a door gift for you, sir.
You know what? My bad. You know, our bad, right? Like, we should have known. It's Vamos. Like, they're great. They're amazing. It's just, they're Vamos.
Hey,
they're our time.
It's the classic. It's the classic. They gotta at least get one of it in the game at some point. You know, they didn't do it in the previous one. This time around, they're like, okay, we put our stamp, our seal of approval, and now we're back. However, 6.3K lead is still so big. I don't know how they're going to close the distance here, especially if we don't see a steal from Zara Eagle. Oh, God.
Jesus, the damage on this Irara. She's still... Oh, my God, he still kills her.
SOD. Here are the SOD lands as well. Sao's going to try to escape right now, but he gets trapped in
Bro, Sao is dead.
For the 2-time. And the fatal links from Clockwood.
Dear God, Air 4-4. He is just rocking it right now. He is such a devastating force. 9-0-2. Zkeef has also been just the absolute backbone for Air 4-4, just the springboard off of. And I can only imagine the frustration from Team Spirit with not a lot of options left, and even for Hiko, he's level 13, but now with the conceal coming out from the side of Vamos, let's see how they try to close this game out.
She's gonna go bottom lane. I think this is a good angle, no?
Vamos trying to clear out the waves. He's actually able to do
it. He's dead.
Zericxnn
He's dead.
all alone.
Are we not going to break this turret here? I mean, Azar, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about the chase, but it might not be a good idea.
Okay.
They try and push side lanes.
So far, Vamos have only lost players with no bounty, right? So, there you go. If Error dies, then we have a problem.
Cut to Nako. I'm 0-3-7, guys. I have nothing.
No! Winions! Nice.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. We're really this is whoa. Supan, let's chill for a second here.
Dead, no?
He gets away. Doesn't even need to
I didn't use his Purify
up top. It will be Spirit with a trade. They'll finally be able to crack another structure.
This is tough. If you're in Spirit's shoes, where do you go to? Obviously, you got to deal with that bottom wave every single time, and only Zara has like a decent amount of damage other than Hiko to kind of like cut the whoa.
Arrow is dead. Shut down. What the hell? Vamos, what are you doing? Hiko to finish.
Now it's up to Natko to try to carry this fight.
The hell?
Hiko getting caught in Spirit of Misery now as TS just pull it back, and that's what we were talking about. I can't believe it just happened.
Yep, and now Zara is equal level to
the
Air
goal lead has
Force.
shrunk
Obviously,
from
the
almost
economic lead is
7k
still there, but
like
this is good enough. The Retribution are of same value. 10 more
They
seconds.
can take the load. They can take the load. The enemy doesn't have a jungler.
Last time Zeke
4
was able to
seconds.
steal it away. Can he do it again? Zao just waiting this time around. REGXRD is
Spirit
good.
got
Team Spirit.
bro. No! Zao, chill.
The Crimson Beacon.
At least he baited
And it's back to Spirit building.
Bro, no way Team Spirit. No way Vamos are going to throw this game.
Unfortunately, may have overheated
Almost
on that
7k
moment,
good
that
lead.
one moment that they needed to take this Lord and really just play with that bottom wave hard shoving. Guardian Helm being purchased by Sawo. He understands that he's getting chunked out way too often and he can't afford to keep recalling 13 minutes into this game. It just takes too long and costs too many resources. At the same time, let's pull up the item list. I want to see where the tanks are currently at, especially for Kid Bomba, right? Because if Subbot was already this far ahead and able to tank multiple people, I would assume that Kid Bomba is finally catching up at this stage, but he's been sticking with the rest of the team. There's no retreat.
Everybody's here though. Okay. I thought Vamos were going to be able to catch out Egos, but he has the Finch poise, goes back to the purple buff, takes it as well. And Team Spirit will be building the slow push in the bottom lane. Zkeep gets chunked to half HP. Sunset Lover looking for the angle again. Sees Error, forcing him back. Sour back up top as Error is visible on the map.
This is a ridiculous amount of just raw respect, not only for Vamos, but even for the side of Team Spirit. They recognize each other as true competitors here, and I think Vamos, after that one mistake, had to look.
Fatal Links.
Fatal Links onto Sawo.
What the fuck is
Sawo as well. Takes a turret shot, survives with 1 HP. And the Lord will be able to charge in the bottom lane. That's the first tier 2 for Spirit against Vamos this game.
Yep, and with the delayed waves on that top side, they finally break the mid-tier 1 here. Vamos is trying to make sure they don't get much value.
They gotta be real careful. Purify out already. Oh, that sets up for Sawo later on with the Purify on down.
Did you see him? Wait, they don't know.
Purple buff taken by Error, but now he's gonna be caught in a bad spot. He's gonna get all in. Oh my
goodness!
Nice. Even with the rest of the Triad, Error falls again, and Sour is looking for the angle for the assassination. Blazing duet onto Zkeep.
Whoa! Zero.
Double. Now when it comes to Blaze, goes in, bang, bang, bang. But
Zero is dead.
That final blade, he gets speared to the face by
at least
they're still trying to hold strong here, but if this inhibitor falls, this is going to be some problems. Hiko, gotta be careful with the penetration.
Hiko is dead.
Damage with a nature baiting him in as Hiko jumps into the BMI again.
What are these guys doing?
With the nature as well. Sapat now pops in the falling Star Moon. Tries to go for the chase on Kid Bomba as it's tier 2 up top balls.
I don't think they can keep on chasing this. They don't have enough damage to actually take out the frontliners. And Sunset Lover is a little too far. They can't do this. No. Without that call, there's no point for the chase, but they're guaranteeing at least the rest of the members aren't dealing with that top side. And now, 16 seconds left on the clock before that Lord spawns. And unfortunately, Hiko, he might be a little late to the fight. Vamos will take first position.
Sometimes you
and
just
now
need
it's
to
back
chill.
to the building game. Vamos. A 2,000 gold lead. This game's getting sweaty. It wasn't supposed to be.
But now here we are, right? It's just the raw resilience coming out from EECA. They're not backing down. They ain't giving up. But now Vamos has to play macro.
Uh-oh, Saprat does another Purify for another 2 seconds. Rapid to try it, saves him for a bit. Now it's Tep High in place, but Error 404 is able to secure the Lord. That's Saprat out.
Come back.
Fatal links on Ziki.
Bro, Team Spirit.
That's an immortality down, and the 2 frontliners of Vamos
Let's
taken
go,
out of the skirmish.
Nice,
the timing couldn't be worse. The Lord just spawns as soon as he goes down.
They can
Great
destroy
play
the Lord
overall as they
easily.
take their time. They need to make sure that this Lord counts, but I think that even Vamos understands the team fight has now come to a point where now even Sawo is pretty difficult to kill. It's not like they were trying to stack up a high level of Sky Piercers as well for the side of Air 4.
They should look at top lane.
There's no
Moskov.
guarantees at this stage.
Moskov is going to get that lane.
Look at Natko, though.
Moskov is
Up
going
top
to get
he
that lane.
goes, trying to go
No,
for
he
this
goes
clear
back.
on the base turret. Nah. This Lord will
He almost
be
got it,
just more gold into the pockets of Team Spirit, unfortunately, for Vamos. Could have been worse. Could have been Team Spirit with the Lord.
Agreed. But now we look at the items, right? Just one more time here. Maximum build already gone for Clawhood. One item missing here for the side of Sunset Lover, but he's almost there. But the Wishing Lantern, very useful against the frontliners from the side of Team Spirit, especially if you're trying to deal with this Atlas overall. But until we start seeing some more magic resist, it's going to be tough.
All right. So now with the full items on Hiko, it's all about those item swaps now for Hiko up against Natko. Wind of Nature, Rose Gold, the Immortality, it's all about that. And it comes down to really just the frontliners. Can they bait out these skirmishes? Can they bait out these resources? Because at this point, it kind of becomes a battle of Sawo versus Clawhood and Ziki, right? It's all about those setting tools and how they utilize
strong.
Exactly. And technically, you would
Further
imagine
down
that there would
to
be more of an
1.4.
advantage for Ziki and Clawhood because that's two
think TS
completely
can still
separate
win
engage tools
this.
that do exactly the same thing. And yet Sawo has been finding some premium picks overall.
Hey.
I get another one.
Why are they-
Oh, Fatal Links catches
No,
Zericxnn. It's
Jesus
Clawhood.
Christ, it's
The battle of the
bad.
sets. It's Clawhood that
Bro.
wins it out. Now it's Error with immobilization. SOD lands as well, but Natko is going to take it. A Purify out already. Now as the Crimson Beacon gets used up to disengage. Hiko trying to counter out.
Nah,
Ziki
Vamos are winning.
again. This time it's a Wrath of the Dryad.
Oh my goodness, this has been great stuff. This has honestly been a crazy game of not only cat and mouse, but just throwing the ball at each other and catching it every single time. As soon as you fumble, it's an instant tackle. Oh, and now Vamos looking to get one more
Vamos
inhibitor
wants to
here.
end this game.
Could they stagger this? No,
They're
it's
literally
already
going
up
to end this
13.
game.
Error gets away in time. The mini waves in the mid lane is looking good for Vamos
Yeah,
right now.
it's
Hiko
over.
pops into place and the Purify out of the
Sunset
lane.
is dead.
Sawo with the basic battle links as well. Sunset with a jump down right now.
GG.
Wind of Nature gets popped in right now by Hiko, but it's going to be the Immortality.
It's
a bit too late
over.
for Hiko. Zaur's back up. He jumps back in. Able buy for Error as they go straight for the base. Zaur trying to clear it out right now, but
Game
Natko
over.
stays focused on the crystal. Vamos make it to the knockout stage. And there
Bro.
you have it. Vamos.
Oh my
First
goodness,
into the
with
knockouts.
such momentum and a quick
Damn.
reset, they take the game back 2-0, but they have to fight for every single inch of it.
The whole Team
What a
Spirit.
game coming out from Team Vamos. And of course,
Jesus
Team
Christ.
Spirit, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board here because again, as soon as they adapted in draft number 2, that early game is something that they got to focus on here. Because goodness gracious me, this meta is so punishing.
It's all about punishing, man. We were talking about these setting tools and how it's going to be big at the later stage of the match. And we saw back-to-back Fatal Link steal by Clawhood, finding Zaur, and then the Wrath of the Dryad by Ziki that catches Kid Bomba, who had already used the Purify, baited out by Natko.
Such a complicated game because if we're not talking about the simple things of just the abilities, what about just looking? Where do you look in the middle of these team fights if you are one of the two? For Ziki, it's a lot easier, especially if he has that flicker. But for Clawhood, it's all risk and very little reward unless he hits some priority targets, and he catches Zaur right at the end. You can't expect a better game than this at this point, truly.
The layering, the drama, the comeback potential of Spirit after some famosable moments, but a good way to close it out. To erase the doubts as well that people have had for Vamos. You know, they've been great in skirmishes, they are amazing mechanically, but can they close it out when it matters most?
Oh man, we gotta get the final thoughts here, and especially with an interview with Rose up on stage with, of course, Arrow 404.
Is going to Team Vamos. And over here we have Aero 404, who looks rather poised and calm after that clean sweep up against Team Spirit. How are you?
I'm feeling really happy. Yeah.
Now, you know what? Let's talk about this game. We know that coming into this game, there was a little bit of history with Team Spirit, as they were the one to actually end the journey of Team Vamos back in M6. After today's win, dropping them to the lower brackets, do you feel somewhat fulfilled, successful, satisfied?
Yeah, I'm super satisfied because it's like we have a sense of redemption against them. Yeah.
Wow. You know, I know that a lot of the Malaysians are super duper proud of you guys entering this journey, especially back at home, even here in the arena. We have the audience. Do you feel extra motivated to have this kind of support here in Paris?
Yeah, there's a lot of Malaysian fans here, so we are really motivated to win.
Okay, I got a question, right? As you guys enter the knockout stages, you have the opportunity to actually pick your opponents from the lower bracket. I know it's still rather early, but who do you want to actually meet if that team does go to the knockouts?
There's a lot of choices, but I would like to face either Vitality or Falcons.
Oh, okay. You are right, though, because after this match, Vitality and Falcons will be going up against each other, so one will have to fall. Is there any reasons as to why you want to meet either Vitality or Falcons?
Because both of the team have idol jungler. Yeah, Nile and KalTZ for me.
Both of it are your idolas, your idols. Okay, you know what, Era 404? I just have to ask you a message for the Malaysians watching here in the arena and back at home.
So thank you to all the fans that have came all the way here to Paris to support us, and also watching online. Thank you for all the support, and we'll do our best in the knockout stage.
Congratulations once again, an amazing win. That's it from us over here at the stage, showing it back to you guys at the studio to break down what happened in this series.
Thank you, Rose. Team Vamos move on into our knockout stages. The first team to book their ticket, and that does mean that Team Spirit will fall to that lower bracket. They're going to be facing off against GUANGZHOU Gaming, who also fell to that lower bracket as well. It's going to be an interesting one, guys, because you know, one of my favorite things to look at is the stories behind these teams. We talked about Malaysia. We talked about SRG being the team that is clearly out in front in terms of the conversation. Yep. But when it comes to this, you know, Team Vamos, they had something to prove, and nice to, I would say maybe they proved it just there.
They did. It got a little dicey though, man. I mean,
it was almost Vamosable.
It was almost Vamosable.
The moment the casters start to glaze them a bit too much, they start dying one by one. I'm like,
He's like, hey guys, hold on that glazing right now, because it got really close. Yeah. And they wanted to prove a point. I think this is a great win for them, because this is Team Vamos, a team that maybe some people counted out, to go ahead and give a 2-0 against a team like Team Spirit. That's a huge statement.
I mean, if we're talking about story, I would say people look at Team Vamos and say they're going to be the first team to get knocked out, right? First team to get eliminated.
Wow.
But then it switched up. They're the first team to actually qualify to the knockout. So that's a huge statement. And even in the interview, Vamos themselves said that they are also disappointed, ashamed, the fact that Malaysia only looks to SRG. So they wanted to make sure that Vamos as an organization and the players playing on stage, that they can confidently say, like, guys, we are here too. Support us, we can make it all the way.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. And you look at how smart this draft was. I mean, you get Esmeralda, you get Herrera, you get Belleric, you get Moskov. A lot of times these four characters are banned or early prime. Yeah. You had a really good setup in both drafts, Naisu.
Yeah, I love this because you have key picks here for the heroes, but there was some hero plays, I would say, for this one. Because as it was starting to slip out of the hands of Vamos, some key plays, those in for Clockhoon, especially to go ahead and get that lockdown on Zericxnn, was massive, because, you know, it was Team Spirit knocking on the doors again of the base of Team Vamos, but a couple plays brought it back in their favor, and then they capitalized on that.
And I would say that's one of the key features of extremely good players, because it's one thing to do your job well. It's another to have that clutch gene. And Kalakun definitely showed that one by picking up the Fatal Links. And the moment they got Zericxnn, I feel like the call was, they won't have enough damage. There's no burst. Natko, you hit your SOD, jump in, everyone goes in, ends the game. Like, Kalakun, that was his MVP moment.
Did we have any information gathered around this Harara Ling matchup? Two junglers at the top of their game. Arrow 404 was a masterclass in whatever he did. But how do we feel about Harara Ling? You prioritizing one or the other now, or still in the same spot?
I think we've seen a lot of more cool plays or cooler things happen with the Hirara just because of the nature of her kit. You know, especially when players decide to go out and pick up a Sky Piercer. I mean, whether they have a Sky Piercer or not, the things you can do with the Hirara are. It almost feels like it's unlimited, but it's really dependent on the players themselves.
Yeah, I really feel like when it comes to those neutral objectives like the Turtle as well as the Lord, Hirara has higher base damage, making it easier for her to actually secure that one. So that I'm going to give the victory over to Hirara. When it comes to mobility, it would be like Ling has a little bit more range, so able to get targets further away, but as we see, Harara impacts the team fight quite a bit, and it's harder to catch a Harara than the Ling, and I feel like that's the biggest point.
Yeah, she's blending in really well to these team fight compositions, and it was amazing to see kind of all of these storylines start to bubble up here. Again, I had mentioned earlier that it was $65,000 on the line. That's actually only for Team Spirit, who's going to go and play that matchup and still have a chance to stay alive. They'll have earned that, but $100,000, I believe, gained for getting into the knockout stages. Team Vamo's got to be happy about that.
They got to be happy.
More than NPL. In terms of what they got in MBL,
Yeah, technically. That's why it's such a big deal. You know, we heard it in the interview for these players. They want to help their families, and that's how you do it.
Now that's a turner. I gotta say that wasn't really an upset, because we did say both teams are like, it's hard to call for both of them, but the fact that Vamos won 2-0, and I would say especially in game number 1, I think that's going to create a lot of conversation moving up into MNC, because Team Liquid lost, SRG lost, and now Vamos is showing up.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, yeah, this MNC is turning to become a very interesting international.
I'm glad I didn't predict, by the way.
You could have gotten in trouble. You could have gotten in trouble there as well. Obviously, just expectations, just keeping things fun. Well, we got more expectations coming up. Let's take a look at today's schedule, because, of course, we just saw Team Vamos and Team Spirit. We also had a chance to see GUANGZHOU Gaming take the win. They stay alive. True Rippers, our first team to go home. We will be sending another team home, but not yet. Team Falcons Meta Ignite Gaming is that one, and we'll have to wait to the end of the day to see more drama. Team Vitality and Team Falcons PH coming up next, though. Guys, that's going to be a banger as well.
I'm not calling that one.
Yep, we're not.
Good thing you're not even touching that.
No,
not with a 30-foot pole.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, I've been known for caster curse, so I feel like if I say the team is going to win, there's going to be a lot of DMs.
They're coming for you.
So, you know what? Mouth zipped. Locked.
We're not here, at least.
Oh, yeah, we're not.
We're not going to be here.
We're going to have lunch.
Yep.
And enjoy the game.
Two different guys.
Okay. All right. I was going to say, I think if Mirko was up here, he would say one team over the other.
No, he also
had
a caster curse.
He will also be afraid.
He's also got a cast. I think almost most casters have some sort of...
No, you have that year 1, year 2 naiveness where you're like, I'm okay, I'm okay. But then after year 2, you're like, never again. I will never make a prediction.
I am scared.
Right?
I have fear. Okay, all right. Hesitant to make the predictions, that's okay. We don't worry about those predictions when you're playing MLBB. You just go out there and have fun. The good news about it, if you've been checking into some ranked games like I have over these last couple of days, you'll notice in the shop there's a brand new collaboration with one of the oldest and most classic games of all time. That's, of course, Street Fighter and MLBB. Check it out.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
because he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
We did it. Back-to-back champions. You think you can do it?
If we did it in MPL, I think we can do it here also. That's overly ambitious, don't you think?
The Mid Season Cup at EWC makes its third appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and one team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, one final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the third place match. Here, one moment can change everything. One mistake ends the dream, one clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. One final series in a best-of-7, all for the grand prize of $1 million. One chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at EWC 2026.
Welcome back to MSC at EWC 2026. We're here in France having a great time as 2 matches have just gotten underway. As we begin Series 3, more upper bracket, $100,000 for that top 8 spot at least guaranteed. And that means one of these 2 teams are going to be very happy about this result. One team will go down to the lower bracket and fight the winners of the next series. My name's Randy. I'm joined by a
Let's
new
go
but very familiar
Falcons.
panel to all of the MLBB community. Renmar and Trex. Hey guys, how you doing? Renmar, we were in the backstage. You were talking about those drafts. How you been feeling about today so far?
Oh, very happy. I think my sentiments towards the drafting and the unique choices still remains. People are still getting creative, but some teams proving that sometimes the safest, most viable pick can't go wrong, and they're doing really well with it.
Trex, you were down there casting a little bit. You've been on the desk. You've been all over the place. At stage 3, what have you picked up on heading into this match?
I think today things are starting to get regulated a little bit. Things are starting to calm down a little bit. Not as crazy in terms of draft as what we saw the past few days. But we'll see. We still have 2 great games ahead of us, and anything can happen.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see. And of course, today, and in this series specifically, our 3rd series of the day, there's a lot of important storylines. So important that we had to give this one our Crunchyroll storyline of the day. It's the Maestro versus the KDA Machine. Of course, when you talk about the Maestro, I mean, there's really only one person to say, Renmar.
Yeah, man, it's Moreno for Team Vitality, and you really see why he is the Maestro for the team. I think he really earned that, especially the previous season of MPL ID, where they became champions, how he placed the juice in, and how the symphony and the orchestra that is Team Vitality just looks so much better when Moreno's leading the charge.
Loyalty as well, a big name, finally getting them to this position. Talk to me on the other side of this matchup and this story with the KDA Machine, Trex.
I mean, he's got the name for a reason, and this is going to be a big match for Vitality, and there's a reason why this is the match of the day, in a sense. The anime battle, what we've all been waiting to watch, and it's even bigger because it's a deciding match, right? One of these teams will move forward, and one of these teams are going to have to fight for life in the lower bracket after today.
It's going to be a big run and an important run as well. Every moment here can decide your fate. One draft, one pick, one setup for a Lord fight that goes awry or goes your way could be the difference between $100,000 and maybe even $1 million if you can make it all the way up. Renmar, stakes are super high, but focusing in on this Vitality roster, you know, there's just so many players to pick up from that can make an impact today.
Yeah, I mean, we've already discussed Moreno, but I think you really have to look at Eman. Eman against Super Marco in the gold lane is going to be a battle for sure. These are two gold laners who do not want to lose the gold lane. There are some gold laners who just want to stabilize things, make sure they get their farm. But these two really want to win.
Well, I love that you highlighted Eman. We've got 5 players on Vitality that are going to hopefully make a big impact coming into this set. And whether it's Niall, whether it's Moreno, whether it's Eman, you know that Vitality's story is going to be very, very special. With a series that has so much money on the line, but so much pride for this organization and this team, we had a chance to sit down and talk with Niall about his impact heading into this series.
We're now here with Niall from Team Vitality. Niall, yesterday we saw, I think, a quote from you. Top 3 junglers in MSC. It looked like your name wasn't on that list.
Because they say it excluded me.
Oh, okay. But if we had to include you, what would your top 3 be?
1, me, Nanael. 2 is TNG. Rest of it, no one.
Oh, so not even Kyle, no Carl, no one, just you and TNZ?
I'm talking based on scrims, right? Based on scrim, for me, only TNG is matching my scrims level. You know, like not tournament level, like scrims level.
Oh, okay. So, wait, you called yourself Nanail. So do we call you Nanail too?
Up to you
Or
guys.
Niall?
Up to you guys.
Which one do you like more?
I prefer both, it's okay.
Oh, so both can?
Yeah.
Okay. But what do you prefer in the assassins in the jungle? I mean, we see a lot of Lings, we see a lot of, Hiraras, but what if those two get banned? What do you choose next?
I mean, I still have Fanny, Nolan, and one more secret assassin.
One more secret assassin.
It was Flashy also.
Oh, because yesterday, earlier on, we saw a Saber in the jungle. What did you think about that?
Saber?
Yeah.
Speaking of them.
The one before this match, I forgot as well. I have bad memory, guys.
I think Saber is not fit in this meta, I think.
Oh, okay. So more assassin.
Yeah.
Do you think the tanks in the jungle still might work?
Absolutely, because if we play tank jungle, it will become more easier, I think. The game, like, it's not complicated.
Oh, okay. So, Niall, we gotta ask you, I think someone's asked you this before, but we want to get you on camera here for the main broadcast. What difference do we have for you? Back from M4 and now you're here. What makes you you now?
First of all, I've been through a lot. Like, for example, I'm losing my brother or something like that. So it gets me humble right now. It's just that. And maturity, yeah.
So does that mean that you're also doing this for your brother?
Yeah, of course. That's my #1 motivation right now since MPL.
Okay, so everyone's rallying behind that. That's a really good motivation, Niall. So you're motivated. Are you confident as well up against one of the biggest teams here at MSC?
For us, whoever the enemy is, we are so confident against everything, and we prepare the same thing for everyone, like no special.
Okay, that's what we like to hear. By the way, you keep coughing. Are you okay?
I'm good, but it's just cough, because of that thing maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Best of luck. Get well soon as well
thank
for
you.
your next match. Hope I get to see you after. And there you have it. That's Niall. Back to you guys.
We won't talk about what that thing might be. However, I will say that it is an amazing journey to witness Niall just being open about his brother and the maturity needed to go through this process now after him for being here at MSC. Wishing them all the best, and honestly, what a journey that's just a human experience, and sending lots of love his way. Of course, when it comes to the game, there's another element to start picking up on, and the teammates and how they fit with Niall. He said that it would fit with Tank Jungle. And also, as you see here, Eman says he misses competing against Super Marco on stage, expecting that it might be one of the hardest matchups that he's going to face, and maybe even hard to beat. So that's going to be on display. You mentioned that as well, Renmar.
Yep.
Just that matchup, something you're keeping a close eye on.
Oh yeah, I hope it's going to be exciting. I hope they both don't realize, like, hey, this guy also wants to fight. Let's just play it safely. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see safe. I want to see them burning their flickers early on, being aggressive, getting that win in lane.
Going for the kill. Trex, the pacing of a game like this, when you're in the upper bracket, do you feel that the approach is, let's take some risks, we can lose, we could even lose twice and still have a chance to stay in this? Or do you go with a little bit more cautionary?
I think, as what we're seeing today, is some of the teams that survived yesterday, some of the teams that won. It's less about where they're at in the bracket and more just about the teams themselves. I think we're going to see a slower pace game, possibly. It's what we've been seeing earlier.
Yeah, it is.
And that's kind of where we're getting to that true play style of what's going to win you games. And knowing Falcons and the way they like to play, even Super Marco, for example, sometimes it takes him a little bit of time. He wants to farm up until he's got those items he needs in. And then it's bulletproof Marco time, right? Then it's, I'm going to come in,
power up Marco.
Yeah, exactly. So
I love it. I love to see it, and we're going to see how that matchup goes as well. Keep your eye on that. Also, we talked about the KDA machine in Haji, who is here for Team Falcons PH. There are stories along all of these members' journeys, but we had a chance to speak with Ogwin heading into this one.
It's Eterna here with Ogwin. Ogwin, what's going on? You okay? Everything fine?
Yeah, all good, all good.
All good? Any nerves coming through? I mean, you have so much experience. I mean, do you still feel nerves at this point?
I don't think so. Just the interview.
Just the interview. What is up with players on interviews? Why are you so scared of the camera?
I guess the surprise questions.
Oh, the surprise questions. Don't worry. All the questions are nice today. Just for today. But Ogwin, moving on. There are a lot of, sentiments out there, maybe mostly from like the community and maybe some casters from different regions, that it looks like the meta is shaped in a way that it may favor ID teams over the Philippines. Do you agree with this?
I think I agree, because the ID teams are really good in their mechanics, especially in this meta right now. All of the assassins are buff, so it's really hard. It's really hard to play utility jungles right now.
So do you think that may be the reason why TLPH lost yesterday? What did you think about that match? Were you surprised? Were you shocked?
I think it's a 50-50 match, because we screamed in Turkey. They are really good as well, so I think it's all just in the meta, in the favor of Turkey. And they have like a poison picks, so they really got TLPH.
Okay, so it's about the picks. So that was Coach Midnight. You know Coach Midnight?
Yeah.
You have something to say to Coach Midnight? Midnight, no, Midnight. But speaking of the meta, the roamers are shaping up to be quite interesting. What do you like the meta? What do you think about the meta for the roamers?
For the roamers, I think it's quite simple. You just need to soak damage and that's it. Especially when you play Beleric and Atlas.
Okay.
So a lot of crowd control. So I think it's really good for the roamers right now.
So crowd control and soak damage. Does your staple Minotaur fit in this?
I think Minotaur is also in a pocket picks, and it works really well against some champs like Beleric and Atlas. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna, keep an eye on those picks. But do you think the supports have a place in this meta right now, or just more so like the chunky boys in the roaming?
I think there's a place in utility roamers, especially when you have utility jungle. But there's Hirara in link, so it's really a hard time to pick it up right now.
Okay.
You need to be careful before picking those.
So there's a lot of considerations that needs to come into play. And obviously you're up against Vitality next. Do you have maybe a message for them before you get in?
Good luck and have fun, and we will try our best to not lose.
Try their best not to lose. I like that's confidence, right? Is that confidence? I'm not sure. Well, we're gonna throw it over back to you. Thank you so much, Ogwin.
Trying their best to not lose. It's not soccer, it's not football, so I think a draw isn't available here, guys. I think that means win?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
If you look at it a certain way, it means, they're going to try to win.
Yeah, well, we'll see it. I mean, Trex, there were kind of two different thoughts on that meta as well. A little bit where tank assassins could work, we heard from Niall, but also like he's saying no way, that's not going to work on this side with Ogwin. I mean, we have not seen tank assassins here so far.
I mean, the tank junglers.
Yeah, to the tank junglers. Tank junglers.
Sorry, yep.
I think, again, I said it yesterday, I've been saying it for the past 2 days, the meta is still unraveling. We still got a lot of layers to go. We saw yesterday, we saw the Rafaela work, which me and Renmar were theory crafting that on day 1, and the possibility of that coming in. Day 2, it comes in, it works. There is still a lot to see, I think, from MSC. So we'll see how it goes. I don't want to make any hard calls yet, but I do think Utility Jungler could possibly make a comeback, especially with something like a Wrath behind it.
Yeah, and real quick, Niall even teased the assassin we haven't seen yet that's equally flashy. I'm trying to go through the list in my head. I wonder who it is.
Poison picks, he called. Midnight Hat. I mean, do they have a poison pick, an assassin we haven't seen?
Let's see, man. The org and the boys playing there, they have the identity and the DNA for it, so for sure.
I also like the call about the Minotaur. We saw that a little bit earlier in the set prior to us. Didn't end up working out, but we did see the impact of the Belleric and the Atlas. You got to look at these two teams and say that there is so much on the line and so many stories. We set it up, and it was obviously somebody who was trying to make this happen in Team Vitality, their mid lane matchup, and of course seeing if Haji or Moreno can get the better end of it. We're about to kick it off onto our stage to begin this Series 3, which might just provide a champion. Who knows? We'll see how the gameplay goes.
Yes, my friends, this third series has a lot on the line for it. Two teams that you would not be surprised to see in our grand final. But first, Rose, my dear, you look like a very proud mom in our post-game interview.
I think the reason for that is because a lot of the people and a lot of our audiences actually call me like kind of the Southeast Asian mother to the players. Because come on, how can you not be so proud? It's just like a tiny little boy answering interviews. So happy.
This is why we're here, right? To see those stories growing. And now we have another story to tell in our upper bracket. Please join me in welcoming Team Vitality. The hometown heroes made a buzzing entrance into the MSC 26 group stage. Their harvest has been bountiful so far, but the real juicy pollen awaits in the knockout stage. Is this run meant to be, or will they be left behind? We're about to find out.
Oh, wow, I love the bee puns in there.
They're the buzzing bees, that's how it is.
And of course, going up against the buzzing bees, it's none other than Team Falcons Philippines! Taking it one step at a time, Team Falcons Philippines wants to reclaim dominance on the international stages. With only the MSC trophy missing from their cabinet, they are ready for whoever they will face.
I think it's heating up in here between these two.
You know what, boys? You may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, our captains, don't forget on that little handshake, fist bump, or whatever it may be in the middle.
Pull it right over. There we go. All
It's
play.
coming.
Cool. On in.
All right. They are good friends, but you know, in the land of Dawn, everybody's the enemy. Thank you very much, Milosh. You know
Let's
what?
go.
I think it's time
Falcons
to hit
to the
this
win,
to the
bro.
desk. Let's go, guys.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milos. It's Team Vitality versus Team Falcons PH. It's time to see if this team has what they think the mechanical prowess of Indonesian teams versus the classic stature of Philippine squads here at Team Falcons. Renmar, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. And I have to admit, this is going to be a very difficult match for me. Why? Because in many years, I have been very honest with my professed love for Vitality as an organization and my professed love as Falcons being my favorite team from the Philippines. So I don't know where I'm getting pulled towards, man. I was cheering for Vitality. I was cheering for Falcons. this feels like the MWI Grand Finals all over again for me, bro.
That was me yesterday with Aurora versus TLPH.
All right. Yeah. Just to remind you guys before we jump into this one, My Champions. 2 champions, 1 pick. You can grab your My Champions pick and pick your dual champions and win 50,000 diamonds. Make sure to scan that QR code with your tablet or your phone and get going because the event lasts until July 27th and it is currently live.
I'm trying to think now. I wonder how crazy we're going to get with the trade and the roam, or are we just going to have to double down on the fact that it's just going to be Atlas and Belleric?
Well, we have had a few games where we've seen the Atlas banned out.
Yeah.
Which means Belleric most likely gets banned out as well, unless it's red side looking for the Belleric pick.
Yeah.
My question is, when do we start seeing the Ling and the Harara on the ban list, and is that something that's going to happen? I feel like they've both been so powerful, so game deciding, that at some point they may enter into the list, almost even more important than the Freya.
Yeah.
Because Freya's been slowly leaking in as well.
Yeah. I posted something this morning about how crazy the trade is for EXP. You have Freya, Phovius, Esmeralda, Paquito, Barrett. I'm pretty sure there's a name I'm missing out there, but there's so many options that you have to consider in terms of like the topics you want to chase. And then going back to the jungle, it's like Nile, it's Kyle, it's okay, their names rhyme, but they're also really good with assassins for both of them.
In denial?
Yeah, in denial. I like that. So how are they going to balance making sure they have assassins available for their own team while still taking out the other? Because if you name them all out, the Fanny, the Ling, especially Fanny, Kyle and Nile would both want to really go for those two. The Hirara that Trex mentioned. It seems like just looking at the jungle picks alone is going to be tough. So this is why I go back to the roam. Will we see an earlier prioritization for something like the Cho? Will Hilda somehow make a comeback as a means to invade the jungle a little bit more? That's where my brain's going through.
Notably, we didn't see Cho at all in that first series.
Yep.
And what has been missing in the first 2 days is him as a pick. Atlas was heavily prioritized, either banned or immediately first picked, which opened up the Belleric. He was banned alongside the Belleric, like you said, Trex, earlier on as well. What has been happening, though, more so today, has been Eudora getting banned instead of getting prialed on that first 2. And of course, Freya also the first ban as well. So maybe that's a little bit of a different evolution of the draft, Trex.
Some of those things that are becoming more of a problem, right? Because the Eudora, it doesn't matter what assassin you pick, it'll always do well against it. Even if there's no Ling, even if there's no Harara, Eudora will always have a place there. Outside of that, we talked about the Cho a little bit. You know, I think Cho got a little exposed the other day. The Ruby was just a beautiful answer to it. And the Ruby's not something that's going to get banned out in first phase, meaning it always has a quick response. And normally, if you're going to lock in the Cho, you might just lock it in that first phase, which means unless you're a last pick red side, that P3, most likely, I don't think we're going to see the Cho anytime soon.
Yeah, we saw it go well for Keyboy, but it also went badly yesterday.
Very up and down.
Yeah, it's up and down.
It's either going to work or it's going to ruin your draft.
Yeah, that's why you really have to prepare for it, I think. If any of these two would want to pick up something like the Cho. But then if you're Falcons, you're also looking at someone like Finn and acknowledging that he is one of the best Atlases in the world. He tore through MPL ID with that pick. And then now, so far, he's done a great job here at MSC EWC with the Atlas. So I think it's in consideration for taking it away from him, or you open the Valentina so that Vitality picks up the Atlas, then you pick up the Valentina for Haji.
Here goes that Ling ban, though. So now Falcon on the gun of, do we ban out the Harara?
Right.
Or do we go for a possible trade? Because there's not much left. With the Freya gone, the Eudora gone, I feel like at this point you have to ban the Harara. And then we finally get the answer of, what's left after that? Do we get one of those picks up front?
I think you can leave the Hirara open, because if ever it's Hirara Fanny, that becomes a trade.
Fanny, yeah, I guess you have to leave it, and that's the trade.
And they take away the Atlas, actually.
Fanny's kind of, but you know you're going to have to pick it early.
Yeah.
Which means if Vitality says, we're going to take the Harara, we know we get to get 2 immediate answers to your Fanny.
Yeah.
Well, they've got a chance to grab the Fanny here. We'll see how much they prioritize it on the Team Vitality. We know that Harara's also available, so if Nile feels confident in that matchup either way, they don't have to force their assassin pick here, their jungle pick here, and they could try to prio something else. With Atlas gone, does Belleric become more important?
Oh, for sure. But I think if ever, it'll be Falcons who'll be incentivized to pick it up as one of the first 2 picks red.
Honestly, yeah, Belleric could just be up front, because either way, you get the Harara or the Fanny or something else. You get one of the 2 power assassins.
Regardless.
It's not worth... They go for it anyway, so they take the Harara.
Okay, so they get Harara, then in terms of the theories that we've been making, then it's probably going to be like a Belleric plus a Fanny early on now.
Well, you take Fanny 3rd pick.
Yeah, you don't need it now. Right?
So Belleric and...
I won't be surprised if I see a Kaja
Belleric
here.
+1.
Well, no, Kaja should be last.
What are the other big names that I'm missing out on? There's always someone that I'm missing out on.
Belleric and EXP here, maybe. Belleric
yeah, is it exposing it? You know, if you have an EXP lane, like we've seen.
Don't give
Barrett's banned. We've
Flop
seen
a
Paquito banned.
Yeah.
We've seen those be able to continually flex Paquito specifically in some double fighter compositions into the gold lane. Is that too early to grab something like that because you have more options? What's your idea, Trex? What's a good
I mean, a lot of time you do
They can
want to
just
save
go
that
Claude
EXP.
and open up
You
the
see a lot of them
drafts.
save it for last, especially on blue side, but also sometimes you want to pick it up
Belleric
front. It
first
really
pick,
just depends on where they want to go from here. They go for the Valentina, a safe mid lane pick, something that's always going to be viable, and this still gives them some room to flex around. Selena's going to get locked in as a preemptive to the possible Fanny, plus you get some range. Not a bad answer to the Valentina.
And Fanny's even open.
I think of the Uranus.
They're not looking Fanny.
As much as they want the assassins, they have to decide whether or not they'll pick up their Fanny now or an assassin, or they go for their EXP laner, either in the Esmeralda or the Barretts. The Uranus will be playing away from the lane often, invading. Esme matches that, while the Barretts can also just be really annoying, because right now Vitality doesn't have enough of a damage profile to deal with it early on, especially through the Selena. It's not going to be a good time. Then they start banning out things like the carries or Moskovs, if ever they do decide to pick up something like the Barretts here. So it's a tough choice for Falcons.
In a weird way, if they don't pick up the Fanny there, I was going to say, they risk it getting banned. But if you ban the Fanny, that means you leave something else open, like the Barretts, or the Moskov, which had been getting banned in this second phase. So both assassins on the sides of both teams. Nile able to get his. And Kyle able to get his.
I don't know, the Fanny feels so telegraphed, like you would think Vitality would be ready for it, right? The moment they know they're both open, it's like, okay, you're going to get the Fanny, and we're going to get a bunch of answers to it. Not completely sure how I feel about the Selena still, but I think on Vitality's side, they need some hard crowd control at this point. They went for the Uranus instead, which has a survivability against the Fanny, but still nothing to extremely lock it down. Yes,
Kyle's
the Selena can land an arrow, but that's not a whole lot.
Is this the first Fanny in
Kaja, Cho, some of those types of answers?
That's why Falcons decides to ban out the Cho for themselves.
Okay.
Also, I'm thinking that what if Falcons are considering putting this Belleric in the EXP and we don't see the roam just yet. But with the Valentina, I think Belleric and Valentina already is a pretty good Roman duo that will provide difficulty for the Selena. So I think for EXP, if they're not going to go damage, then they go tanky. So as expected, Vitality will ban out the Esme. I think it'll be also very safe for them to ban out the Barretts. And then in terms of the really tanky EXP laners, the lineup is too mobile to pick up a glue. They might have to fall back into something like a Terizla, which is really slow. But you just want one lane that you know is going to be hard to kill.
Brody banned from the side.
What do you guys think about CC?
Falcons? They're going to be on first pick here. They do still need a marksman.
I think Moskov, yeah?
Moskov could be a decent answer. You have the movement. You have the shred.
You already have the Belleric, so you don't really have to worry that much about the Claude.
I mean, just about it, yeah. I mean, even the Claude, like any of it would kind of work at this point. I don't think it's too heavy of a reason. They could, honestly, I feel like the marksman may be the better first pick here. It still gives you a little bit of room to possibly get the EXP flex in.
Yeah. Moskov still available, still unbanned. So is Paquito. And 2 picks remain. 1 ban remains on the side of Vitality.
They're all really taking their time. You see, it's Eman who's being very vocal in this phase of the draft. So I think, instead of taking away an EXP, they were thinking, okay, matchups, gold, what are we going to end up with? I think if ever this is a Moskov, he's confident that his Claude will be able to handle it. So he just calls it to ban the Harith instead. So there was a little moment earlier you saw he was really being very vocal about it.
Great to see those little things in person, right?
Tyroth
comes out.
Flop
I haven't seen that very often, Trex, but we have seen it a little.
Yeah, we saw one
from Flap.
From Flap.
Yeah, it was him.
Yeah, it was Flap.
Yeah.
This is a pick that used to get used against things like the Uranus, the Esmeralda. It was kind of a cheese pick back in the day, but it has the armor shred. It has the burst damage. It is a high risk, high reward pick for me still. If it pops off in the early game, this could be a huge threat to everything down the line.
Let's go Falcons!
2 or 3 deaths early on. It's a wrap.
We can do this, we can do this, we can do this.
Pretty much.
Okay, so they'll pick up the Batang here. And they'll go for the Melissa. I wonder if Falcons will lean back to a very old combo with the D-Roth, which was the Irithel. Because the mobility would help from getting away from the getting linked by the doll of the Melissa. I mean, most likely they're still going to end up with either, I don't know, maybe like still a Moskov, but no, they still go Claude, and they played with like one of the safest gold laners.
I'm going to be honest, Vitality, yes, they have a lot of defense against the Fanny, but not a lot of answers against the Fanny. You have the go away, which can stop you from getting dived on. Yes, you have the fist crack, some of those things from the Badong. You have the arrow, but outside of that, you have no hard crowd control for this Fanny, and it could be a problem.
Well, the lineups are locked. Coach Moody and Coach K-Dot getting their teams, Falcons, PH, and Vitality, ready to go. And this one, well, looks like fireworks are set to go off here at MSC EWC 2026.
The match we've
Our
all
third
been waiting
series
for.
of the day is about to begin, and this is going to be a banger. Team Vitality and Team Falcons PH. Let's send it over to your casters to begin game one. It's Brigitte and Gideon.
Thanks, Rain Day. This is an exciting day to be alive. We get to watch some of the best regions play it out here on our third series of the day of MSC. And for starters, we're already getting the classic Selena from the Maestro himself, but I don't think Haji is going to fall too far behind.
Yep, the mid lane matchup is something we're all watching out for, but just the same, I am so excited to see Kyle back on a Fanny all over again. He made a name for himself because of these kinds of heroes, and now Vitality will have to deal with this. And again, Trex did point out, most of their crowd control and potential lockdowns are just going to be on Finn.
Yeah, it really is going to be. And I think the important thing right now is whether or not those arrows not only are going to hit, but how you set them up. Because I think that Finn has such a difficult job, right? Not only is he looking for these big engages, he has to play off of the information from Nile and Shogun. But the hard part is catching this Fanny half the time.
Yeah, because like you're torn between catching the Fanny or also going for a backline play, because we see Badangs do that oftentimes, but that's more so when you get to the late game. It's depending on we get there, because I feel like both teams just really want to get that early and end this fast.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget about the potential anti-synergy, right? There could be moments where Finn accidentally, oh, hold on, Flap might be in some trouble here.
Oh no, Finn actually catches Kyle there. Now, that is one answer to the question that we posed earlier. So as long as he just gets to press the buttons in the right time.
But this comes at a cost, right? Because Moreno has to be preemptively already waiting with Finn to make these motions happen, allowing the mid lane to actually get shoved in pretty quickly. Now, I mean, Moreno, he doesn't care about level 4. Level 4 or not, it's not the biggest deal in the world. He hits that arrow, it's kind of game over for whoever. But even Iman recognizes that you got to be scared of Kyle. You take a bad trade, you could just die out of nowhere.
Yeah, Vitality are so good with these anticipations against Team Falcons and their rotations, and so far they're the ones actually going to take this turtle for themselves. We saw multiple rotations from Falcons already, but every single one of them have been answered so far.
They have been, and I think the best part about it all is the fact that Vitality are playing super responsive to how Falcons are moving across the map. As soon as Kyle showed up bot side, they set up for the instant turtle take. They cannot waste any little bit of time here. They also have to be, you know, just as careful to not put themselves in compromised positions. Top side, you really see that Shogun try to cut the wave. Notices Fanny is around, backs up to try and set up for Nile right here, because he's just too thick.
The moment Nile showed up, Falcons could just not commit anymore. Every single time, it seems like Vitality are just always prepared. They're not in any way taken by surprise by the presence of a Fanny, and it's something that they probably willingly played into, but that's going to be a setup onto Finn.
No way they escape this. Oh my god, the Selena.
Again, though, Kyle will make it out alive, but
nice flap. Let's go!
Takes first blood.
He
First
couldn't
blood
live
on
that.
Flap.
He couldn't live that. He wasn't 100%
Nice,
sure
nice,
about
nice.
the timing, about when Dairoth's ult actually finishes the channel. Yes, there's a bit of a channel time. He could have just pushed himself out of there, but wanted, hey, no abilities, I gotta just try and punt somebody backwards as best as he can. This is what we should expect, right? Falcons need to win this early stage of the game to get Kyle that advantage that we're hoping for, and it's not like the Ling. He's very dependent on that purple buff and can only do so much. It's not like you can just go back into your jungle and charge it all back up and you know, farm extra fast. It's all about, hey, I go in, if I don't have that purple buff, I have to
I think the Dairoth can still
it's
sustain
great adjustment
through
too, I think, because they could not find the sides. They've been
I just think he just
but
needs
they couldn't
just
really get the
one
sides.
damage
It's always
item.
been either Finn intercepting or even Moreno and Niall. So
Just one.
they
Heck,
just settled with
I think he just
Finn,
go for
who at the time was
the Azura
isolated from the
bleed
rest, just
and
trying
then
to check
full defense.
wherever Falcons
His
were
work is
trying
just
to
to
go for next.
you know,
And I think
break
it's
down
great
the armor,
answer. They
right?
finally
Just
found
break down the armor
a
and
way
the Fanny,
to at
the
least get a
Claude
slight advantage, though the gold
gets
lead
the
is
kill.
very insignificant at this
It's as
point,
simple as
honestly.
that.
And honestly, a
You don't
really
need
difficult
to,
comp to pull off.
you know,
I mean, I'm thinking about how
give
Moreno
full
needs to kind of
damage.
keep up
His
with
work is just to
everybody
stay
else.
as
But
long
wait,
as
hold on
possible
first.
in
Flap,
team
he's
fights.
already going to get chunked down to 50%. Now, Falcons, this might be
Flap
a
is-
harder
Flap is
contest.
smart,
We do have
so-
a bit of a regenerate for
Yeah.
Flap, so he's going to top himself back up here. But I think the
Should
real
know that.
question is whether or not he gets caught when he tries to shred down that front line, right? Whether it's front line or back line, that shred is only good
Okay,
for Kyle
conceal
and Super
this
Marco.
early
Whoa,
on
Finn, are they actually
Ogwin.
gonna
Are
go
you
for ult?
fucking
The Raptors
kidding
right
me?
after response,
Nah,
but they
it's a
catch
winning.
two, and
It's a
now
winning
Niall
fight
is
for
gonna go down
Falcons
alongside
definitely.
Finn. Falcons actually take
Wait,
two
Monaco
and
is
will
also
win
here.
that
Nice,
trade
nice, nice.
instead.
3-0 for Falcons.
Despite Vitality
And we got the total.
being the first ones to set it up.
And look at Ogwen, he's just blocking the shots. He's making sure that the softer members
Beautiful.
on his
Nice
side
job,
don't have to
Ogwen.
worry about some tough angles that are being set up
Another
by
kill,
Moreno.
another
Is
kill.
this a potential punish? No, he should be able to get out.
Wait, 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 wait.
Blazing Duet used two, but even so,
back,
Moreno
Marco.
gets to dash away to
Nice.
safety. Shogun will try to block the rest of the members of
Nice.
Falcons,
They're
but they're
controlling
not
the
gonna
whole map.
force
I
it
think Flap is
anymore.
going to get
Still,
the
though,
top
it's
turret.
a 3-0 lead already
First
in
turret.
their hands. Oh,
Bro, you
Maybe
can't
a
do that
3-0
against
lead
Ogwen,
with
bro.
1.4k, but we're not seeing
Yeah.
structural damage. We haven't seen. Oh, speaking of structural damage, Flap, first person there to
Come on,
actually
come on, come on,
open
come
up,
on,
and
come on, come
surprisingly
on.
enough, he's the one who actually unlocks his lane first,
Yeah.
which is great for him. But what does that mean for the rest of Falcons? Does that mean that he gets to walk around for free? I want to see how they utilize his Dara, because we didn't
Yeah.
get to see a great showing the day before.
yes, I agree. It was on a not so okay KDA, I think,
Nice,
if you
nice,
look at
nice,
it
nice.
from the
They're
previous
controlling the
performance.
whole
But I
map.
think this is a much better spot for Flap
One
now. He's
turret to
clearly winning the lane,
Falcons.
already taking that tier 1 up top. And the fact that he was
1.9K
also
will
able
be-
to be
it's
active
looking
in the
very,
first few
very good.
skirmishes and even pick up kills too, I think grants him a much bigger advantage to serve as a threat. Against Vitality,
Just show
who,
the
at this point,
itemization of the
have
players.
mostly
I want to see
been,
what
yes,
Flap TZ is
responding
building.
and answering back to Falcons rotations, but we're not seeing any of their own just yet. Or maybe it's also, in a way, an effect of having very slow clearing mid
They
duels.
want to
in the form
gank.
of Vaselina
They
and
want to
Badal.
gank Kyle.
hold up.
Oh my god! Double kill! Let's go!
It's a double!
Kyle!
I
Oh my
hate the fact
god!
that Super Marco, he's laughing
Why
about
didn't
it
you ban
already.
the
Now
Fanny,
they create
bro?
another attack on the
Damn!
bottom side, and they
Bro.
can't do anything about it.
Eman just
Falcons
has to figure out
is
that and use a go
destroying
away, but
them,
Flap
bro.
now is unstoppable too. With the help of the other members of Falcons, these are just two
Nice,
really
nice, nice.
heavy damage dealing heroes you're looking at already. It's both Kyle and Flap. And let's just look at that replay and how
Beautiful work.
flawlessly
Bro.
Kyle just flew around these two members of Team
Damn.
Vitality.
Dirty outplay. Dodges
That's
the
crazy.
immobilize, waited the iframes out, even dodging the knockback. And you see that Kyle's just like, nah, just another day in the office, try harder next time. And Vitality, they will oblige here because they're starting to siege this turtle. They want to make sure they have control, but more importantly, they're waiting for Kyle. They know he's around.
Yep, he's gonna take this first. Abyssal arrows are not connecting just yet, but at least you also see Eman taking part in this fight. Niall will yet to have to reveal himself. Because Falcons are taking pretty good control of this. Vitality will change targets though. They're just gonna go for Super Marco, but he's
Nah.
still Moreno
Really,
finally
Moreno
gets
gets
the
him.
kill, but he might just go down too. That's a 1-for-1
They've used everything.
so far,
Bro,
and
attack.
Falcons are
Where's
chasing
Kyle?
after
Where's
Finn,
Kyle?
But they might not be able to find him anymore.
It's not bad. Honestly,
trying to push me.
trading gold laner for mid laner, and considering that Moreno, really, he's not the one who wants to be able to absorb all this gold. It's Niall, and alongside with Eman.
I think
so
Kyle
as long
might
as these two
try
are
to
able to
steal-
scale back up,
steal
it's
the
great.
blue,
But Finn
no?
might be in some trouble here. They don't wanna contest this. This this is not the position to fight for just yet, and Vitality understand that.
Nice.
Yep, they kind of let go of this the moment that
Let's
they
go,
went
let's go,
back
let's go,
after
let's
that
go, let's go.
kill
Falcons.
towards Super Marco. He already also had to get his purple buff first, so Niall, I feel, is really doing a bit of catching up here in this game. He's already a level behind of Kyle here, and that's also probably one of the reasons why they just rather not contest an objective anymore, especially with Falcons just surrounding the area like that.
With the early game having to be played super defensively for the side of Vitality, it gives you very little opportunities to actually look for potential snowballs. And so far, I mean, Iman, he was doing a good job against Super Marco. Generally, both sides came out of the lane pretty even, but once all the reinforcements started headed down to that bottom side, it was inevitable that Super Marco was going to crack that bottom tier 1. From this point onwards, we're expecting that Falcons, they're going to get a little sly with it. They're starting to walk into enemy territory to steal away the resources, because dear God, Kyle, he's Batman at this point.
I would be afraid if I were Vitality and I was all alone, because I could just feel the presence of Kyle.
The pressure across the map
from Falcons at this point. Just hunt me down
Don't
with
have
the amount of damage that they already have. And Vitality, I feel, is going to take a bit more time.
I don't know
with
if
them.
he's
Even if we
global,
say,
but he's
let's say,
very
the M-Man part of the fights, he just lays down.
He's Nigeria's #1 fan.
Other than that, you don't really sense much.
Nah, I think this is bad. Kyle, bro.
Kyle, that is a kill.
This is very bad.
Yep, that was the combo they were trying to pull off and got outplayed on that top side.
But anyway, I think
clean version
it's
of
still
it, but they
good
still don't get the conversion,
because
unfortunately, on that
use
turret, so they do slow down Kyle. Luckily, don't have to worry about the purple buff. It hasn't even spawned just yet, so Kyle doesn't lose too much in general.
Yeah, but this is just going to open up more opportunities for Vitality. You could see how they're trying to push
Wait, they want to do the same
more this time, but
against Niall this time.
Falcons might just turn things around.
Nice, very good. Beautiful Haji. Beautiful Haji, beautiful Haji, nice.
And they find one all over again. Abyssal Arrow onto Owen, though. Do they have enough burst damage?
Flap, look at Flap, look at Flap. They can't kill Flap.
Don't have it just yet.
No, they don't. Wow, that was an incredibly big mistake coming out from now, showing and in front of their faces, dashing. You can't reveal those cooldowns this early on. Only later in the game where it's not so bad, especially since Falcons are really out to get it.
Oh,
they're trying to go for the Lord.
Dealing a bit more damage now, but it's Falcons starting up this objective. They're bursting it down as much as they can. Abyssal Arrow does not land.
Bro, they should be careful,
the final hit on this objective?
Kyle gets it. Nice. Look at Flap, bro. Look at Flap.
Cancelled out.
Bro, they can't kill Flap.
But now he has to flicker out to re-engage or to regroup with Team Falcons.
What the hell? Are they
Vitality
trying to
might go
engage?
for the chase, but they don't.
They didn't get the punish. They got the big cancels that they were looking for, but no conversions on either side. Even still, we know for a fact, hey, Falcons, Turtles, they're done for. Now we gotta make sure that we can protect, because once we have to deal with this Iman. Oh!
Flap, Flap is dead. Why would he do that? Like, that was too...
That's a less tankier XP lane that he
when I even saw it, I knew
and
that was bad.
I feel like Vitality will just constantly go for the punish every single time, every single opportunity they find.
Oh, I mean, they have to at this point, right? Can't give any options to their opponents. Super Marco now.
Well, I guess he doesn't want a perfect
anything across the map, and for Kyle, he's just waiting, right? It's about a matter of information. Now should be okay.
No way.
Another 1v1, but now you see Finn, Kyle. Will not fight him there anymore, as Vitality will still deal with the Lord for now and are forced to play defensive. They're about to lose more and more of their structures as well if they don't successfully get to defend this, but it's barely hanging on.
They can definitely get me. Bro, no way.
Vitality, like everything that could have gone wrong in the early stages of the game didn't necessarily hurt as bad. They walk away with some scrapes, okay? And Niall has still very, very bold. He hasn't backed down at all. And with the Malefic Roar on his side now, he can start thinking about hitting some of the bigger targets.
Yeah, we're waiting if Vitality could pull off the combo all over again. So I think a lot of this is on Finn, and whether or not he actually finds that setup all over again, because you could already expect the damage to come through, especially from Niall, especially from Moreno.
Spomako literally has, I think he should have the Trinity by now.
Too difficult to catch. Yeah. They have so much mobility.
Zipper, if you could pull up the items for me, that'd be great, because I'm wondering where Shogun is in his item progression. He needs to get to a point where he's so tanky that he's able to kind of take first position on the far lane, rather than letting Kyle hard shove it every single time, because Vitality have to be relatively close to each other to find these intersecting points in the mid lane in comparison to like Sendin Herrera topside, and now that at least that Niall and Kyle are somewhat even in the lane, it's a much harder 1v1 to win out.
Yeah, we gotta check those items later on. But even if Vitality do group up, okay, there you go. He does have the Anti-Cuirass and the Radiant Armor already.
No Oracle, so again...
Okay, you see what I said about the Dairos build. look at, he just put Azura's blade and the rest defense. That's how to play Direct.
Wants to flicker in. I don't see this
That's how
happening.
his work is just to shred, just
Kyle from
reduce
side,
the
close.
defense
Vitality really had to reposition themselves
of
there.
the enemy, and that's
just took
it.
the opportunity to get this.
That's Flap. I told you Flap was
so
freaking
beautiful.
smart.
That was so beautiful.
Very
To the
smart.
naked eye, it feels like nothing happened, but it was really Falcon positioning themselves and posturing, forcing the battle lines of Vitality. They don't want to expose their backs. They want the traditional front to back, but Kyle has so much of that pull. If Iman dies, this entire fight goes down the drain.
Yep. And
Flap's main work is to just make sure that Uranus doesn't have
so
a good
imagine
time.
the space that they could really play around
Heck,
with.
even Badang.
Vitality feels very uncomfortable with just freely positioning
nobody's
themselves.
even
They
safe
have no
from
idea
Flap, to
Haji's
be
in
honest.
this position either. And you
Only
mentioned something
Eman,
about
I
Vitality
would say,
grouping
because
up
of
and
his
using it to an
goalie.
advantage, but they have to be careful of Haji. Haji's been
Bro,
stealing away
look
that
at Flap.
ultimate from the Badang, and that could
Those
be
shred.
something to punish Vitality later on.
Wow, both of these guys, it's whoever shows up in the lane first, and Hirara shows, and guess what Falcons is going to do? Instantly take that space as Vitality are forced to move backwards. They know for a fact they got to clean up these lanes, but Niall, he's not wasting any time. He sets up the slow push and now is running back to try and collapse upon them.
We conceal Haji, I think that was
They don't actually find the kill. Now it's going to be a clapback from Finn. It's a shutdown onto Haji. Super Marco finds Shogun though and will surprisingly pick up a double. But Eman is still alive. Do they still have hope? Abyssal Arrow will land onto
No, Owen is dead.
Find another trade.
Damn.
That's exactly what you want to see. It's
2
all
for
about
2.
Iman here. Wait, no.
Oh, Flappy, you have to avoid.
Jesus, no! Nice. Oh my god.
But Kyle was just too quick to act.
Bro, Iman.
Tried to go for the chase on Super Marco. 1v1 with the nature.
Damn.
Finishes him.
Iman, bro.
Yo, that was so sick. What timing on the Maestro must have. That's why he's the conductor. He doesn't miss a beat. What a well-timed arrow mid-air. And even Finn, he was looking at it. Look at this one more time, right? This big old fight happens. Everybody's going crazy with it. Ogwin, really the game changer with the Wrath of the Dryads. But later on into this fight, that intersection. Wait for it.
Bro, they've taken
it, and then it all goes
They've
down.
taken the Lord. Vitality has the Lord.
And this 1-1-1-2.
So good. That was so crazy. Finn should be happy with that.
Bro.
Finn should be happy that redeems him for the early mistakes.
Very
but now
early
it really just comes down
wind
to
of nature
execution. And that's the
from
truth of it,
Eman.
right? Falcons and Vitality both
I
have a really
swear,
good understanding of how
Marco
both
didn't expect
compositions
that.
need to kind of dance around each other. But that dancing gives more
Damn,
advantages
this is
to
very
Falcon
bad.
for the
This
raw
is bad,
firepower,
man.
Vitality.
Hey, they got Marco.
He's not as tanky, but
Flap.
Shogun's actually the one who falls down first.
Flap is dead.
And another setup from Finn.
No way Niall is still alive.
Keep him safe too.
What the
It's
fuck?
only Vitality finding a 1-for-1.
Holy cow, this is only game
Jesus
number
Christ,
1. And we are seeing that they are fighting tooth
Bro,
and nail. Owen should go
Owen is
down
dead
here.
again.
He could not get away from that. But that's a response from Super Mario.
Damn, he misses. He doesn't have. Bro, how did Falcons
Still
through
has the ultimate
this?
from the Badang, but Vitality are gonna play it
Bro,
safe.
how
They
did
gotta breathe.
Falcons
They gotta
through
breathe for
this?
just a moment. Kyle, he can still deal with these waves on the sides. It's
Bro,
just that
why
maybe law
don't people
enforcement
know
can't
that
really
they
deal
should
with it.
just
Super Marco will
guy,
try
they should
his
just
absolute
pick
best, but they're saying, you
the
know what? We can't
freaking
hold on to this. Let's
Ixia
give
to
up this
mess
inhibitor.
up this
Yes, the
Melissa.
long lane is not going to be in our favor, but we got Kyle to deal with that consistently.
Was that a chastise picked up by Kyle here? It's like he was forced to almost adjust his items just because of how good
no way
Emma's been
they've thrown this
positioning
way.
himself onto Melissa as well.
What the fuck?
Every single time he
Bro.
uses to go away.
They've taken literally every turret,
It's
even
ridiculous, and I think this is
the
super
top
understandable,
inhibitor.
right?
Oh my
Why
god.
multiple people need to get the chastised pauldron. With the extended range, thanks to
Falcons
models,
only have
sometimes
two
you're not in
turrets
that range to
left,
actually get
two
the slow to
inhibitors.
the attack speed reduction. At this point, you got to be able to
Bro.
hit the right targets at the right time, and as much as everybody needs to slow it down,
PTR
it does
has like 1,
eventually
2, 3, 4,
come to
5,
start
5
biting you
turrets.
in the butt. I think that Iman has been playing perfectly
Damn.
so far, but I think this chastised
Why?
pauldron from Kyle, he needs it just to go in, force to get away from Iman, heal back up, and return to the fight.
Yep. And that's
Anyway,
something
they can
can't
still
do. It's
they
a
can still do
banning, so you
something.
can
They
just
have the
expect them
pillar
to get in the
anyway.
fight.
You can literally
fast.
have like a
Vitality,
5-man.
They've been holding this out
ults.
really well. Finn gets to spot out a couple
He has his
members from
flicker, right?
Falcons all over again. They're fighting for this
They
purple,
definitely
but
want
they
to
don't
go
want to
for
hand
the
it over to
purple.
Kyle.
Bro, what is
But
that
Open,
damage on
will he be the
from
sacrifice?
Melissa?
Another arrow from Moreno. He actually
Please
forces
kill
the
this
purify
Moreno.
from Super Marco.
Oh, God, what are these angles? The Maestro finds it once more, building up to this big piece. But Falcons aren't completely out of this just yet. Man, what a turnaround. With such a good early game from the Falcons, Vitality have been playing some incredible defense, and now seeing them on the attack, it's a pretty difficult game for either side. A single mistake could predetermine who wins and who loses. We're already 18 minutes into this game. The next Lord has spawned. Keep in mind, this Lord is vital. It's going to be walking around with some extra damage reduction.
Oakland goes for the concealed play because they spot Nile up top, but they're not able to get anything out of it.
Bro,
Nile's just going to
they're literally
really
blitzing the
get
Lord.
away and now transition to the Lord. They might just go burst this down.
Yep, they're definitely going to burst this down. Let's see if the steal can
Falcons
happen.
want to
Here
contest.
comes Kyle. He's thinking about it.
Okay, the goal is still available, but it's
Bro.
Nile who secures the retribution. Falcons want to go for the
Jesus,
takeaway.
wait, he was caught mid-air. Kyle was caught mid-air. Kyle is dead.
You're joking.
They find the kill on
Bro, what the fuck?
together with the damage from Emma, but the clap back with the blazing dude from Super Marco. They actually get to trade
This is
out some
bad.
kills.
This is very bad.
being alive now
Bro,
is
Falcons have
probably
lost.
They're trying to go even further than this. Is Owen. He's eating the damage finally. But look at
Bro,
that.
Falcons
top
have
side.
lost
Iman
again.
is running straight for
Jesus
the
Christ,
play.
it's a wipeout.
Marco's the only one left here, but he
It's a
couldn't do
wipeout.
anything about it. Alongside the Lord in a
Iman.
triple from Nile. Team Vitality take game number 1.
Nobody's sad after that match. Nobody is going to leave their seats. We've got to see game number 2.
Iman is crazy.
You know what? They don't need a break. They can just go again. Give us more. We need more.
So many fans are happy right now. Fans wearing Vitality jerseys,
Damn.
holding up placards, showing their support, and that was a absolute close fight. You gotta give it to them, but you also gotta give it to Falcons. Like, they had such a great hold of the early game, so you just can't help but wonder, how did it turn out like
This
this?
is disappointing.
I think a lot of it comes down to
It's
Moreno
OG
in
though.
middle school.
Yeah.
He learned trigonometry really fast. How do you hit so many arrows on priority targets? Some who don't even care because they're on cables. Mid-air, we've seen Kyle getting hit by this. And as much as he was able to dominate this early stage of the game, and even Flap, they start to fall off. That armor shred is good, but the team fight, and especially
Bro,
with
they
Finn's
messed that game
catches, man, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
Finn's catches, exactly, one of the main highlights I feel in this game. Because you put so much pressure on him already before you actually got into game number 1, because he's the sole guy who could just disrupt, who could just catch and set up for the team maybe. Aside from, oh my gosh, look at your face.
I was losing it. I was losing it because of this catch right here. Right here. What an
Bro, there's no way they
unbelievable
lost
catch
because of
coming in
Dyra.
from Finn to
I don't
set
think
this
they lost
all up.
because of
And all
Dyra.
the while,
Bro,
Iman,
Haji
he's playing a
does
really, really hot game here today.
Yes.
I thought it was
Nice things,
always going to be Finn and
Whatever,
Moreno
man.
kind of making things happen. Sometimes you get Niall in the mix here and there. But really, it was
Whatever.
Iman to be the foundation and the anchor for the team. And he played a phenomenal Melissa.
I agree. And man, on this Melissa, you guys just couldn't see it, but we're honestly sweating right now.
It is boiling up in here on the caster's desk, considering how much energy has been expended here on game number 1. You saw it from all the Vitality members. They all had to, crack open their waters because they were not only just communicating, they were shouting through and through.
I can imagine. I guess we were too caught up in what was happening here too, but I could faintly hear the screams. Also from Team Falcons fans, because imagine that.
It was so beautiful. It's great to see that now we've come to the point of the game where it's not just about learning about fundamentals, the different little types of matchups. Not only are they playing to their strengths, but it's about execution. And that's the beautiful part. Both sides have traded blows at this point, and I think that Falcons now recognize, okay, if we're going to have to keep this clean, we gotta keep it more standard. We gotta figure out a better way to start exploiting Vitality. And number 1, it comes down to whether or not they can get this Melissa out of their hands.
And I think for the last 3 or 4 team fights, major team fights at that, Eman was just always surviving. I always had my eyes on Eman for some reason, because I just knew for a fact that Falcons had to take him out. And you could probably expect a lot of them to do that. It's either Kyle, maybe even Flap, because I feel like Flap went past the timers where he could just deal with Shogun. I feel like they really couldn't do the Gyros into the Uranus all over again anymore, especially come late game, but even Flap couldn't find Eman.
But here's the thing, Flap, he's going with the build that he had. He's going for that full tank.
Yeah.
Obviously, he has, you know, a component just to give him a little bit of damage in the early stages of the game. But then you see moments like, oh, him diving into that mid-tier 1, trying to clear that wave and giving up his life. He is not at the same level as Uranus. He is great at shred, he is great at sustain, but if he's not in that middle of the fight hitting multiple targets to get the heal, he's not going to be as tanky as you think he is.
Yeah, it was really good execution, honestly. Vitality, I knew, I had a feeling that this was the kind of game we were getting ourselves into before the series started, but I did not expect it to be like this in game number 1. Like, started with game number 1.
I'm losing my words here. We're going to be throwing it over to a quick interview with Luke to see what his thoughts about this pregame about. Oh, it's too much. Let's throw it over to Luke, man.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
I was walking at the venue and it turns out Luke is here all the way from Indonesia, pro player from Indonesia.
Pro player.
Pro player, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah.
Enjoying Paris?
Yeah, enjoy so much.
By the way, why are you here?
Because I'm fans of Vitality.
Fans of Vitality, not Onyx?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, but more Vitality.
Yeah, more Vitality.
Is it because you're close with them? I mean,
Because
they are your
I'm
ex-teammates.
Vitality right now.
Oh, you are Vitality
Yeah.
right now. Okay. Speaking of Vitality, you caught the match yesterday. It looked like it took them a little bit of time to finish out that game. Was that a result that you were expecting?
Yeah, of course, because I know they're so strong, right?
Okay, so it took them a while, but you did expect them to win eventually. Is it because of the meta right now? Because a lot of people are saying that this meta favors Indonesian teams more than the Filipino teams. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I agree because right now Assassin meta, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think both of team in Indonesia are really good at Assassin. Like Nanail and Kyrie is so good.
But I mean, on the other side, we have Sakai's from SRG. We have Zericxnn earlier on. We have Kyle, Carl, TZ. Are they not good on Assassins?
They good, but I think I'm more biased on Nile.
He's biased on Nile.
Nile so good.
Nile is so good. It's not just because you guys are close, right? You actually think objectively he's
No,
good.
I'm not close with Nile.
Oh, you're not?
Yeah, it's my enemy.
Oh, he's your...
Yeah.
What happened?
Just, I hate him.
Okay, you hate him, but you're supporting
but
Vitality.
I support him, yeah.
Very interesting. On that notion, do you have a message to Team Vitality who's gonna go up soon?
Just give space to our maestro, Moreno, yeah? He will carry.
Carry. Moreno, the maestro, will carry. Do you maybe have a message for Onyx?
For Onyx, yeah, good luck.
What is that smile?
Good luck for Onyx, yeah. We hope this EWC can grand finals to Team Indo.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. But what about the fans back at home? I think people are waiting for you to say something maybe to the Indonesian supporters that are watching right now.
Bahas aja ya.
Boleh.
Gue cuma 5 hari guys, ntar gue restream nonton gue ya.
He said he's going to be here only for 5 days, so watch him restream.
Yeah.
I'll watch you restream.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Luke,
thank you
for
so
your
much.
time. And we're going to throw it back over to you guys.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
I've went and grabbed Glitter Explosion once again for a little update from the Gadir City grid. How's things going today? You've got a couple of days at your competition, but things are heating up, right?
Well, they are. I mean, we're already into our finals. We have a 3-day-long finals. Day 1 has started today. Now, we're only one match in so far. However, to kick things off, we already saw a big win out of T1, and they weren't even one of the teams that we touched on in the beginning, but they are in that CC race. However, 3 days of finals means a lot of gameplay, and we still have Na'Vi at the top of our leaderboard heading into finals. We have Liquid, we have Falcons, we have Vitality, we have AGAL, Twisted Minds, so
it's busy.
This is really busy for our finals.
Yeah, excellent. I mean, look, we've got a lot of going on there, so we'll be keeping up to date as much as we possibly can, but it sounds like there's going to be huge implications in the club championships as well. Thank you very much once again. We'll be checking in throughout the rest of the week. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to MSC. There's some great people in the crowd who want prizes in between our games. Okay, just so y'all know, I got number 1, but of course, we gotta make the people in the crowd very happy and they got it. Welcome back. We're heading into the draft. Trex, I feel like everything that we said about the draft from game number 1, it hit. We saw how Vitality struggled early on to deal with the Fanny, but then the inevitable happened. The Melissa, and of course, when that Selena and Badang started hitting together, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I doubted the Badang and the Selena a little bit there. I did not respect the game completely, and though it took some time, once it mattered, once they were able to buy into that late game, it was on. That final big play with the fist crack followed up by the arrow, completely foreseeing Kyle's entry into the mid lane and just stopping in its tracks. Very well done by Vitality. Now, will I say that the draft was a complete win? Will I say that I think honestly they won that game off of skill as well, right?
100%.
Both teams had the ability to win that game off of their drafts, which means coming into game 2, anything could happen here, right? It's definitely possible for Falcon to tie things up. Both teams have shown that they know what they can do in their draft. And it's definitely possible for Vitality as well to pull this off and look for the 2-0.
And it was such an entertaining game because we got to see both lineups do their thing. As we mentioned earlier, Falcons got to do their thing for majority of the game. But then Vitality, with their sheer mechanics and skill, as you mentioned, were able to pop off, make sure that Melissa and Eman was the one who was bulletproof in the previous game. So Falcons goes ahead and bans out the Phobias, trying to bait out a reaction towards a potential first pick of Freya for the side of Falcons. But we also can't forget about some of the major trades that we have through the Atlas, the Valentina, and other great picks that we still have in the meta. Marcel is still open, by the way.
Falcons will opt for that blue side first pick on this. Quick fun fact from Kyle. He has said that they're very strong, Vitality. Niall always bullies me in scrims. Just don't bully me in the tournament too.
So it's a little bit more context to what Niall said earlier with the interview with Eterna about how he sees just him and TNG as the top junglers here mechanics-wise, based off of results of the scrims, but not referring to what he believes when it comes to the tournament space once you're there on the stage. So the Valentina gets taken out here by Falcons now with the Atlas gone. Yeah, that forces out the Marcel ban. So far, it's the bans of Falcons are more on forcing Vitality to ban certain heroes.
Yeah, and it's a little bit different than last time. We're not going to see the Valentina this game. Marcel banned out. Will that Ling be banned out? Last time it was Vitality on blue side who decided to ban out, which forced the big trade of either leaving the Fanny open or not, and Falcon called the bluff and ended up paying the price for it. Now with Falcons putting in their last ban, we still have all the assassins up. Jushin also still available and open. Freya still available and open with things like Valentina and Atlas and Phoveus getting banned out, it means that there's a lot to trade up on, and Falcons want to go for that trade.
Whoa.
And while they're doing it, they take out the Selena, which I think is a good play overall. Do more of a target ban and leave some of those prio picks open.
Yeah, I think at that point, Falcons are already deciding the possibility that the Seleno is going to come in way early, similar to what we saw get drafted earlier in MSC. If I'm not mistaken, that was Vitality who was able to do that in day number 1. So a lot of great options here available for Falcons.
All right, so Freya, Ling, and Fanny all open, meaning Vitality could go for the Harara ban.
Yep.
Could definitely go for the Harara ban. They could still get a Fanny or a Ling, or they can go, I mean, for any of the 3 essentially, right? They can still, they go for the Freya instead, which I'm a little surprised about, but still very viable because they still get the Belleric, that means, because if they wanted to go Freya +1, they would have had to give over that roam position. Falcons now deciding, what do we want out of the big 3? And what do we want to respond with? They go for the Eudora, which didn't even see it. It's a hero that I still have to get used to.
Yeah, same. Eudora as the first pick. Because with the Valentina getting banned out, they have to be wary of picking their jungler right away. Because Vitality, they are encouraged to pick up the Belleric in the first phase. With the Valentina gone, then Falcons won't have their own Wrath of Dryad to steal away. And with the Atlas banned by Vitality as well, they might just pick up the Belleric here and now.
Yeah, did they just go for the Belleric Harara? They went the same thing as last time, pretty much.
Belleric Harara, Belleric Ling. Honestly.
Or just either don't even pick up the assassin because you're going to get one of the 3.
Yeah, it's like you have such a wide field to play with. You can just adjust. A lot of options here for Vitality, but because
left for mid lane.
Okay, so they will get the Ling Belleric as expected. Mid lane for Moreno. Let's see if they're still willing to play the Juice in later on, maybe into Red 3, Red 4. But I think a lineup that can clear the mid a little bit faster for Vitality will encourage them to take control of the river and make sure that their Ling is happy.
Does Falcon commit once again to an assassin pick, or do they try to switch things up here a little bit? We've seen a lot work against the assassins. They go for the Fanny once again. In the Barats into the EXP this time. Do we think we're going to see maybe something crazy and get the double fighter off? The only time we've seen the Barats so far is when there's also a fighter in gold or something of that nature.
But it's tough considering that Vitality is going to be coming back at Red 4 as the first pick, and they have bans. They can just take away the Paquito. The Freya's already gone. Usually when we saw Barrets in the EXP and then it's paired up with another fighter in the opposite side, it's either just the Paquito and the Freya, unless they're going to dig deep and go for something else, like maybe along the lines of a Ruby, but you don't really see enough picks that would warrant that. I think they can just double down and play the traditional in terms of their gold lane option, but let's see how it's going to go. Melissa is still going to be the pick here for Vitality, and the problem right now is for Falcons because of their picks. They don't have enough that long-range reach to really mess up this Melissa. With the Ling, with the Belleric especially, Eman might be on the way to another bulletproof game.
Looking good for Vitality in my book, at least for first side of this draft. At least in terms of how they were able to make everything work last game. Don't get me wrong, the early game could still be troublesome for them. Falcons had an amazing early game last time with the Fanny pick and everything else behind it. So Falcons maybe want to also run back the same type of game, but just play a little bit better, close it out a little bit faster.
Maybe. Oh, wow, respect on the Minotaur of Ogwen. That actually could have messed up the lineup of Vitality. At least that wider reach might give Falcons a moment to not get peppered by the basic attacks of that Melissa. So maybe the fact that they're not going, they're going into the second phase of the drafting without their Ogwen pick just yet might hurt them. Atlas is gone, Belleric was taken away, the Minotaur option's gone.
We see the Badong Ben from Falcon this time.
And they did. Good call, Drax, good call. Still respecting the possibility that the Belleric will suddenly show up in the EXP lane. Belleric, who would have thought, would end up becoming a really poisonous flex pick for MSC at EWC 26.
All right, so now Vitality, last ban on the field. Take out the Minotaur. Do they keep going into the roaming position? What is really left at this point?
really trying to run through the names of roamers, but in terms of the top ones we see, these are like the main trades, unless Falcons are going to pick up something like the Cho. They get the
could still be a possibility.
Yeah, at least there's going to be a moment where you will be able to knock up the Melissa in her ult, but then you'll get yeeted out of the dome right away with a getaway. But if they're going to play this Barris and the EXP, you're encouraged to be able to rotate fast and clear fast in the mid. You need a concussive blast roamer with this Eudora. They might still just end up picking up the Cho there.
Cho could definitely be a possibility.
They can close out with a Cho Moskov, maybe, for Marco. Wouldn't be too crazy. If Vitality are looking to, and if they're willing to, get a mid laner that has to shred damage for the Barriers, they might want to go and consider the Lunox at the center of the map. Oh, Sora getting taken away. Oh,
Lunox definitely not a bad pick. You get the Brilliance to get away from the Fanny as well. You have some defensive capabilities. You don't have as much range against the Eudora, and you can still get one-shotted. You know, it's because the Eudora is just so quick about it, you don't have... It could be dangerous. On the side of Vitality...
They do need to
lock in your mid here and save the flex.
Yeah.
Save the EXP flex, the possibility.
Yeah, at least you have room to adjust and surprise. At Belleric, I think it's something that's making Falcons scratch their heads. They banned out a roamer, they banned out an EXP option, so that is still definitely something they're thinking about. Is Vitality gonna be picking up here? Maybe a little bit more range through the mid or a little bit more shred. Which route are they going to go? How about a little bit more sustainability? They pick up the Esmeralda at the EXP. They do show their options already for Roman EXP. You're just waiting for their mid laner now.
So you just, like you said, we pick up the Moskov for Falcon.
Yeah. Moskov and
Do you think
Cho?
They could go something like the Kaja here? Something to pick off this Ling?
I think for that...
Ruby roam?
Just of how fast...
Against the Esmeralda? Possibly catch the Ling whenever he dashes in?
Yeah, but tough considering the Belleric and the Melissa, so... It sounds like it's 50-50 because you're getting a lot of good things, but I feel like the bad things you get out of a Ruby Robe surprise might be worse, so... Kaja, in terms of pick-off, I can see it, but I still lean towards the Cho. They go for the Brody, okay.
One of the few heroes that can probably get... that can put out some range.
Right. This was one of the picks that Falcons have already shown here. The Akai roam for Ogwen. They get the Brody. Kai and Eudora in the center. It's fast, clear. Not as fast in the rotations, but it will be annoying for the Link to deal with in the team fights. But again, the problem still stands. Will they be able to reach this Melissa with the composition that Falcons has? Their front line needs to be stalwart. It needs to hold for a long time so that Brody could get the stacks off, pop that torn apart memory, melt them front to back until the Melissa has to get away.
So last pick for Vitality, still need a mid laner. Yeve's open, we haven't seen that in a bit. Jushin. Jushin's also still open. They just go for the Jushin, right?
Yeah, something that we mentioned also. Could be good and could be annoying for the Akai. You're going to be forced to use your dashes. The Vexana. Because of the Akai and the Barrets in front of you, and it does have a lot of disengage and protection for the Melissa.
Yeah, definitely a great answer. Overall, we've seen it picked once before. And even when before I was kind of questioning it, we saw how well it can do with the stiff arm, with the ability to get that Terrify. Something similar to the arrow, not as long stunning as the arrow, but something still similar, right? So if he can make some of those quick picks, drop down the Warrior in the nick of time, it could be detrimental to the way they want to play this game.
All right, that has been it for myself and Trex here at the studio. Will we see another game where both teams get to do what their lineup wants to do, or will one of them dominate? One to either advance right now or to still hold on and force a game number 3. Bring you over to our casters, Brigida and Gideon.
5 seconds.
Thanks so much. It's going to be a good day here today because we're all hoping that this is not going to be a one-sided battle. We need to see a repeat of game number 1 where both sides are basically turning this MOBA into a fighting game as we jump into game number 2. Team Falcons PH on the blue side, facing off against Team Vitality on the red side. And let's go through this composition because again, that Vexana last pick actually is pretty genius here. So good at like just not only peeling off, but becoming a legitimate threat to the front lines. Like Ogwen at a certain point will not be able to take that kind of damage from Moreno.
And it's like adding an additional front line to your lineup in general, which I feel would work out really well for them. But that's multiple pull yourself together.
So many. And now, instant evade here.
Oh, Fork Lightning, stunning multiple members.
First
But
blood.
Kyle,
Oh my god, Kyle.
unfortunately, had to be the first one to go down in this fight. A not so good start for Falcons, but they traded out with the Roamer, which I don't think makes it any better.
It does make it any. Can somebody
Bro, what is Haji doing?
Haji goes down and Moreno survives. His ego challenges it. No problem. Full faith that the rest of the team. I mean, Moreno got the last pick. He was ready to give that kill over and trade his life for Nile. Like, he did not care at all. He has done his job, and he knows he's going to do it again and again and again.
Okay, it looked really good with Fork Lightning just catching multiple members too, though, but I guess you have to really pay attention to this being a Belleric and you just potentially being caught again. If Moreno went down here, I feel like that would somewhat equalize things a bit, but the fact that he didn't, I really feel like Vitality got the better out of that. But also, I feel like in terms of compositions, I also want to point out how at least with the Akai pick, they kind of forced out the Purify from Emma. So that might make things a bit better for Falcons too when it comes to the team fights later on.
And that was something that I was trying to figure out, right? I was talking to you, telling like, man, how do we force this Ballista to actually take the Purify? I think Ogwin has got a pretty good answer to that. Falcons already have this first position, and I don't see it happening. His bot side is getting attacked.
Yep, Super Marco looking like the target here. Doesn't have the ultimate yet, but he doesn't need it anyway and will survive. Just had to burn the flickers nonetheless, but at least he didn't have to go down with that attempt.
Yep, all he lost was his flicker. He still doesn't lose out too much. And even you can see Emon making sure he's doing his due diligence, throwing muddles into tri-brushes to open up that side of the map for him, just in case anything. Well, that was a Daytona's welcome.
Oh, on to Shogun, and
Nice.
with the help of Kyle, they actually pick up the kill. So this is a different approach to the combos that we saw from Vitality. It's a Barret and a Fanny working together now.
But I do think it was interesting, right? They already knew that it was going to be Barats playing into Shogun at this stage of the game, right? And I think the only way that Shogun actually has any chance in this lane is hitting and trading really well against Flap before he gets the stacks. Once he's gotten to that enraged Dino form and he can start doing the stomps in the middle of the wave, he will out-sustain Shogun until Shogun gets that enchanted talisman.
Yeah, he didn't have the Purify at that point too, right?
You're right,
So
yes.
there was just no way to really get out of it, and he had to accept his fate right there. Owen gets poked down a bit here, though. He still have a couple seconds before the next objective spawns, but Falcons have been just quietly increasing this lead that they have in their hands.
It's still a small lead. We saw how game one went, so until we start seeing like a 5K lead, something closer to like the 6K, then there should be, you know, a sigh of relief for all the Falcons fans out there. But for now, 2-2, a pretty even score as Nile has been hopping around and stealing away camps here and there.
But Nile's
He
link is actually
got that
very,
full crab,
very
I
good.
feel.
Like, really
Using the retribution for it though, but it's gonna come up again once the objective spawns anyway. But I feel
Level
like
6 for
nonetheless
now,
Vitality
level
will
7 for
struggle to a certain extent when they if they wanna contest, because it's an Akai still that you're dealing with. It's not an Akai jungle, but I think that makes it all the more difficult to deal with, because it's just its primary objective. It's not split between having to secure the objective and having to zone out. It's just really zoning out.
Yeah, that was a
Are they going to take
gonna
this
touch on it
fast?
later,
Oh my
but now
god, look at the
fight.
Melissa.
There
No
you
one
go.
is
It's the
even
heavy
trying
spin
to
pushing
win.
them away, and now
for her.
Vitality
You
are
can't even
unable to contest for
Wait,
the objective.
flicker ult.
But the flicker in from Spin and the
Oh,
volley
they
siren
dropped
from Shogun, the
everything.
knockup as well from the Eternal
Shogun
Guard.
is
Flap
dead.
actually finds one, but that's a purified
Wait,
use by
why
Shogun,
we
so
flap
he will
still
be
go?
okay.
Bro, all
Tip
these
is the
stupid
play.
mistakes.
Come in from
Bro,
Nile.
wait.
Kyle trying to look for his target, but the
Flap,
go away.
flap,
He had to
flap,
change
flap,
target.
flap is
And
dead.
the Terrify from the Deathly Grasp. He couldn't just freely cable his way through the fight.
That's a 3-for-2 trade in favor of the Falcons here. And I think that Vitality, it was a pretty good idea overall. If they got Super Marco at the end there, it would have been 100% worth it. But just look at this Wombo combo, right? How do you deal with this? And this is why I think the Vexana is so good, because now it's not about priority targets.
Bro, I think they should start banning this
health
Melissa.
damage.
What the hell?
Build what you want. Hey, you know what? Build 3 Guardian Helms if you really want to.
Yeah. So far, Moreno again and Eman have been untouched in this game. And it's starting to become a problem, I think, for Falcons, because you even saw how Flap was just so decisive in wanting to go for it. Hold on, Ogwen.
Bro, this...
It's not a good time to be.
Look, he's not lagging. Both sides are not lagging. They're playing a perfect ping here at EWC. Iman is baiting him to do it.
Oh, they're all
God, they're going full for
Haji.
Haji.
Couldn't survive that. Now it's going to be Kyle trying to look for a trade, but he will be unable to find Niall. Now it's Finn setting
Jesus
up with the
Christ.
Trap of Dryad. And now they're in the jungle of Team Falcons.
Darn it, if only Niall had just a little bit more energy, he could have re-entered that fight to take Kyle out. But now, they've kind of used everything at this stage. They got their profit, they walk away. No point trying to greed out for more. And I think the Falcons this time,
Bro, no one
they
can touch
need to
Moreno.
kind of
What the hell?
break the battle lines. I think instead of Flap having to target some of the other characters here, I think he might need to just jump on Moreno. But I want him to go
Damn.
for Iman at the same time. It's just a tough call.
You really have to think hard about who your target is going to be because it's very single target. And Haji has just not been able to have the same free time as Moreno in this game. In the series, at least.
Yeah.
Moreno has been too free. The way that they've been linking together with Finn has been such phenomenal performance from Vitality so far. But now let's see, because Falcons are setting up for this turtle.
Oh, interesting. Concealed to
Early.
push Shogun out of position, allowing Vitality to reveal themselves first. The big
This-
issue is that Finn has that
bro,
flicker
that
and
was
Wrath of the
going
Dryad.
full
So,
on Ogwen.
I mean, they've got good counter engage, so somehow Flap and Ogwen need to poke out their targets. I would argue that Haji needs to as well, but there's so many times where as soon as he shows up, that's an instant engagement from the side of Vitality.
Yep, at least Ogwen now somewhat finds his way back to the turtle pit, but Eman is feeling like a zoner right now. The way he just puts Muddles out there and deals a certain amount of damage towards the front lines. It's not just making things easy for Falcons, who just want to position themselves around this pit. Ogwen now below half HP. Flap doesn't land.
no
this
follow-up.
Welcome. And the heavy spin
Ogwen is
flicker
dead.
combo just to get away, but Ogwen might just be the first to fall
Bro,
here in
what's
this
this
fight. It's a
disconnect?
killing spree for Moreno. Kyle doesn't even have his purple buff yet. And Niall's not
Bro,
allowing him to take
Vitality.
it freely. He still has a retribution, but he can't get close.
Falcons to the
This
lower bracket,
is
bro.
a scary game.
Bro.
Holy cow. Like not,
Flap is dead.
Oh, Flap could not stand that. What? Where?
Bro,
could
what
he
is
go?
Falcons
There's
playing?
not much mobility you could rely
Are
on.
Falcons playing,
It's
bro?
just the Batona's welcome charge, and that's about it.
This game is kind of ridiculous because it's really a game of chicken, right? It's whoever backs down from the fight first, and unfortunately for Falcons, for them to reposition, it's a lot harder in comparison to Vitality, who again are playing all for one and one for all with Iman here, who's doing a
Iman is not
phenomenal
even
job
scared.
of keeping himself alive, and best yet,
He has
he's
his ult.
almost single-handedly getting Ogwen to use the heavy spin on him.
And when Kyle went for him, he didn't even feel the need to use the go
Bro,
away just
now he's
yet.
recalling.
He's just that much ahead on this Melissa. Again, 0 deaths in this game. No one could target him. So you could just sense that he perfectly mastered the timings in which he is supposed to use the go away, and that's posing multiple problems from Falcons right now.
Yeah, and every single time you see Kyle trying to contest, trying to get a set. Wait, hold on.
Okay, Eman still has the Purify, not using
Bro,
it yet,
what?
just uses the go
Use
away,
the
and it's
ult
gonna be
already.
enough to push Ogwen out.
Bro,
Kyle
look
trying to
at-
engage with the Wrath
look
of
at
Dryad,
Iman.
once again catching members. Eman's though alive again.
Nah, it's
Falcons are
over.
low and Niall is here for the cleanup.
No.
Even under the turret, he's fine.
Kyle missed one cable, the most important cable from the destroyed structure of the turret. It just slipped right in between. I thought it was going to connect, but there was just too much noise in the middle of it to be accurate. Let's look at it one more time. Because again, Owen keeps him locked down, but as soon as the go away is done, Kyle instantly takes out one target, looks for the second, but that last cable didn't connect, so he couldn't get that last bit of burst, allowing Iman to reposition. How unfortunate.
It just got a bit too messy, I agree. It's so unfortunate. Now you feel the responsibility that Kyle has right now, because at that point, Eman was within reach.
It was, they were, and I think that right now, if they just need Super Marco to just live for a little bit longer.
Jesus.
Okay,
Eman is dead.
that was a warranted attempt from Falcons. They finally get the kill onto Eman. Finn now
Released
left alone, using
everything.
the Wrath of Dryad, still
Bro, I think
surviving for just a bit longer.
now he's
Niall,
going to
though,
come
does he
and
want to
clean
go
up.
in? Will he
No?
find a target? He will probably wait a bit more and just play it
Now
safe
he's
for
just
now.
waiting.
And I love the fact that Niall, they both understand each other's composition. So now, just existing, just putting himself in a position where he is visible to the Falcons will make them second guess, hey, We don't want to greet this out too much. We already got what we were looking for.
Yep.
Finn and Iman are down. We can take first position at this point. Now the next problem is Moreno until Iman gets back to the pit.
Bro,
Yeah,
they
and that
need
was
to
unexpected. You wouldn't
keep
really expect
focusing on
Super
Iman.
Marco and
We
Haji
can
to
get
be
this
the combo
before
to
Iman
take
comes
out
back.
Iman. But I
Please
guess the
get
damage
it.
really
Nice,
is going to come
nice,
from them
nice.
now. It's Kyle securing the
But at
objective,
what
but Nile
cost,
goes
bro?
in. Haji
Haji's
very low
dead.
HP. Emma's going to finish
No.
him off. And the
Please
backlines are being
run,
taken
run,
care
run,
of
Flap.
as Emma's just
Bro,
really
no
throwing
turret,
out these
no
needles.
turret,
Shogun
just
being in the face of
I
3
think Flap
members
is
of
dead too.
Falcons. And now
Flap
there's
is
a
dead.
Daytona's welcome coming in from Flap, but he will not survive.
Wait, Kyle is still going in?
God flying in.
Go back, go back, go back, Kyle.
Safe. But Falcons are going to settle with that.
Man, that was nasty. Shogun purposefully just standing right on top of Flap. As soon as he saw the Daytona's welcome, all he had to do was position himself just a little bit further to make sure people step away. But just look at this, right? Instantly, they find a big punish onto Haji, right? Nile
This is
had
hard.
to quickly use that Bladed Tempest. If not, he was gonna get locked down into this wall. But look at it, Shogun. Instantly, he zones Super Marco and then walks back into the Daytona's welcome to get eaten, allowing him on to get the free hits. Luckily, Kyle and Flap communicated. We can at least blow one of them up.
Yep. Now it's a Blade of Despair pickup for Nile, as well as Moreno gets a Blood Wings. Falcons are going to utilize this Lord to at least equalize and get a bit more map control, though.
Stolen.
No poke
Nice.
for Link.
Nice. That's going to take away a little bit of influence coming in from Nile. He can't just do whatever he wants willy-nilly. He will have to go into a side lane and then recall rather than walk his butt back. But you know, considering everything and considering game number 1, Vitality have shown that they are great on the defense, right? They pulled the lead back onto their side, and now they're just handing it back over to Falcons until the next Lord fight.
Yep, they have a lot of ways to deal with a player, honestly. It's a
Bro, please, they
Vixana,
should
it's a
not allow this
Melissa,
lane get
and you just
through
really
again.
can walk up front knowing that they have
Like,
muddles,
no
knowing that
matter
they
how
have a
it's-
potential Eternal Guard dropping down on you at any
What the hell?
moment. So they will somehow still be able to deal with the Lord, and this is still a very small lead that you're seeing 12 minutes into the game. So I feel like even Falcons at this point would be very careful and would not really assume that they're in a complete advantage just yet.
I think, honestly, they recognize that they're actually at a disadvantage. Until Haji is able to close the distance onto Iman and one-shot him, I don't see this game going the way that they want to. Because even for Super Marco, right, his damage is, yes, great, against structures, against heroes, sure, it's fine. But the big issue is that he's running Sky Piercer. He's the big finisher. He cannot keep up with the hard DPS that's being pumped out of Iman like an absolute sweatshop factory. He's getting kicks out for everybody.
Yeah, Emma right now, it's great that Falcons had
Bro, they should
found
not
a
allow
way
this
to
guy
deal
take
with
his
him, but
play.
it's only been that
Like,
one
they should
instance
contest
up top.
hard for
Other
us,
than
like,
that, let's see how
very
they deal
hard.
with it this time. That's the ultimate already coming
No,
out from
hit, hit,
Haji. But Haji are still going to be okay though. Kyle trying to fly over the other members, but Moreno, did you see that? He was just like walking, avoiding the cables. Not even much reaction coming out of Moreno in that sequence.
Yeah, does Nile have his purple buff? Because I saw Haji throwing out his ultimate like, you know, his life depended on it. Luckily, Nile does actually have his purple buff, so good. At least we know that Haji, he's willing to throw his ult out. It's pretty short cooldown at this stage of the game, and I think this next Lord spawn, it's a make it or break it for either side. They're dead even in gold. Majority of the outer turrets have been destroyed. It is a very awkward parallel between the two.
I'm so not used to seeing this small of a lead already 30 minutes into this game. It's literally insignificant. It's so close between Team Falcons and Team Vitality right now. Both junglers on the opposite sides, but it's just going to be recall for now.
Now it's about, I think it's the macro, right?
Yep.
At this point, it's how do you get under and how do you figure out a good timing? And I think that both Vitality and Falcons, they're junglers, right? They're not showing themselves on the side lanes. And Vitality have at least a huge advantage when it comes down to poking them out. Because every single time, right? Ogun walks up, Iman instantly throws out muddles.
Yep.
Waits for the cooldown, rinse and repeat.
Watch out for Haji though. They got to watch out for Haji. They got to check where he is.
Oh, he doesn't know. They have no idea now. Wait, is Finn gonna double check it? He might.
Okay, they still don't know. Because I don't think it hit. I don't think the first still connected.
And it doesn't reveal the entire bushes until it connects onto somebody. You're absolutely right with that. But Nile finally gets the endless battle and his position. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Hey, Finn, you're walking straight into something. Okay, now they spot Haji. Eman is gonna be fully aware that Haji will be positioned at that spot, but it is gonna be a quick reposition. Falcons are really trying to play around this Glass Cannon
they
pick
can
up potential
flank them
for
from
Haji.
behind.
Yeah, they're trying to like slowly slot him into that backline, and Colin as well as now. Oh, good stuff coming in from now, instantly revealing him, and now Vitality should have a little bit more confidence to start walking back up into that first position again, and maybe set up a slow push down on bot side.
Yeah, but it's Haji. It's Haji and Ogwen walking up.
Nice, they've killed Nile. They've killed Nile. Nice.
Kyle, did they kill
Beautiful.
and take down Nile. Vitality might want to commit to this fight here in the Lord Pit.
On flap, no flap. Why? Just go back, bro. Why did you flicker? Okay, finish up, finish up. No.
Ogwen looking like the next target, but
just take the Lord. Just take the Lord, bro.
Kyle is within the area.
I don't know why Flap did that. I don't know why Flap flickered, bro. There was no need of flickering, bro.
Maybe I go for the chase.
There is no need for that,
I saw the taunt get thrown out. More importantly, wait a minute. The Wrath of the Dryads has come back off of cooldown, right? Finn has been holding it for the longest time, and even though they don't have their retribution for the next 7 seconds, they're trying to make sure that Falcons, hey, you're gonna fight on our terms, on our turf.
Okay, they're starting this. Nile's gonna be back. He's going to be back real quick. Open now, facing the damage already below
they want to go for the Lord.
HP.
They're literally targeting
already using the
Kyle.
Kyle showing up behind.
Bro, look at a man. Dude, it's game over.
Shut down by Nile.
Bro.
This game, the conceal. Wait, Finn, he might flicker for this, but now underneath their own inhibitor, that conceal is going to keep them safe. The trades have been beautiful from both sides. What a tight game this is, and really just showing the extent of Melissa. She can sustain underneath the Lord, no problem. Throws out Muddles. She can not only kill the Lord, but also poke out Ogwen at the same time.
And deal with Kyle. It's crazy to think how Eman is able to do this on a Melissa.
1 man, 3 problems solved.
Now they're taking 1 base turret down bottom, and they still have the Lord marching in the base. That's an immortality pickup for Finn. They're getting poked down. Oh, the Daytona's welcome not connecting. Flap now getting knocked up and taunted as well. He's already very, very low. But now
he's dead.
He gets caught. Eman just trying to deal with the base dirt for now, but they don't have any minions left.
Bro, this Melissa, Jesus Christ.
Coming in mid.
Yeah, but they have nothing to worry about as Ogwen tries to pull them away, forcing out at least 1 flicker. Oh, no, turn around.
My God.
A flicker from Finn to set the Wrath of Dryad in place. And it's only Kyle, Haji, and Ogwen left to defend. But can they? They're approaching the base. They have minions left. It's a flicker from Haji. But Eman, he's still alive.
No way.
And the defense is successful from Falcons. Haji, despite all
they're
the
still
damage
going in.
face,
Bro, another wave is coming.
Kyle, he's gonna have to pull it somehow.
Nah, you need to go.
But does Kyle finish off the kill?
Bro,
He couldn't. And another Muddle setup. Haji fights Shogun.
He's locking on the base. He's locking on the base. They still defend. Bro, Eman. Bro, it's over. God of mercy, Eman.
Eman. As they secure the knockout stage.
Oh, what a beautiful game. Oh my goodness. I needed to see just one more game. That would have been great. But now a new problem has arisen. A polished Melissa coming up from Eman, solving 3 unique problems all at the same time. The tournament meta is starting to evolve and really coming into its own.
And it feels like each team has their very own version of it.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. I'm speechless because this early game, right? This Vexana pick really came in clutch to kind of work in the same way as the Eudora. You want to hurt your opponents, but at the same time, the big problem with Eudora is she's oppressive when she's ahead. But she, unfortunately, similarly to Moreno on this Vexana, are hyper squishy and are very useless once their cooldowns are depleted.
Yeah. The only times we really got to see them maximize the Eudora burst was when they had to burn the flicker alongside it too. So that put Haji in a very vulnerable position already, and that's something they just had to accept because they weren't able to really make anything out of it if they don't make these certain sacrifices. And Vitality just take advantage of it every single time. Oh no, look at us again, we're just losing it. This series has been a 2-0, yes, but it did not feel like a 2-0.
It was not a close 2-0 at all. Every single moment, I think unfortunately for the Falcons, right, you cannot just out-mechanic these boys anymore. They're going to have to rethink it. The tournament meta only develops as we continue on. Let's throw it over to our victors up on the stage with Rose for the interview.
Oh
Damn.
my goodness, this match literally blew my mind away. Team Vitality winning 2-0 clean sweep up against Team Falcons Philippines. And right now we are on stage with Shogun. How are you feeling after such a crazy game?
It feels great, but we need to improvise something that we could do better like that.
I agree, but that was already an amazing game, you know. It's your debut in the international stage. You have already qualified for the knockout stages. Shogun, I gotta ask you, how are you planning to spend your time? Perhaps maybe an off day, walking around Paris?
I think most likely we will practice more, but yeah, maybe we have a chill time also, but not as much as practicing. So the focus is more practicing than the others one.
I like that. You guys are very focused. Head is very in the game, prioritizing practice and scrims over, you know, experiencing Paris as a whole, which I'm pretty sure you guys can do afterwards, as after all, this is definitely your home ground. Now, let's talk a little bit about the game, because currently this new meta, this new patch is driving everybody insane. We are seeing so many incredible new picks coming out in the Land of Dawn.
Yep.
But for you, as an EXP laner yourself, how are you actually adapting to the meta in the EXP?
I've gotta go.
I think as an explainer, it's not too much to adapt, but
thanks guys for stopping by the stream.
My teammates, I think my teammates
Have a
adapt a
wonderful
lot
day.
from the meta, but